All right, so hello everyone and welcome to the webinar. I want to thank you for joining us today. The topic here, 19 ways to use your senses to improve your memory. I think you're going to find this really useful, and if you've looked into this webinar, this is actually one part of a webinar series that we're doing on memory improvement. And your senses are a great way to kind of remember information and improve your memory. What we're going to be discussing in this series is not just how to use your senses, but also different memory techniques. Now, this webinar, because we're going to be talking about the senses, these are not exactly techniques for remembering or memorizing information. It's more along the lines of, hey, here are some tips and ways that you can use your senses to have a better memory and just remember things, daily things that you have to remember. And let's start off, just as a quick review, the obvious things that we all know. The 5 senses are sight, smell, taste, hearing, and touch. And these are basically the ways that we initially get information. And research shows that the more senses that you involve in an experience, the more likely you will remember that experience. And that experience is a very general word, but that could be the experience of reading. It could be the experience of meeting someone and remembering their name and their face. It could be the experience of learning new information. So the more senses that we involve in any particular experience, the more likely that we'll remember something. And this is because when you're using different senses, you're activating different parts of the brain. Okay, so you can see a little diagram here of the different areas that are being activated by, the different senses. So the vision, actually, the funny thing, if you were to think about it, you would think that maybe vision would occur in the front of the brain because it's closer to the eyes. And actually the area that's stimulated for vision is in the back of the brain, which is kind of it's opposite of where the eyes are. So these are the different areas, and when you're activating these different areas, you're strengthening the pathways of neurons firing and making connections in your brain. So let's get right into it. And I want you to know that using these multiple senses is pretty much like I like to think of it as like mental cross-training. Because there are 5 different senses, and the more senses you use, the more likely you're going to remember something, then it's kind of like a way of keeping your brain fit. Now, I want you to also know that if you have overdependence on one sense, that could lead to memory failure. So here's what I mean by that. And we'll talk about strategies that are even related to reading in today's webinar. When you're reading, what is the main sense that you're using? You're using the sense of sight. You're reading the words. You see them. And a lot of people will complain sometimes that, how come I read something and I immediately forget it? And I can't remember maybe the next day what I just read for maybe a big test. And you want to think of reading, it's just one part of the learning process. Keep in mind that because if you're over dependent on just seeing the words and just reading, and you're not including any other senses in that learning experience, you're more likely to forget it. Now, think about the whole learning process. Reading is just one part. You're using your sight. But what if you were going to a lecture? You read a chapter, so you used your sight, and then you see your professor talking about that chapter. And now you're not just seeing someone talk about it, but you're also hearing them now, right? And when you're taking notes, you're activating, your sense of touch by holding the pen and inscribing the notes on the paper. And the more, if you're reading, you're using your sight. If you're writing, you're using some touch. If you hear, that lecture, that's activating, all of these things together will make you more likely to remember something rather than just relying on one. So I want you to know that if you're just dependent on one sense for a certain kind of thing that you're trying to remember, it's likely that you might forget it because it's just one sense that you're relying on. Let's talk about our first way to kind of use our senses to improve our memory. So first of all, this is just simply step number 1. The first step to remembering anything is to make sure that the information gets in your memory in the first place. So before it gets to your memory, I want you to think of there as being 3 hurdles that the information needs to overcome. The first hurdle is something called the sensory buffer. In other words, you have to see, hear, touch, smell, or experience something through a combination of these senses before it gets anywhere. Now, once we obtain that information through our senses, the second hurdle is for that information to get into our short-term memory zone. Now, that's where it can be processed, and either it gets discarded or it gets sent to the third hurdle, which is long-term memory. Okay? Now, let's focus on that first hurdle, which we mentioned was the sensory buffer. To start, you have to be You have to be aware and alert that the information your senses are taking in. Think of all the times that you've forgotten a name just because you were paying attention. You weren't paying attention. Sometimes that's the simplest way to forget a name. Some people ask me, how come I'm so bad at remembering names? I can never remember them. And a lot of times it's because they weren't initially paying attention when they first heard that name. So why aren't they paying attention? Here's what usually happens. When we're being introduced to someone new and they're telling us their name, doesn't it happen sometimes that we're trying to think of what we're going to be saying next, and because we're focusing on that, we just kind of ignore the moment at hand, which was them saying their name. So, in other words, we heard it, but we weren't listening, okay? So we need to try to get into the habit of being alert and actually interested in what is happening at that present moment. So you can do this by consciously allowing yourself to hear, smell, see, and even feel the surroundings, that you're in. If you stay focused through your senses, you can be sure that information you need to remember will clear that first hurdle. And again, if it doesn't clear that first hurdle, if it doesn't get into our short-term memory, there's no way it's going to get into long-term memory. We need to make sure that we're focused and paying attention. Now, number 2 here, another way to use your senses to improve your memory is to link it to scent. So if you can link a memory to a certain kind of an odor or a scent, that will actually help you remember it a lot better. Have you ever had a certain scent that reminds you of maybe a certain place? Or maybe there's a certain kind of an odor or a smell that reminds you of a certain person? Or maybe it just reminds you of a certain kind of experience. Your sense of smell is an extremely powerful tool for memory retrieval. Your olfactory system is the sensory system responsible for your sense of smell. And this is, your brain likes to link a scent to a certain kind of a memory. I'll give you a really good example. Over the last few years, Iris has been expanding, and we started doing our speed reading and memory workshops in different cities. And while we were expanding to these different cities, I'd get on a plane and I'd visit a new city, and, when I stay at the hotel, there's different shampoos that are there, right? And because I don't have a lot of hair on my head, yes, that's right, my hairline is starting to recede, because I usually have leftover shampoo that I bring back home. Now, here's the funny thing that I started noticing a couple years ago. When I would visit a city and I would bring the shampoo back home, later on when I would use it either later in the week or sometimes because I'd be traveling when we were expanding to a lot of cities, I was traveling to a lot of cities in a very short period of time, I had all this extra shampoo that I would just use like here and there. And what would happen would be, when I would use the shampoo, it would remind me of a certain city. And I thought it was so amazing. This was 2 years before we really started working on this memory course. But I thought it was so amazing that, wow, this shampoo is reminding me of New York City. Or this particular shampoo was reminding me of, San Diego or Los Angeles or Philadelphia or Boston. And I could remember these cities just by the scent of smell. And when I remembered the city, I could also kind of remember the hotel. And then I could remember like the class that I taught there, how many people were there. And it's crazy how it's almost like a domino effect, where you remember a scent that reminds you of something else. Now, by the way, sometimes, as some of you know, there are hotel chains that are in multiple cities. For example, when I would stay at the Hyatt, I noticed that they would always use the same kind of shampoo. In every city that there's a Hyatt, they use pretty much the same thing. And the funny thing was that would not remind me of a city, but it would remind me of the Hyatt hotel. So I would be like, oh, okay, this is definitely a Hyatt shampoo, even though the shampoo didn't say Hyatt on it. But it's funny how our memory will be linked to scent. So you can think of your scent as kind of like a memory preservative. If you have a specific scent that you repeatedly use in the same place, you can actually tap into your brain's natural ability to make links and associations to that experience. Now, I'm sure you can think of certain scents that remind you of things. For example, let me ask you to think about this. If you celebrate Christmas, what does Christmas smell like to you? Or maybe you don't celebrate Christmas, but what does the winter smell like to you? Can you smell, if you live in a colder climate or when it gets cold in the winter season, what does that smell like? Or think about this. If you're here in the U.S. during Thanksgiving, what does Thanksgiving dinner smell like, right? Well, or maybe the place where you work. Your workplace probably has a scent. Or think about the place where you grew up, your childhood home. What does that smell like? Or the last vacation that you had. Think about that vacation. What did it smell like? Do you remember maybe the scent? Maybe you were near the ocean and you remember the scent of that salty ocean. See, all of these things, when you're reminded of a scent, all of a sudden you remember other things, and it's because we remember things in clusters. We don't remember things like piece by piece. It's one thing that reminds us of another thing, and so on and so forth. So you can actually send information straight into your long-term memory by linking a smell to a certain experience. So here's a strategy you may want to try that is actually reading related. Let's say you're studying for a big test, or you're reading something that you really, really want to be able to remember well. Try maybe peeling an orange right before you start studying. So if you know how an orange, the scent of the citrus, when you're peeling it, it has a very distinct kind of smell, right? Now, if you peel that orange right before studying, and then later, right before the test, maybe before the test starts outside of the classroom, you peel open that orange, maybe you eat the orange before you start the test, but that will get your mind into the state, and it'll start to recall that experience of previously studying. Now, some people, when they study for a test, they get a little nervous and stress takes over, and we know that stress it has a negative effect on memory. And what happens is sometimes people go into a test and they just go blank. Their mind goes blank, and they studied, hours and hours during the week for that test. But think about, if you had that orange, or maybe it's not an orange. Another way you could do this is maybe wear a certain kind of a perfume or a cologne while studying, and then wear that same cologne or perfume on the day of the test. Now, you want to make sure that this is not the cologne or the perfume that you're using on a daily basis. You want it to be distinct. Also, make sure it's something that's pleasant. Don't drench yourself. Don't take a bath in your cologne. But if it's a unique kind of smell on the day of the test, you'll remember. Again, it's kind of hard to explain. Like I mentioned to you, the shampoo would remind me of a certain city. Imagine if a certain kind of scent, a certain perfume or cologne, would remind you of you studying that chapter, and it would remind you of what was the information that you needed to remember. And that's a great way to kind of retrieve information, is through the sense of smell. Now, another way that you can use your senses to improve your memory is to listening to certain music can affect your long-term memory. It can also improve your critical thinking skills and even the speed of your thoughts. Actually, many oral stories, before they were written into books, they started off as songs. So before we had, people writing things and, the printing press, how did people remember these long, long stories before they were written into books? And, there's something about singing something rather than just saying it that makes it more memorable. And by the way, advertisers know this very, very well, which is why they go out of their way to create, you ever hear a stupid little song at the end of a commercial? And sometimes it's very lame, but the advertisers do that because they know that people will remember songs, because songs sometimes have rhymes in them, and they have a certain kind of a rhythm to them. And we remember things better this way. Now, if you're here in the U.S., I'm broadcasting here from Chicago, and I remember growing up seeing this company called Empire Carpet. And for those of you that are in the U.S., I'm pretty sure Empire Carpet is in other major cities throughout the U.S., and they would have this song at the end of every single commercial that I can still remember, just to this day, without even seeing that commercial. And it's, for those of you that know this, you probably know what I'm going to say. The Empire Carpet song, they go 588-2300 Empire. Now, I know that's pretty horrible singing, so I promise you that'll be the last time you hear me sing on the webinar today. But for those of you that know that jingle, that little song, why is it that it gets stuck in your head? Well, repetition helps. If you see that commercial over and over again, that helps. But these songs, they help you remember memories in a very long-term kind of way. Music has also found its way into the medical world. Researchers have actually discovered that some music will cause your neurons to fire at a faster or slower rate. Now, what kind of music makes it go faster or slower? Basically, the greater number of rhythmic beats that music has, the higher the level of brain activity. So you can even try to analyze a piece of music. Next time you're listening, maybe on your iPod or on your computer to some music, or maybe even on the radio, you can use the analysis of that music as a way to sharpen your critical thinking skills. Now, you don't have to be a music expert to analyze music. While listening and enjoying the music, here's what you can try to think of. Think about what instruments are being used in this song. Think about the mood of the music. So is this a happy song? Is this a sad song? Is this an energizing and inspiring song? And how fast, what's the tempo? How fast or slow is it going? Doing this and analyzing and thinking about the music while you're actually enjoying the music. By the way, some people will say, well, if I'm thinking about it too much, is that going to limit how much I enjoy the music? Actually, I think to a certain extent it'll help you enjoy the music even better. So doing this will help you develop the analytical side of your brain. Now, similar to music, learning to play an instrument is, I would say, the ultimate form of mental cross-training. Think of all the senses that are involved when you are playing an instrument. You are identifying musical notes with your sight. You're pairing symbols with sounds. You're focusing your mind on listening. Playing music also develops the motor skills that you have, which are part of a certain type of memory called procedural memory. And the great thing about music is that you can learn to play at really any age. If you're not sure what kind of musical instrument to play or to learn, think about the music that you enjoy most and choose an instrument that identifies and is involved in that music. Now, by the way, with playing an instrument, because some people say, well, I'm not the musical type, and really it's practicing 10 to 15 minutes a day is a good way to learn the basics. And once you master the basics, you can move on to more challenging music. But the great thing about playing an instrument is that you're activating multiple parts of the brain. Now, another way that you can use your senses to improve your memory is, as you see the title here, drawing strength from weakness. So using your non-dominant hand for various tasks. So you might be right-handed or left-handed. Try writing your signature with your other hand, with your opposite hand. It's not so easy, is it? Right? But writing it with your regular hand, you do your signature very quickly. Right? And it's because your brain has created a very fast track to remembering, here's how I write my signature, and I do it very, very quickly. However, because you don't use your other hand, you kind of have to focus on it, and you're going much more slowly. This is another example of procedural memory, which is kind of like automatic memory. Procedural memory, by the way, would be playing an instrument, writing, taking notes, writing with your, dominant hand. Another example of procedural memory, if you know how to type quickly, that's procedural memory, playing the piano and so forth, or even playing sports. That's another example of procedural memory, where it's basically once you get to a certain point, the task becomes automatic. You almost don't even think about it. So if you try to use your opposite hand and you struggle through that activity that would normally come easily to you if you were using your other hand, it actually activates underused pathways in your brain that are waiting to be tapped. So you can pick an activity that you normally do with one hand and try the opposite hand, and the brain will immediately register the contrast. And the opposite brain hemisphere, normally unchallenged when doing this task, it'll be activated by the sensory information of the task. Maybe it's your other hand you're using or your other foot, and it'll begin to create new connections to strengthen your ability to do that task with the opposite hand or the opposite foot. So let's say you always go up the stairs going with your left foot first. Try going with your right foot. So you can try incorporating several maybe non-dominant hand tasks into your daily habit. Now, initially this might be tough, but with some practice you get better at it, and it's a good way to improve your memory, actually. Now, by the way, a little disclaimer here. Do not do this with certain things. For example, if you're operating power tools, you should not do this. If you're operating a chainsaw, don't do it. Or even if you're using a knife to cut steak, don't put yourself in danger just to use your opposite hand. So, that's pretty obvious, but I wanted to throw that disclaimer out there. Now, here's another way that you can use your senses to improve your memory. Believe it or not, massages can make you smarter. Massage is actually a great remedy for stress relief. And stress has a very negative impact on your memory. So a massage actually reduces stress and can help out your memory a lot. Now, basically, you can improve your memory function through a massage. And scientists theorize that the act of being touched increases the production of a hormone called nerve growth factor, or NGF, and this hormone encourages the new brain cell development and produces neurotransmitters that will affect memory and learning. Now, massage is also going to help to stimulate your lymphatic system, which supplies oxygen-rich liquid to cells, keeping your brain cells healthy. Now, don't think that you need to rely on an expensive masseuse or a willing spouse to provide you a massage. There's actually a variety of self-massage techniques that you can do to very quickly relieve stress. And here's some simple, quick ways to do this. And all of the following exercises, they don't take more than 1 minute. And they're just quick ways that, if you're in traffic or if you're at work, just quickly to relieve some stress. You can actually massage your scalp using circular motions with all your fingers. That's one way. Another way is just to simply massage your temples, which, as you can see on the side on this picture, the hands are placed at the temples. So just going in circular motions very gently on your temples is another good way to just give yourself a self-massage. Again, you don't have to massage yourself for half an hour. This could be just a quick, less than 1 minute. And another way, you can place the four fingertips on both of your hands at the center of your forehead, and you can slowly and gently move them from the middle of your forehead towards the temples and just back and forth, and maybe doing this 6, 7, or 8 times. Again, it doesn't take a lot of time, and it's very, very quick. And all of these techniques of self-massage are quick ways to get immediate stress relief, and that means less stress means better memory. Or if you have to remember something, if you're stressed out, it's going to be harder to remember it. So try maybe, let's say you're studying for a big test or you're reading something, you need to remember it well. Try giving yourself some kind of a quick massage, rubbing your temples or your scalp, and that's a good way to kind of relieve that stress, and it'll help you focus better too. Now, another interesting thing when I was doing my research was the scent of rosemary and basil. These are commonly used in a lot of aromatherapy. So brainwave tests actually show that inhaling the scent of rosemary and basil increase beta waves that indicate a higher state of awareness in the brain. So try to keep these particular scents in mind when it comes to taking a test or any other situation that requires a high level of brain performance. Maybe you have to give a presentation. Now, for example, remember earlier we said how linking a scent to a certain activity will help you remember that activity, such as reading. If you were preparing for a test, earlier I mentioned maybe you want to try having some perfume or a certain kind of cologne, studying with that, and then using that same cologne on the test day. Well, you can also, if you're preparing to study for a test, put maybe some rosemary or basil in an oil diffuser in the room while you're studying. And on the day of the test, you can put just a trace of that essential oil or herb on a handkerchief, or maybe on your clothes or in your hair. And that subtle smell, again, don't overdo it with the smell. You don't want to distract other people around you. But not only will rosemary and basil, not only are they like brain boosting scents, but the familiar scent will help you recall the information from when you were studying. And according to psychologists, you're more likely to recall information in the same atmosphere in which you learned it. So the same atmosphere, even though you're not, taking the test in your room where you were studying, you're creating that same atmosphere by creating a very similar scent to when you were studying for that test. And that'll help you recall the information better. Now, nature can also improve your memory. So seeking out and maybe visiting a special spot in nature that can actually improve your memory by increasing your focus. By the way, it can also help you relax and sharpen your observational skills. So what I recommend, you find a spot in nature that you like, and if you live, like I live in Chicago, and it's not in the countryside, and it's in the middle of the city, but there are always certain areas. Chicago is by a beautiful lake, Lake Michigan, and areas that you can find that are preferably walking distance from your home or work, and try to maybe spend at least half an hour there once a week. Okay, it doesn't have to be, tons of time every single day, but at least once a week, spend maybe half an hour there. And while you're there, try to avoid distractions like your phone. Just spend some time using your 5 senses to enjoy that present moment. So when I say using your 5 senses, I say when you're here, let's say you're in Chicago and you're right by, Lake Michigan, and you're just kind of sitting there and you're looking out to the lake. Think about what does it smell like? What do you see? Maybe you see, birds flying around. You see the waves, right? What do you hear? You can hear those waves. Or maybe touch the grass or the rocks that are around you. That'll help you focus on the present and also clear your mind. And again, it will relieve your stress. As we mentioned earlier, the less stress that you have, the more likely you're going to remember something, and you'll improve your memory this way. Now, travel is another good way to improve your memory. And you can combine that with educational travel. Educational travel uses all your senses to expand your knowledge of other cultures and places, and you can really make the world a multi-dimensional classroom. So according to memory experts, the more senses you involve in a learning process, the more likely you're going to absorb that information. Now, travel allows you to experience and learn with all 5 senses at the same time. So think about the constant barrage of new information when you're traveling. When you're traveling to a new city, new place, you don't know, you're not familiar with all those surroundings. So that actually increases communication among your brain cells. And the varied sensual experiences of those places will reinforce that country's culture, the art, the language, and the history. Think about this. What's more likely to be remembered? Studying the history of a country from a book, or experiencing that country by walking through its local markets, hearing the language, trying to speak the language yourself, smelling the scent of that country or that place, seeing the various landscapes and the buildings in that country. The smell, the touch, the taste, the sounds, the sight of your experience in that country will actually help you remember your trip, and it boosts your brain power. And it also gives you a broader perspective on life. So keep in mind, travel can be extremely helpful. Now, another way to improve your memory through your senses is actual research suggesting that looking at art could slow cognitive decline associated with aging. Now, I don't want you to think that you have to be an art expert. The process of appreciating art requires a variety of thinking skills. And these are simple things that you can do on your own. For example, when you look at a piece of art, you almost immediately know whether you like it or not, right? I mean, sometimes you ever go into a museum and you see a piece of art and you're like, okay, how is that art? I don't like that. I could have done that. Now, someone that's more sophisticated, they might have a different take on that, right? But with everybody, no matter what your level of sophistication with critiquing art is, when you see a piece of art, you immediately know whether or not it has an effect on you. Either you like it or you don't, or you're just like, no reaction. But you also formulate an impression by taking into account things that you already know. So maybe it's a painter that you're actually familiar with. Or maybe this was painted at a time and you're familiar with the history during that time when it was painted. Now, if you're a little more sophisticated, you might be able to detect the style or the type of paint used, but putting all these ideas just from the sight of a painting enhances your memory. So each time you stimulate your brain in this way, your neurons reach out to other neurons, and they're creating connections that reinforce learning, and they keep the brain strong. So keep in mind, you can view art in a variety of ways. I don't want you to think that you have to, be in a big city and have a great art museum there. You could visit your local art museum. That's just one way, but also keep in mind, all of you viewing this webinar right now, you're on the internet, and there's plenty of art that you can easily find and enjoy on the internet. Actually, there's an interesting one. I'm trying to think of the name. Google actually recently started maybe just do a Google search for Google Art Project, or Google Art and the word museum. Basically, what Google was doing was they were going with the collaboration of museums across the world. And very well-known, big, amazing art museums across the world, they were taking high-definition photos of all the art in those museums. And Google released that art on the internet. And you can actually view some beautiful art just by going to that site. So keep in mind that you don't have to actually go and pay to go into an art museum. If you want to do it at your computer, now probably going into an art museum would be a little more of an interactive experience, but there's other ways to learn and appreciate art. Now, another way to use your senses to improve your memory is actually, believe it or not, to create a brain-boosting garden. Here's what I mean by this. Planning and planting a garden can boost your brain power and activate a variety of senses to improve your memory. When you're planting a garden, you're studying the plant names, you're thinking about the seasons, the soil needs, the textures, the colors, and you even maybe try to remember how those plants fared last year through the drought or the frost. Now, on a larger scale, planning a garden requires abstract spatial thinking. And because spatial memory is susceptible to decline as we age, giving it a little extra workout is especially important according to neurologists. Now, while you're visualizing a garden, you're considering, how a plant is going to take up and leave the space and how it's going to interact with other plants, trees, fences, and walls around it. Now, if you sketch out these plans on paper, you're further reinforcing your spatial memory. Now, if you need ideas, if let's say you're not big on gardening and you're just learning, if you need ideas, you can just simply begin by, viewing other people's gardens, and you can think about all the design elements that work together. Why are certain plants and certain flowers selected there? What are the different colors that are going on, that are interacting? What kinds of shapes do the different plants create? Maybe how are the walkways and the stones involved? And the more color and texture your garden has, the more stimulating it will be to the brain. Keep in mind, the brain benefits of gardening, they don't end with just the challenge of planning and planting a garden. The sensory experience of enjoying the fruits of your labor can actually be nourishing to the mind. Now, memory experts say that warm garden colors like reds, oranges, deep yellows, vibrant purples, and magentas are much more visually stimulating than cool colors. So that's another thing to keep in mind if you're going to create a garden. Also, learning to appreciate wine. Now, wine's properties have obviously been shown to be good for the heart, but wine's pleasures can also be good for your brain. And appreciation of wine can actually improve your critical thinking skills, your verbal ability, and your overall knowledge base. Not to mention, wine tasting can actually add some flair to your social life. So think about it. When you look at, and again, you don't have to be a sommelier or an expert on wine to kind of appreciate it. Think about it. When you look at a glass of wine, you're exercising your sight, your visual, and your recollection skills, because you're looking at the sight of that wine and you're comparing it to other wines, right? Like, for example, when you see it red, you're obviously comparing it's not white, right? There's a red wine, not white. But you're also looking at how dark or how light is that red, right? And you're comparing it. Now, also, it's not just sight, but also smell. That's a big part of tasting wine. How the smell is processed. How about the taste of the wine, right? Think of all these sensations acting together. And now there's one obvious thing to mention here. Don't overdo it with wine. Overconsumption of alcohol, as all of us know, can actually impede new learning. So I'm not advising any of the students in here that you should be drinking while you're studying. And alcohol abuse obviously can also cause brain damage. Now, although studies show that drinking a glass of wine can improve blood flow to the brain, doctors say that drinking to the point of tipsiness actually can be linked with memory loss. So I think that's something that a lot of people are already aware of, but I wanted to put that out there as another disclaimer so people don't take me the wrong way as thinking that, drinking lots of wine is going to improve my memory. Everything in life about balance, right? Now, what else can we do? How else can we use our senses to improve our memory? Well, eliminating noise pollution. Here's what I mean by that. We talked earlier about how, what we hear, and how that's a sense, our hearing is one of the senses that will help us remember things. But if you've got too much, noise, that can actually distract you. If you're trying to learn something that requires, intense focus, try to eliminate the noise that can disrupt your focus. So maybe that means studying in a library or a quiet spot with a steady stream of noise that doesn't distract you. Here's another thought. I remember when I was in college, I used to not like studying in the library because it was almost too quiet. And when somebody made a small sound, it would distract me immediately. Let's say somebody was moving a chair. That would distract me because it was so quiet that now some people say, hey, the library is perfect for me. For me, I preferred studying like at a cafe or a bookstore. And there was a steady stream of noise. There was noise, but it wasn't, it was very steady and constant. So when you have try to find those areas where you can kind of eliminate noise pollution that's going to distract you, and that's a good way to improve your memory, because if you're trying to remember something in an area where you've got these constant distractions through noise, that's not going to be useful. Now, another way to use your senses is to mix up your day. Here's what I mean by mixing up your day. If you're doing the same mundane things over and over, day by day, this can lead to a pretty boring life, wouldn't you agree? Now, if you want to keep your mind sharp, it's crucial to shake things up a little bit, okay? Now, a few alterations to your day can actually give your brain a new type of stimulus to improve your memory. So try maybe learning something new, maybe going to a new restaurant. A lot of times, we get caught up in, let's say you go to the same 4 or 5 places for lunch all the time or for dinner. Try going somewhere brand new. Some people think of it as risky, but, going somewhere new, that's going to give you a new taste, right? a new visual stimuli, all of those things, they will shift your mind out of like this automatic mode and actually help forge new connections in the brain. Now, another thing here that where you're using your senses to improve your memory, journal writing. Journal writing can improve your memory, and keeping a journal can actually keep your mind sharp. Taking notes, by the way, in general, has a powerful ability to help you remember things. We talk about this all the time when we teach our speed reading classes. If you really need to know something well, it's a good idea to take some notes. Okay? Now, taking the notes is a good way to just simply supplement your reading. Now, when you're taking the notes, it doesn't have to be tons and tons of time spent to note taking. But by the way, even if you never look at those notes again, the simple act of taking those notes improves your ability to remember the information. Now, with journal writing, you're focusing on recollecting the thoughts one at a time, word by word, and journal writing can actually help clarify your thoughts because you're engaging your memory, and it will help improve your logical thinking skills. Now, I know some people are not into journal writing because, or otherwise known as like maybe keeping a diary. Some people think that, oh, well, this is a childish thing, I don't need to do it, or it's a waste of time. But writing things down can actually have a powerful effect on your brain. Some of the most successful people in the world have engaged their mind through constant journal writing, and it doesn't have to be about your total life experience. So maybe you keep a journal for other reasons. Maybe you keep a journal to list your accomplishments or successes through the day. Or if you run a business, maybe you keep a journal as kind of a real-time history of what's going on in your business day to day. What are the challenges that you are running into, and how do you solve those challenges, or what kind of successes do you have in your business? So this doesn't have to be a journal like dear diary, here's what I did today, blah blah blah. Maybe you're using it for to kind of keep track of things. Or maybe you keep a journal to keep track of names of new people that you meet on a day-to-day basis. That can help you remember names even better, by the way. Now, you might even want to start, a blog, which now is easier than ever. And by the way, if you want to start a blog and you want to use that as a journal or a diary, you can keep your blog private. The easiest way to get started that I recommend with a blog is to use one of the most common blogging applications out there. One of them is WordPress.org. And the other is Blogger. So either go to blogger.com or wordpress.org, and those are two simple ways to kind of write a blog, start keeping a journal. And again, those two different blogging applications will allow you to keep it private. Let's say you don't want to broadcast, your writing to the world. You can keep it private. So there's a variety of ways that you can record the experiences that are happening to you on a daily basis. Now, one of the hardest things that people find in keeping a journal is to figure out simply, what do I write about? And an easy way to solve this problem is actually to use your senses as a starting point to your writing. So this webinar is all about our senses. So how can we use our senses to, get some writing done? Well, because your senses are the first filter for all your memories. Concentrating on one of those senses will remind you of the various things that happen to you or your various experiences. So here's an idea. Maybe start on a Monday. And let's say Monday is the day where you're describing smell. You're using smell as a trigger point to help you remind you of the day. So maybe you're doing your journal writing, at the end of the day, or maybe it's the beginning of the day and you're reviewing the previous day. Maybe you remember, if you're using the scent of smell, you might remember, okay, what were the different scents that I can remember? Or right now, what do I smell right now? Maybe you remember the scent of smell of roses, or the scent at work, or maybe you're on vacation. On Tuesday, maybe you use your sense of hearing to trigger what you're going to write about. You can think about the sounds that are happening at the moment or that happened earlier in the day. And if you ever get stuck writing, let's say you can't figure out what you're going to write about anymore, maybe just move on to another scent and start using that as a trigger point. But again, journal writing is a great way, and just taking notes and writing things down in general is a great way to kind of improve your memory. Now, tip number 16 in using your senses to improve your memory is, you see here, dine out with your new foreign language. Here's what I mean by this. If you are studying a new language, now, if you've ever studied a new language in school, it's kind of a difficult thing. It can be tough. And it is a good workout for your brain. This is actually a good way to kind of increase your brain power, just learn a new language. Now, however, you'll learn faster and you'll retain the vocabulary better if you study while visiting an ethnic restaurant where the language is used. So, let's say you're studying Spanish, maybe going to I don't know, a Mexican restaurant or Argentine restaurant or a Cuban restaurant or somewhere, try ordering your food in the language that you're learning. When you visit the restaurant, you can bring maybe the foreign language dictionary or a phrase list and try to name some common foods. Or think to yourself, while you're there, you might be there with a friend or a family member, and try to name some of the different objects in the restaurant, maybe the chairs. Can you remember the name for chair in that language? The utensils, how do you say that? Other things in the room. And doing so will help you remember the new vocabulary while also incorporating other senses from that trip to the restaurant. So think about when you're at a restaurant, obviously you're tasting new food, the sound of being in that restaurant, the sight, right? What you hear, all of these things are kind of incorporated, and at the same time, you're trying to use the language. So, you can study traditionally, out of a book, but practicing, the best way to learn a new foreign language is to make attempts at actually speaking it. So you need to muster up enough courage and, try ordering your meal in the language, or just, be upfront with the waiter or waitress and say, look, I'm trying to work on a new language, did I get that right? Did I say that right? And most people are kind of, they're pleasantly surprised when you try their language. Now, according to the University of Texas, people remember only 20% of what they hear, but 70% of what they say. So I want you to think about that. Again, people remember 20% of what they hear and 70% of what they say. So a lot of times when people are learning new foreign languages, let's say you've got a tape that you're listening to, and you're listening to an audio program, and they're saying the word. You hear that word, right? But keep in mind, this study is saying 20% of what you hear, you're gonna remember only 20% of it. But if you say it, if you repeat that word or that phrase, you'll remember 70% of what you say. So, plus scientists say that the burst of adrenaline that you get from the stress of speaking a new language actually helps solidify the new words in your memory. So keep that in mind. Now here's another way: try to get some light to sharpen your thinking. Here's what I mean by this. Have you ever felt sluggish because there was no sunshine? I know here in Chicago, during the winter, sometimes it's cloudy for like a whole week. And this can be kind of, sometimes it's almost a little depressing. It's just really, the sun is not out. And when the sun is out, I always feel more energized. I always feel like, I'm more energized. I feel like I can think better. I feel like I can remember things better. So it turns out that light definitely affects our mood, and it does affect our ability to remember things. So getting out in the sun can be beneficial. And I know that's not always possible. If it's a cloudy day, you can't really get out into the sun. But some people, when the sun is out, they're just not outside because they get caught up in an office and they stay in all day. I had a bad habit of doing this when I used to work, in an office environment where I was 9 to 5, had to be at my job, sitting in a cubicle. I'd go in and I would bring my lunch to work because, you might want to try to save money instead of eating out for lunch every single day. Well, I'd eat my lunch at my desk. And I remember, at the end of the day, I'd be done and I would just feel drained because I was inside the office all day. And I started getting into the habit of, if I brought my own lunch, I wouldn't eat it at my desk. I'd make sure that I'd go outside and maybe eat it outside somewhere in a courtyard or, a nearby park. And some people just don't go outside all day. And what happens is, this really kind of dampens your mood. It makes you feel less energetic, and your energy level has a lot to do with how well you're going to remember something. So keep that in mind. Now, if it's cloudy and you're in the winter season, like the weather I have here in Chicago, I love this city of Chicago, but sometimes the weather in the winter can be tough. You can actually invest in these things. They're called light boxes, and they provide natural light. You can find them, maybe go to Amazon and just search for light boxes. They range from $100 to $400, and they can be a good way to get some natural light when you're not exactly getting it from nature. Now, another way to use your senses is to obviously link a sound to a certain kind of a memory. So here's one way. Remember how we said earlier that you can remember things through sense, right? If you associate it with a certain memory, well, the same thing goes for sound. So one common example is maybe to listen to a certain kind of music. Okay, maybe there's a certain kind. Let's say, for example, that you're reading. And by the way, if you're reading, you want to listen to music that does not have lyrics, because anything with lyrics while you're reading will distract you, because it's lyrics and lyrics and words on the page are going to kind of There's going to be a conflict. But so maybe listening to something that's instrumental, like classical music. I try to go on Pandora, and Pandora.com is a online music radio station, and I try to listen to stations that I'm not familiar with. So I'm not an expert on classical music, but I like listening to classical music. I'll click on a station, and that unfamiliar music. Here's why I say unfamiliar music. If you take familiar music while you're trying to read, we all know that music can help us sometimes remind us of certain things. For example, can you remember maybe in your high school prom, certain music will remind you of certain points in your life, right? You can hear some music and you'll be like, oh, that reminds me of when I was a kid, or that reminds me of when I was in high school, or when I was in college, or that reminds me of last week when I went to, this party. So listening to music while you read, you don't want to, if you're trying to get a new memory, such as reading a chapter, you don't want to listen to music that will remind you of something else and distract you from that chapter. So that's why I say take unfamiliar music, and that's why I'll go on like Pandora.com, click on a classical musical station, and just try to go from there. But that will actually help me remember more of what I'm reading. And it'll also actually, for me, listening to music while I read, if I can do it, I actually have a playlist on my iPod that I just call focus music, or you can call it concentration music. And this is just music that will kind of put me in a state of mind where I feel relaxed, concentrated, or you might want to call that playlist just simply reading music. And this is the music, maybe it's a set of like 10 or 20 songs that you listen to whenever you're trying to read and commit something to memory. So keep that in mind. Now, number 19, here is listen closely to all the sounds in your current environment. Speaking of that, I don't know if this microphone is picking it up, but right now in the current environment, I can hear some ambulances going by and fire trucks. I'm in the middle of downtown Chicago right now. I don't know but think about the sounds that you hear right now. Obviously, right now you're listening to this webinar, so you hear my voice. But if I was quiet, and I'll stay quiet for just 10 seconds, think about all the sounds you hear in your current environment. What else do you hear? Now, to me, for me, when I stop and I just try to listen, I can hear the sound of like the air vents, the air conditioning, right? You drag your foot across the rug and you might be able to, hear that sound. So, anytime you try to focus and just like hear the sounds in your present environment, that increases your focus. It relieves your stress. By the way, if you do this in an environment that's kind of nice, like for example, in my yard, we've got this small fountain, and just sitting on the patio and listening to that fountain, think of the sound of water just slowly kind of dripping down. What does that sound like? For me, that kind of calms me down. It kind of relieves any kind of stress I have from the day, and it's a good way to improve your memory. So try to listen closely. You can do this, by the way. This doesn't mean 15 minutes of just listening to the sounds. You could just stop from whatever you're doing for 30 seconds and just try to focus on the sounds, and that will put you at a relaxed state of awareness, and it'll help you to improve your memory. Maybe it's something that you have to read, or maybe it's a lecture that you're trying to listen to. So keep that in mind as well. Now, basically, to summarize all of these points that we've discussed today, you need to remember that the more senses you can involve in the learning process, the more likely you're going to absorb that information. That's really important to know. So again, remember how earlier we said, hey, if you're learning a new language, if you're just listening to someone speak that language, that does help. But doesn't it help more when you try to speak it yourself? Or what if you tried to speak it at a restaurant, an ethnic restaurant, where you're learning that language from that culture, and you hear other people, you see the sights, that experience of trying to learn that language in a restaurant where they use that language. That whole experience with the touch, the taste, the sound, all of those elements help you remember that so much better. And the same goes with any other experience. Now, by the way, some other tips I just want to mention really quickly, because we said, with this, we wanted to discuss 19 ways to use your senses to improve your memory. But the reason why we put it at 19, because we didn't want to make, there are a variety of other quick tips I want to give you, and I'll give you them right now. We didn't want to make this a 2-hour, 3-hour webinar. We try to keep these webinars between 45 minutes to 1 hour. Here are some other things that you can use, your other quick tips you can use to kind of use your senses to improve your memory. Try exercising more often. Think about all the senses that you're using when you're exercising. I mean, it's the smell of the gym. Maybe it's the smell of your own sweat. There's also the sight. The touch. Grabbing maybe some barbells or whatever it is you're doing while maybe it's just running or walking or swimming. All of those require you to use your senses. So exercising can be useful. Now, here's another, tip and idea. Buy more flowers. I've been trying to buy my wife flowers once a week just to keep a new scent in the house. And it also makes her feel very happy. It makes her feel like I care about her, right? And I do care about her. So, buying flowers, and think about the colors that are going on when you see the colors, the smell. You can touch the flowers. Also, obvious thing here, and by the way, we could do a whole webinar on this, and we probably will sometime in the near future. Eating a healthy diet and nutrition. We all know that what you put in and what you get out. If you're eating garbage is going to come out. It's going to be harder to think about. Has it ever happened to you where you eat like a very? Now I'm not a foodie. That's I'll admit I'm not an expert on nutrition. But I do know certain things. When I eat like a very greasy hamburger or Chicago-style pizza, and if I eat a lot of it, don't you sometimes feel kind of sluggish if you eat too much or certain kind of foods? And there are certain kinds of food, like fruits and vegetables, almonds, walnuts, things like that. When after I eat them, I feel great. I don't feel sluggish. I don't feel like the food is weighing me down. So just some basic guidelines. Omega-3s, usually found in fish, very useful for your brain and your memory. Limiting saturated fats, eating obviously more fruits and veggies, that's useful. Drinking green tea, drinking wine, or if you don't drink alcohol, maybe drinking grape juice. And keep in mind, in moderation. Same thing with grape juice. It has a lot of sugar. You don't want to overdo it. Complex carbs for people. You may have heard of complex carbs, but all that means is simply here are some places where you can get your complex carbs: whole wheat bread, brown rice, oatmeal, high fiber cereal, lentils, whole beans. Here's another tip for using your senses to kind of improve your memory. Try drawing a little bit. Now, for me, I am not that great at drawing. And a lot of people will say the same thing. They'll be like, you know what, but I'm not good at drawing. I shouldn't draw. No, you can still draw. Actually, I like to draw just to humor myself. I like to draw just to see how badly I can draw something. And believe it or not, doing this more and more makes you gets you better at drawing. Now, other ways you can use your senses to improve your memory, believe it or not, laughing a lot helps so much. This also helps just with, improving your energy level, making you happier in life. For me, I kind of like political humor and comedy, so sometimes I like to check out the Colbert Report, Jon Stewart, maybe going to comedy clubs. Here in Chicago, it's very easy to find a comedy show. And if you can't find them in your city, maybe going online and searching for things that just make you laugh. That sensory experience of hearing someone tell a joke and the surprise of, because that's how jokes and things that make us laugh are usually things that you were not expecting. That's why we laugh. And all of those things kind of heighten your sensory experience, and they ultimately improve your memory. One other thing, sometimes chewing gum while you read. The taste of the gum can help you remind you of what you're reading, but also chewing gum while you read will limit a very common habit that people do while they're reading is they tend to say all the words in their head. And if you're chewing gum while you're reading, you won't say all the words in your head. And the reason why you wouldn't want to say all the words in your head while you're reading is because it limits your reading speed to your talking speed. And your thinking speed is much faster. So chewing gum while you read is another way to activate your sense of taste while you're reading. And it's also a good way to kind of concentrate better while you're reading. Another way to use your senses is maybe try cooking food from a different culture. Try cooking something that you don't know how to cook. And hey, if it doesn't turn out great, you could laugh at how horrible it tastes and how you'll never try that recipe again. Or maybe next time you'll figure out what you did wrong. And one other thing I want to mention, and this is actually really helpful, it's a good way to kind of keep yourself happy and keep yourself focused and relaxed, is try at some point during your day, or maybe when you're kind of feeling down, try to visualize past experiences that are happy ones. Happy experiences that you've had. Maybe it's happy experiences with family, happy experiences with friends. And just, stop for a moment and visualize those. And that actually is a great way It improves your memory of those experiences. It also just generally makes you happier. It makes you more energetic. To me, it makes me feel more inspired. It helps me get more done. So try to visualize those past experiences. That's another way to kind of utilize your sense of sight. Now, it's not exactly your sense of sight because you're visualizing these in your head, but it's using your sight in your past experience and thinking about all of those past experiences. Remember how we said earlier, your sense of smell. Can you remember what, special occasions like Christmas maybe were like with your family? Can you smell, what does that smell like? Or Thanksgiving, or maybe it's some other kind of holiday that you remember with your family. All of those things, you're using your senses, and it's a great way to improve your memory. So we've covered 19 different ways to use your senses, and again, the summary slide here says to remember that the more senses you include in a learning process, the more likely you're going to absorb and remember that information. So I want you to really keep that in mind. And if you have any questions beyond this webinar, I've got my contact information up here on the screen. If you want to reach out to me by email or on LinkedIn or Facebook or Twitter, feel free. My contact information should be on the screen right now. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to get back in touch with you. Also, keep in mind that we do these workshops for companies and schools across the U.S. and even outside of the U.S. So if you wanted to invite us to your company or school, feel free to reach out to me and I can help get that organized with you. But I want to thank you all for attending today's webinar. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your support of this program. I really hope you found it helpful, and I hope you put some of these tips into play, and so you can start using your senses to get to improve your memory of various types of information. So again, thank you all for attending and enjoy the rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the webinar. This is how to remember passwords, birthdays, appointments, and things to do. I'm Paul Novak, the founder and program director here at IRIS, and I want to thank you for joining us on the webinar today. I think you're going to find it very useful. These are some of the most commonly forgotten things, and I want to present some simple solutions and strategies for handling this. So this first slide kind of exemplifies situations I think that we've all been in where you just can't remember something. And the most commonly things that we try to not forget are, birthdays or anniversaries, appointments. Obviously, if it's a work-related appointment that you could be, in jeopardy of losing your job. There's passwords that we've just got way too many, and also things to do that are just way too many things to do, projects to handle, and I know there's a lot of other stuff that we have to remember, but we need strategies. We need systems and ways to kind of keep ourselves in check so that we don't forget this stuff. And all of us have, so I want to kind of give you an idea of how I've been able to get a handle on, birthdays, appointments, passwords, and things to do. And by the way, this webinar is part of a memory improvement course that we've been running. There are a number of other ways to remember things, and in those other webinars we're going to be discussing other related topics. But in this webinar, I want to focus on these things. Now, the reality is there are a number of approaches you can take to remember birthdays, appointments, passwords, and things to do. For example, we can come up with mnemonic devices to remember these things. We can implement a number of memory systems that are out there. There's the link system, the peg system, the journey system, the substitute word system. And by the way, these systems will be covered in this webinar course. However, today we're going to discuss a simple way to handle these things because those other systems are better for more complex things that we have to remember. So the best answer is usually the simplest one. When you have like multiple ways that you can solve a problem, usually the best way to go about it is in the simplest way. And that's what I want to use this webinar. I want to propose a simple solution to help you explain to you how I manage to keep track of all my appointments, how I manage to remember birthdays, because I've forgotten them in the past, and now I'm a lot better at remembering them. And there's a system that I use for this, how I remember passwords, and how I remember my tasks, things that I have to do, projects. And the simple answer to handling all this stuff is technology. Well, maybe not that kind of technology, but I'm sure you get the idea. I want to talk about how we can use technology as an extension of our brain. We're going to discuss some simple ways to use some simple technologies to help you remember birthdays, appointments, passwords, and things to do. And if you're not very tech savvy, I don't want you to think that this is going to be beyond you. It will not be. And for those of you that are tech savvy, you might be like, well, this is super simple. Well, sometimes the best answer is a simple answer. And by the way, I know some people handle these things in other ways. So I'm open to suggestions. This is how I've been managing it. And I've tried to manage birthdays and appointments and all these things in different ways. And so far, this is the best way that I've been able to come up with it. So I'm going to show you some tools that I use. And I want to keep this webinar as simple as possible. So first off, let's start with birthdays and appointments. Very easy to forget, and many of us do. So let's discuss an easy way to remember. Now, I understand that some people use Facebook to remember birthdays, and that's fine, but this is only a partial solution, as a lot of you probably already know, because you're not friends with everybody that you know on Facebook. You might pick and choose who you want to be friends with. You know, are you friends with people at work? Some people are like, you know what, I just want to keep it to close family and friends. Other people are friends with more people. So I want to show you how I remember birthdays and appointments without just relying on Facebook for that, because again, that's only a partial solution. I use Google Calendar. Now, I know this seems obvious to put it on a calendar, but some people add things to their calendar and they still forget. So I want to show you how I use Google Calendar to help me remember things. Because I used to do it where I would put it on the calendar and then I would just forget to check the calendar, and then that wouldn't be really useful because then it kind of defeats the purpose of putting it on the calendar to begin with. Now, by the way, I know there's a number of calendar applications out there. I'm recommending Google Calendar. It's the one I'm most comfortable with, but I recommend using the one that you're most comfortable with. Now, I propose Google Calendar because it's better than the average calendar application. I've used a lot of calendar applications, and this is definitely one of the better ones. And I'm not saying it's the best one out there because, you know, you might be, there's so many different apps out there that, and new ones popping up every single day, so I'm not going to say it's the best. But the reason I use it is because I have a Gmail address, and that's pretty convenient. And if you also happen to have a Gmail address, that's probably the most convenient option to go with. So let me share my screen here, and I'm going to show you how I go about using Google Calendar. Let me open up my calendar. You'll take a look here, and you see a lot of stuff going on here. Now, let me explain what all this junk is. Basically, to remember birthdays, I use a reminders calendar. You see it right over here. Now, right now, you'll see there's a personal calendar, there's a bills calendar, there's a reminders calendar. This is one of the nice things about Google Calendar. You can have multiple calendars. Let me start by just showing you the reminders calendar. And these are all my reminders. So today I've got a reminder tomorrow, and some other reminders during the week. Now, I use my reminders, I put birthdays on here. So let's say there was a birthday for Bob this Wednesday. I would put, maybe birthday Bob. And I'd save it under the reminders calendar. And I can create that event, and now it's on there. Now you see a little clock shows up next to it. This is because in my settings area right here, under settings, I have a default reminder for all reminders. So you can add reminders to your reminder calendar. I know that sounds a little redundant, but let me show you what I mean. So I want to be reminded of Bob's birthday. Now, one way that I remind myself is to make sure that I'm checking my calendar at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day so I can see what's coming up the next day. But if I edit this event right here for Bob's birthday, of course, if there's a party, I can add where and description and all of that, or maybe this is a birthday present idea that I need to get for him. You see that you can add reminders down here. So there's an email reminder right now for 1 minute before the event. That helps me. Why an email reminder? For me, I know I check my email every single day, and I don't check it 50 times a day, but I check it a few times a day. So I know that if I get that reminder in my inbox, I'm going to remember it. Now, you could also set it up where you get a text message. And you could set this up for 1 minute before, 1 hour before, 1 day before, 1 week, 1 year, whatever, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You could add multiple reminders, by the way, if you wanted. So keep that in mind. This is a really good way to kind of remind yourself of birthdays. Now, by the way, the other thing is Bob's birthday is every single year on the same day. So I can click repeat here, and I could say, all right, repeats yearly. Done. Okay, now I've got this on my calendar repeated every single year, so I don't have to remember every single year to add Bob's birthday on the 5th of September. Now, this is just a test that I added here, so let me delete it. And if I was deleting it, I could delete all the events in the series. Now, You see I've got other reminders on here too. So on Tuesday I'm trying to remind myself to buy a DC plane ticket because I know that tickets for the airline that I'm going to be flying on usually go on sale between Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I want to make sure that I'm reminded to buy that DC plane ticket on Tuesday. That reminder would do me no good if I got it today or if it just popped up in my head. So I put it on my calendar so I don't have to think about it. Now, here are some things you want to avoid putting on this reminders calendar. You don't want to put reminders of, you don't want to put your tasks, all your tasks on here. Maybe reminders of things that you might have to do, but not so much tasks. Now let me switch over to my personal calendar so I could show you how I use the personal calendar. Now here's the other cool thing about Google Calendar. You can view multiple calendars at a time. So I've got a personal calendar here, and you can see that's in blue. I've got my reminders calendar, that's in orange. I'm clicking on, off, on, off. And I've also got a Bills calendar. So you see I've got a Bills personal calendar. You could also have a Bills work calendar. You could have, if you run a business, you would have obviously business-related bills. But your personal calendar for bills, this is just to remind you of when things are due. Now, just to be more efficient, I'll usually schedule like an auto pay on certain bills to make sure that they're just automatically paid. But let me show you the personal calendar. Let me get rid of the reminders for now. And you can see that I've got all these reminders on here. The only thing that goes here are appointments and deadlines. So any kind of an appointment, like right here on the 13th, I have an interview with Ilana. I know who Ilana is. I know where the interview is going to be. And I also include any travel plans. So you can see I have a Minneapolis trip right here, a St. Louis trip right here, a DC trip right there. So one other thing I want you to avoid putting on this personal calendar is any tasks. So I try to make sure, I keep deadlines on here, any travel plans. You can see I have a wedding, any really important events that I know that I'm going to be going to, which I guess are similar to appointments. So keep that in mind and avoid putting the things to do on here. Now, Google Calendar does have a tasks calendar that you see right here. This is by default, okay? Now, I do not use the tasks calendar. I used to use it, and then I found a lot of problems with it. I'll show you in this webinar a better way to handle your tasks or things to do. And by the way, I'm not trying to tell you how you should be doing the best way. This has worked out really well for me, so I kind of want to share my system, and maybe you'll see it works out well for you. Maybe you have a better system, or maybe you decide to take my system and make tweaks to it to make it best and customized for you. Now, let me give you some other ideas on how you can use this calendar. Make sure, you see how you can have multiple calendars? Make sure you don't have too many calendars. Some people, they see this and they're like, oh, I'm going to have a personal calendar, and I'm going to have a birthdays calendar, I'm going to have a bills calendar, I'm going to have a reminders calendar, an events calendar, and 10 other calendars, and all of a sudden, everything gets lost in the shuffle because there's just way too many calendars. I want to keep it as simple as possible, so I stick with using 3 calendars. A personal calendar for appointments and deadlines, a bills calendar for obviously bills, and a reminders calendar for things that I need to be reminded of. So the other nice thing about Google Calendar, it works offline. If you click on this little settings button right here, you can see right here there's an offline tab, so that's really helpful. And I also want you to know, because some people are like, well, I'm already using a calendar application like Microsoft Outlook. Or maybe you have to use that because at work that's all they use. Or maybe you've got a Mac and you use the Mac's calendar system. I think it's called iCal. Well, this integrates very easily with Outlook, and it integrates very easily with the Mac's calendar system as well. So keep in mind, just because you have it on a Mac or you've got an Outlook calendar doesn't mean you can't sync them up between these things. And by the way, that's a good idea to do. That way you could always access it in the cloud, so to speak. Now, I want you to know one other thing. You can have multiple views. I have this default view of a month. Well, what if you want to view a day or a week or the month view that I had? Or maybe you just want to see the next 5 days or an agenda view. So whatever works best for you, you can set the default view in the settings area right here. So again, this is how I remember birthdays, appointments, reminders, things like that. I want you to, however, this is not going to work if you don't check it. So here's what you really need to do. And by the way, this is the one reason why I was able to start remembering every single day, not to forget birthdays, not to forget appointments. I would get into the habit of checking my personal and all my calendars here, my 3 calendars, every single evening to see what's coming up the next day. And I would also take a quick glance at it in the morning, just to make sure that I don't miss appointments or opportunities to wish someone a happy birthday. So get into the habit. Make sure you have some kind of a daily routine where before you leave work, you just review your calendar so you know what's coming up later in the day, next day or the next week, and then first thing in the morning. So I try to avoid checking my email first thing in the morning, and that's more so to keep myself productive. I find myself much more productive if I work on the most important tasks that I need to complete that day and check my calendar rather than just diving into my email and encountering 5 or 10 or 15 problems, or just dealing with deleting a bunch of spam. Now, let me go back to the slides here. So we've talked about birthdays and appointments, and that's how it feels to be able to kind of remember all this stuff. It feels like success. Well, let's talk about passwords and things to do. The problem here is that there's simply too many things to remember. So the simple solution to this is to let technology do it for you. Just like we're letting the Google Calendar remind us of stuff, we're letting Google Calendar remind us of birthdays, appointments. Well, I want to talk about how do we remember our passwords? How do we remember our things to do? So the idea here is the whole idea behind this webinar is to let technology, or to use technology as an extension of your brain to remember things. The system that I like to use for remembering passwords and tasks and many more things, by the way, which I'll explain, the tool that I use is Evernote. Now, some of you might already be familiar with Evernote, or maybe you've heard of Evernote. I want to show you how I use Evernote, so even if you are already familiar with this application, be patient because I'm going to show you how I use it and you might get some ideas from it. Now, if you haven't heard of Evernote, Evernote is a great way to help you remember everything. I like to think of it as my digital toolbox to remember all the stuff that I need to get out of my head, all the stuff that I think I'm going to forget. And it's probably best if I just show you how you can get this tool. Let me go to the website here. So I'm going to open up, it's just evernote.com. That's where you can get it. And this is a free application, by the way. They also have a premium application, but I would say about 95% of the people that use this do not need to use the premium application because it's just got advanced features that you probably wouldn't use. But you could sign up for the free one. They give you a ton of storage space, which I like. And by the way, this works on the web, on your desktop, whether you have a PC or a Mac. Also works as an add-on to your browser, which we'll talk about. It also works as on your iPhone, on your Android device, on a tablet, so it's very, very flexible, and that's the thing I like best about it. It's not like it's only for the iPhone, or only for Android, or only for Macs. This works across all the platforms. So, when you create an account, and this I kind of like, the very simple tagline, remember everything, because this really does allow you to kind of keep everything in one place. Let me show you the desktop version that I have, and I'm on a Mac right now. I've got a desktop PC at home, but I'm on my laptop. Let me show you my Evernote right here. So I'm just going to open up, if I want to create a new note, I'm going to click Create a New Note. Now, these notes can be anything. So this might be a certain kind of a task that I need to do. It could be something I need to remember later on. It could be maybe I'm using it for journal entry. By the way, here are some ways people use Evernote. Some people use it to get organized. Some people use it to stay more productive. Some people use it for taking notes in class. Some people use it to collect their favorite recipes. So you could just take a snapshot of a recipe from your phone and upload it to your Evernote account. There's a variety of ways that you can use Evernote. I use it actually to keep track of business cards. So I'll take a picture with the app on my phone, the Evernote app on my phone, uploads it in here, and I have a business card notebook. Notebooks, by the way, are these little things on the side here. I'll explain what I have over here in a moment. Notebooks you could think of as folders. Now, they're also good, sometimes I'll clip websites. You can brainstorm ideas in here. You can use it for travel plans, to manage projects. I've definitely used Evernote a lot for managing projects. By the way, you can share these notebooks as well. Some people use it to plan weddings. Other people use it to remember people that they meet. And by the way, you can also, one of the things I like to do is scan all those paper bills and receipts and warranties that I don't want to keep on file as paper and keep track of vital records. So maybe you've got, a birth certificate that you want to keep in here, or a copy of your social security card or ID just in case it gets lost. Maybe you've got a business license. Keeping all these things in here, but I want to talk about how to remember passwords and things to do. I'm going to show you how I use it for that. Now, a few other options that I want to make you aware of. Whatever note this is going to be, you can actually, of course, you could type all you want in here, but you can also do this. you can create an audio note. So I could click here, and I can say, all right, record audio, and it's recording the audio. I can save that, and I could also click on the webcam, and it works as a web. If you've got a webcam on your computer, you can take a video note. I could attach any kind of document that I want in here, a PDF maybe, or an image. You could also just drag and drop from your desktop in here. So it's really useful to keep your stuff in one spot. Now, let me show you really quickly how I use it for passwords. Let me delete this note because this was just a test. First of all, I create a passwords document. Now, some people will be like, well, I know that's... Let me explain how I would do this. First of all, I would not call it passwords. Why? What if somebody got onto my computer and they see this document, they open up Evernote, and they see a document called passwords? It's really obvious to them what's in there. So I don't call it passwords. I call it something else. I'm not going to tell you what I call it, but you can give it some kind of a name that only you will remember. I don't know. Maybe you want to call it usernames, or maybe you want to call it trunk, or some other creative name that you will know that, okay, that name refers to my passwords document. So let's say we called it usernames, and we start getting into the habit of every time I register on a new website, I quickly open up my Evernote, this note that I created, and I'll say, okay, what's the website? Let's say it's my gmail.com. So I'll put gmail.com, and then I'll just put my email. So I'll put my email, whatever it is, at gmail.com, and then I will type my password. But whatever my password is, let's say the password is today webinar. I'm not going to type the password out like that. If it was today's webinar, I would just type out enough to give me a hint. So I might put, let's say I know it's today webinar. I'm just going to put T. I'll put some, stars here, and then I'll put W for webinar. And if there's some numbers like a 1, 2, 3, 4, or maybe it's my address, I might put a 5. And you know what your address is, so I'm just gonna put stars here. Now, if the reason I do this is if anybody ever did get into this passwords document, it would be horrible if I typed out every single password and kept it in here, because then someone has access to everything, and I would have to change everything, which would be a pain. So I type it out like this. So let's say this webinar, this password, let's say the real password is actually today webinar 5000. Okay, well, if this is the actual password, I'm going to type it like this in my document. And that is, you know how we use passwords multiple times for multiple sites. No one uses a different password for every single site that they use because it would just be way too much to handle. So I'll do it like this, and of course every so often it's a good idea to change your passwords and so on, but I would leave it like this because when I look at this later on, let's say I forget my Gmail password. I know I could request, there's password retrieval options, but for me, I just open up Evernote really quick, I look at this, and then I can see, oh, it's that password, because I see this, that gives me just enough of a hint. Or maybe you actually type a hint in here. Now, I wouldn't type hint, your dog's name, because then again, if somebody broke into this, maybe they know your dog's name or your address, or I would just put, I wouldn't even type hint. I would just put dog name, or I would put, whatever reminds you of it. So keep that in mind. That's how I handle passwords. And the nice thing about these passwords, by the way, they are saved offline. So if you're not online, you can still access this document. They're also synced up to the cloud. So if you do not have access to your computer, you can go on another computer, go to evernote.com, retrieve this right here. Now, I guess the main thing that you have to remember is to make sure that you remember the password to your Evernote account. And even if you don't, you can still access the desktop version because it doesn't ask you for your password every single time that you want to log in. Now, what about things to do? Let me delete this passwords document. Things to do. I want to give you an idea how I use this to remember, the variety of things that I have to do, the tasks and so on. Now, if there's any kind of thing that I have to do that is an appointment or a deadline, I will make sure that it goes on my personal calendar in Google Calendar. However, there are tasks where, you might want to get them done today, but if it doesn't get done today, it's not the end of the world. So where do we put those kind of tasks? Well, what I like to do is I create these multiple notebooks here. And you can see the main note. You can see how you could have notebooks within notebooks. So I have a notebook up here called GTD. Now, that stands for Getting Things Done. And it's named after this, some of you might already be familiar with this. There was this book that was published in the 90s called Getting Things Done. And it was written by David Allen. It's considered a business classic. I would definitely recommend it. But I want to show you how I've implemented his system, but kind of customized it to work within Evernote. Now, when I first read that book, it just didn't apply to me because I was in college at the time, and it just didn't. I didn't read the book in the 90s. I didn't go to college in the 90s. I went to college between 2000 and 2010. But, it didn't take me 10 years. It took me 4 years. But the idea here was in college, this didn't apply to me because I wasn't working in a professional environment. I was basically working part-time on weekends and sometimes during the week. So it didn't really work. So after I got out of college and I really started working, I was trying to see if Getting Things Done, that book, would apply to me. And it's still, the reason I didn't like it was very paper-heavy. So he would describe his system, you got to have file folders and things like that. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to be having file cabinets. And when I started up my business, it just wasn't practical because you're working from home, from coffee shops, traveling, all that stuff. So later when I read the book and I already knew about Evernote, I was like, how can I take the ideas that he has in that book, which are really good ideas, how to get things done, and implement it within Evernote. And that's what I'm going to show you today. So one of the principles behind this Getting Things Done system is to put everything in a central location initially and then filter from there. So that's what this inbox notebook is for. So anything that, let's say I take a picture of a business card, okay? It goes in the inbox initially. Now later I can take that business card and I could throw it into my other notebook, which is called business cards over here. But for now, it might just start off in inbox. Now anything that's in the inbox, the simple question is always, is this item actionable? So I might have an item in here called Call Bob regarding tomorrow's project, let's say. Okay, well, call Bob regarding tomorrow's project. If that's a particular task and that's actionable, and I know that's going to be a very quick thing, I'm going to take this note and I drag it into one of my other notebooks. So you see I have some other notebooks here called Now, Projects Ongoing, Projects Other, and then I have some action notebooks. I want you to focus on these right here. These are all the actionable items, tasks that I need to do. Well, these tasks right here can be done in 5 minutes. That's why I call it Action 5 minutes. Now these right here, Action 6 to 30 minutes, means it's probably going to take me more than 5 minutes. So it's a single task, but it might take me 10, 15, 20, or 30 minutes. Now, the reason why I say up to 30 minutes, what if a task takes you more than 30 minutes? Well, the chances are if it takes me more than 30 minutes, that is not exactly a task. That's more of a project, and it'll go in one of these folders. Okay? So projects are defined as anything that has more than one task involved, or maybe more than one person involved. Well, action items are things like this. Call Bob. That's only one single task. But what if you had to, redesign website? Redesigning a website, that's going to take, first you might have to, buy a domain. Next, you might have to, research, decide on, what navigation you're going to have on it. And then you might have to create content. So all these are tasks within a project. So that's, what a project is. This would go into one of my projects folders, and this call would go into either Action 5 minutes or Action 6 to 30 minutes. If I know this is, and that gives me an idea of what to work on. Now, I also have a Now folder, and in the Now folder, what I have is just basically, I've got a variety of things in the Now folder. So if you look, I've got a daily routine checklist, an operational tasks and calls list. I have a project list, and I also have a marketing task list. Now you can sort these however you want, but the idea, the way that I use this, this daily routine, this is what I work from every single day. The project list is just keeping a running list of projects that I need to be aware of. Marketing tasks, these are my 2 task lists right here. And what I'll do with these is I'll basically put, the reason I have them separated, I have a variety of marketing tasks that I want to get done, and I have operational tasks and also calls. So a phone call is not necessarily going to help promote my business. operational tasks might be, making changes or fixing something on the website. But then there are marketing tasks. There are things that I do that are, promotional. So I keep those task lists separate. Now, the daily routine checklist, let me give you an example of how I do this so maybe you get an idea how you might do it for yourself. Let's say we were creating a daily routine checklist right now. We create a new note, and we would call this, daily routine. And you've got certain things that you do on a daily basis. So for some people, they check their email the first thing. I don't like to do that. Usually I'm checking my calendar. Check calendar for reminders and appointments, let's say. Okay, and after I'm done with that, I create another little list that I call MIT. MIT doesn't stand for Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It stands for Most Important Tasks. So most important task for today may have been, create slides for webinar or prepare for the webinar. And then maybe I also have another task that's really, really important, which is I've got to send recording of webinar to registrants, people that registered. Okay, and then maybe my other important task maybe is to call my mama. All right, now my most important tasks, here's something really important to remember as a rule, because this is the rule I've generated. It's never more than 3 items, okay? These are the most important things. And then I basically have the rest of the routine, okay? And that would be, after I've done those first 3 things, then I could check my email. Now, these things right here for under MIT, most important tasks, sometimes I only have 1. And usually the most important task is something that I've been procrastinating on or something that really needs to get done. You ever have that one task where you want it, you really got to get it done, but you kind of put it off because you're like, man, this is going to take me a while, or this is going to be tough, kind of challenging. I'll tell you what, if you get that done first thing in the morning, you're going to feel unbelievable by 9:30 because you'll be like, man, I got so much done, and it's not even 9:30. I haven't even checked my email. And this is why I have a maximum of 3 tasks and a minimum of 1 for MIT. Now, for the rest of my routine, that would be maybe, checking my email, making calls that I have to make. Now, by the way, you can link this. You might have a list of people that you have to call. So you might create a separate note called calls that I have to make. And in this note, I can add checkboxes for, call Bob regarding blah, blah, blah. Call Sarah, call Jim, and so on and so forth. And what I can do is you simply will take this list and you want to link it to the daily routine. So let me show you what I mean. So I want to create a link that goes from here to my call list. So I'm actually going to, hang on, my call list is right over. Let's just call this call list. And this would have checkboxes. You see the checkboxes over here. Call Bob, call Joe, and so on. You guys get the idea. Well, so what I do is I right-click on this note, and I click Copy Note Link. That's a link to the actual note. And then I go under my daily routine, and I've got this calls area right here, and I will just link that. So I'll right-click, I'll click Link here, and then I'll click Add. And I'll just add that link right over there. And then what that does is, as I'm going through my list, let's say I check my calendar and then I'm like, all right, that's done. All right, then I get these things done. Okay, perfect. I'm making progress through my day, and then I'm done checking my email. Actually, this might be, check and respond to email. And by the way, if you're looking for some email management techniques, how to read and respond to your email faster, we did a webinar on this a number of weeks ago. So you can just check that out on the irisreading.com website. Now, once I get to calls, I will click on calls, and that takes me to my other list, and I could just start working from here. And then I could go, once I'm done with all these calls, and I'm like, done, I go back over here, and I say, all right, this is done. Let me get to my next thing. Now, my next thing might be, do 10 marketing tasks. Do 10 operational tasks. Now, why am I saying 10? This might be an arbitrary number. You might say 5 or 10 or 7 or whatever it is, but it's like a minimum number. And the reason why remember I told you I had this list over here called marketing tasks and operational tasks? There are lots of things on each one of these lists. And these lists right here, there's so many things that there's no way I'm going to get it all done in one day. So what I try to do is when I've got my daily routine list, I'll say, you know what, you got to do at least, you got to make some progress on this list every single day. So part of your routine is going to be to get 10 of those things done, 10 of the operational things done. And as I'm going through, I'm making more check marks, and I feel like I'm getting some stuff done today. Well, one other thing that I try to do is to read for a certain amount of time every day. So I might say, okay, read for 30 minutes. Or I might say read for 1 hour, or read for whatever it is. Now, I get about, when I'm taking I take the train over to work, downtown here in Chicago, and what I'll do is I'll usually get some reading done on the train on the way to and from, and that's a good way for me to get reading done. But I might want to get some reading done while I'm at work, maybe reading the news, maybe reading my RSS feeds, maybe reading articles that I wanted to read later. Well, this might be my time to do it. Now, I also have other things. There are things that you're trying to constantly learn. So, for example, I'm trying to learn Spanish. Now, to learn Spanish, you can't just do it once a week. You got to learn a little bit every day. And I'll put like learn Spanish, minimum 30 minutes. And then there's one other thing that I'm working on right now. I have a little bit of a programming background, but I'm trying to become a lot better at programming. I want to become an expert programmer so I could create, different apps and things like that, make my website better and so on. So I want to learn programming, and I want to do that maybe a minimum 30 minutes a day. So you can already get the idea of what I'm trying to create with this daily routine, and I actually call this a daily routine checklist. Now, why a checklist? As you can see, there's check boxes here, and I want you to know there's a little something about check boxes. They actually make you more productive. There was a really great book written on this topic called The Checklist Manifesto. It's written by a doctor. He was talking about how he was making a proposition that doctors and the people that work in medicine should utilize checklists more often, like pilots do, and other professions where they want to minimize mistakes that they make. And the idea here is that checklists will actually make sure that you cover all your bases. And this is how I've been using over the past few months a way to make sure that I get a lot of stuff done. And this is really a good way to keep track of it, and I do it with an Evernote. That way I can still check my daily routine checklist on my iPad, I can check it out on my laptop, on my desktop, on my phone, and I can move through the things that I have to move through on a day-to-day basis. So I hope that's given you an idea of how I kind of work through these two different areas. Basically, to summarize, I want to keep this simple, a system that is very simple. One of the problems was I used to use a lot of different applications for a lot of different things. I was shifting between using maybe, I think, like 8 or 9 different applications. And then I was like, you know what are the basic things I have to remember? Birthdays and appointments and reminders. Those can go on a calendar. So to remember my birthdays and appointments, I use Google Calendar. And to remember everything else, almost everything else, passwords, things to do, projects, and so on, I put it in Evernote. And now I've got this really simple system where I don't have to worry about, wait, did I put that reminder in my calendar or in my Evernote? I know that reminders always have to go on my calendar. So you end up creating this system that you always go by, and then it really allows you to get so much more done. So I hope this webinar has given you some insights into how I handle these various things, remembering birthdays and appointments, different reminders, passwords, and things to do. And if you have any additional questions, or if you have some suggestions, there are a lot of other things you can do with these applications, and we haven't even scratched the surface really in terms of other things that we have to remember. That's what this memory improvement course is all about. So I hope you check out some of the other webinars that are going on with it. We're going to be talking about different systems such as the link system, the PEG system, the substitute word system, the how to create memory palaces. These are all different memory techniques to help you remember things. Today, I wanted to talk about a very simple solution for commonly forgotten things. So I hope you've gotten some good ideas out of it. And if you want to touch base with me, feel free to shoot me an email. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, Facebook, or Twitter. Also, we do this at companies and schools. We've done it for employees of Google. We did this for employees of NASA. Done it at Harvard. If you want to invite us to your company or school, feel free to get in touch with me, and I'd be happy to help organize that. I want to thank you for taking part in this webinar and kind of supporting our program. Really appreciate it. And so again, thank you. Utilize some of the tips that I've given you, and enjoy the rest of your day. Welcome to the webinar. This is a webinar on mnemonic devices. My name is Paul Novak. I'm the founder and program director of Iris Reading, and this is one webinar in a memory improvement course that we're doing. It's a series of 10 webinars, all to help you improve your memory with a variety of tips, tricks, and strategies. And a lot of these are very, very useful ways. If you're a student, or maybe not a student, maybe you're a professional and you have to remember just lots of information. Maybe you have to remember names. Maybe you have to remember more of what you read. Maybe you have to remember things for a speech that you're giving or a presentation. A lot of these things that we're talking about in this series are very useful. So today the topic is mnemonic devices. And mnemonic devices are useful for a variety of reasons. Now, I know some of you attending today's webinar probably already know what mnemonic devices are, and some of you might not. So let me go over a quick review of what they are. Simply put, I would say mnemonic devices provide an easy way to remember hard things. So the easy stuff, we don't need strategies to remember the easy stuff because we already remember the easy stuff. By that I mean, our names, the names of our parents, close friends. But the harder things, maybe the things we're studying in school or the things we have to remember for work, that's where we can use mnemonic devices. And I want you to think about your memory. And I like to think about how your memory works in two ways. There's the input and the output. The input being retention and the output being recall. Or in other words, retention is what you learn, and recall is, what you can recall. What do you remember? Because sometimes we can't remember what we remember, if that makes any sense. What I mean by that is, sometimes let's say you were cramming all night for a test, or you were really reading something, and then somebody asks you, what was that about? And you've just got a blank stare. Your mind goes blank sometimes. Or, you studied for the test, and then you get to the test, and you can't remember all the things that you studied. Now, it doesn't mean that none of that got into your head. A lot of times, the information is there. We're just having trouble with the recall. And later on, we're like, oh, yeah, that was the answer to that question. Too bad the test is already over. Or you ever have the tip of the tongue phenomenon happen to you? That's where, you might say there's something that you know that you have it in your head, you just can't remember what it is. So sometimes you might be like, oh, there's this restaurant that you should really check out. And someone's like, oh, what's the name? And you're like, oh boy, it starts with the letter, and you just can't remember, and then finally it hits you. There are things that trigger you to recall information, and that's really what mnemonic devices are. They're there to trigger you to recall information that you already learned, okay? Now, there are a variety of ways to get the information into your head with retention. That's not what we're going to focus on in this webinar, so we're going to focus on mnemonic devices which help you recall. So keep in mind with your memory, you have retention and then you have recall. We're going to be focusing this webinar on recall, and mnemonic devices are great ways to recall information that you already have learned. Now, there are various types of mnemonic devices. They can be visual images. They can be something called acrostics, which is a fancy name for basically taking the first, they sometimes call it a first letter mnemonic, or an acrostic can also be like making a sentence. You'll see in a moment because I'm going to give you some examples of acrostics. Mnemonic devices can also be acronyms. Sometimes they're rhymes or alliteration, and they can also utilize chunking. And I'll give you an example of one of the first mnemonic devices that I was ever exposed to. There was a time where you had no clue what this was, right? There was a time where you had to learn this. Now, all of us know that this is a compass, but once upon a time, you were taught this by someone. They said, okay, here's what a compass is. You got north, that's over here, east over here, is north, south, east, and west. How do you remember what goes where? And I know it's obvious now because you've seen, compasses over and over again on maps, but when I was learning this, I remember my teacher, the mnemonic device she gave us was never eat sour wheat. Now notice how that rhymes, and notice how it's also a visual image. This is the mnemonic type. It's visual image and a rhyme. Visual image because it's an actual compass that I can see. N for never means north. Eat, obviously east. Sour is south, and west is going to be wheat. Never eat sour wheat. And rhyming can always make it stick a little better. Now, there are other variations of this, like never eat soggy waffles. Or sour waffles. I put their sour over here. It's supposed to be soggy, but it could be sour waffles, soggy waffles, whatever you want. But the idea is that you're simply taking something and turning it into some kind of a rhyme. Now, one other question you might have is, how would a little kid know which way to go? Because you've got to go this way, right? If I did never eat sour wheat, I'd have it backwards. So our teacher instructed us, well, just go clockwise. And we already had learned clocks up to that point, so we knew that clockwise meant this way. And we knew, think about how she taught us that. It's something called association. This is another big memory principle. Anytime you can associate information with something you already learned, it'll stick better. Actually, some people argue that the only way that we learn anything is by associating it to previous knowledge. So, never eat sour wheat, and the teacher telling me to go clockwise is a way to associate it to something I already know, a clock. And now I've got this rhyme, and that's the first example of a mnemonic device that I was exposed to. Now, there's other types of mnemonic devices as well. For example, what if you had to recall what the Great Lakes are? Now, I know we're doing this as a webinar, so this is a geographic mnemonic device that we would use. That would be probably, if you're in the U.S., you probably are familiar with the Great Lakes. They're around the Midwest. If you're not in the U.S., you might not be familiar with this, but keep in mind, mnemonic devices take information that you already know. Now, some people might, like for me, the first Great Lake that would come to mind would be Lake Michigan, only because I live in Chicago, and we are right on the lake, on Lake Michigan. But if somebody asked me really quickly to name them, I would be like Lake Michigan, Lake Superior, Lake Erie, and I would be you'd have a few ums in there. I would be like, what? And then finally I would start thinking, did I get them all? Are there 4? Are there 5? Are there 6? And then so believe it or not, there's a mnemonic device for remembering the Great Lakes. You might even be familiar with it. It's simply HOMES. The word or acronym, you can think of it, HOMES. So to remember the Great Lakes, just remember the word HOMES. And then you'll remember, Lake Huron, Lake Ontario, Lake Michigan, Lake Erie, and Lake Superior. So that's an example of that being applied in a geographic sense. But let's talk about some other ones. Actually, what I would think actually would be more useful, how many days are in these months? How many days are in January? April, June, July, November. Because some months have 30, some have 31. Of course, February is the easiest one to remember. Why? Because February is one of the months where it's just a little out of the ordinary. It has 28 days, and then there's a leap year. But how do we remember all these other things? Now, you can use a mnemonic device to remember how many days are in all of the months of the year. And the mnemonic device is actually a visual mnemonic device. You simply look at your hands, your knuckles, to be specific. And anytime you have a knuckle, that means there's 31 days. So January, if you look at your left knuckle, the first one, that's January. And then there's a dip. That means February. We know February has 28. That's easy. But then March, there's a knuckle right there. That means 31. April, there's a little dip. See that little valley? That's 30 days. May has 31, and so on. You got June with 30, July with 31, and then you go over to your next knuckle on the other hand, and August has 31. September has 30. And this is how you basically remember how many days are in a particular month. You could just stare at your knuckles, and it's a mnemonic device that, just happens to work. Let's take some other examples of mnemonic devices. What about the order of the colors in the rainbow? So what I mean by that is the colors in the rainbow represent the visible spectrum of light and what we can see. You can remember this name, Roy G. Biv. So Roy G. Biv stands for red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. So this is an example of a mnemonic device to remember the colors of the rainbow, but not just the colors, it's actually the colors in order. Okay, so the order of the colors in the rainbow, in the visible spectrum. And again, you see what's going on here. These are just simply, this is a name. We can think of it as a guy, Roy G. Biv, and every letter stands for one of the, and then after that it becomes pretty easy to figure out that, all of these are the different colors, red, orange, yellow, and so on. So if you had a test, you would review, obviously, these colors a few times, and then you would just make sure that you memorized Roy G. Biv instead of trying to memorize these in a particular order. I think all of us would agree if I covered up Roy G. Biv, and I just took away this slide, and I asked you to name them, without knowing Roy G. Biv, it would be harder to recall them. I mean, try recalling them right now without knowing that name. It's difficult. So we see how that helps us out. Now, an important thing to know about mnemonic devices when you're creating them, or when you look at common mnemonic devices, anytime you can use humor, absurdity, or vulgarity, or any kind of exaggeration, that'll make the mnemonic stick even better. And if you've been to one of our other webinars, a lot of the webinars when we're talking about different techniques, when we're using a certain kind of a technique and we're trying to create like a visual image, we try to make that image a little exaggerated or absurd or even funny. That way it sticks out. If it's just mundane and ordinary, we're not going to remember it. So keep that in mind if you're creating your own mnemonics. Now, we're going to talk about how to create our own mnemonics in a moment, but let's take a few more examples that are actually a little humorous or absurd. So here's, let's say we have to remember the bones of the skull. There's you can see the diagram right here, and let's say we studied this diagram over and over again. We might still kind of forget these things. Now, what if we just had to name them? Well, there's a mnemonic device for that. Just like there's an app for that. You know how they always say there's an app for that? There's a mnemonic. If you're trying to memorize anything, let's say you're in school right now, there's usually a mnemonic device for that. So anytime you're trying to remember something, if you can't create it on your own, chances are someone else ran into it. So you can just do mnemonic device and then search for the topic on Google. Chances are somebody's already come up with a mnemonic device for that, if you can't come up with one on your own. Now, how would we remember the bones of the skull? There are 6 of them here. How about old people from Texas eat spiders? Remember what we said about absurdity and humor? Well, let's use some humor here. Old people from Texas eat spiders. I apologize if anyone is listening in from Texas. No hard feelings here, but if I'm trying to remember something, the T for temporal bone just happens to line up with Texas, so I had to use that. So old people from Texas eat spiders is going to help me before I go into this test, let's say, to remember the bones of the skull. And it's funny because these mnemonic devices will stick sometimes for a long time. Remember I showed you that mnemonic device of a compass? This compass is, I don't know when I learned this. I think it was like 1st or 2nd grade. And it still sticks with me to today. Wherever I see now a compass, obviously it's not like I'm trying to figure out where's north, where's south. I know that very easily, but I'll still think of that little rhyme because it sticks. So that's how we remember, the bones, how we can remember the bones of the skull. What about something a little more complex in the area of science? What if we had to remember the metric system, the prefixes? And not in a specific order, from largest to smallest. So we've got kilo, hecto, deca, base, deci, centi, milli. How do we remember, we got to remember this, let's say. Well, there's a mnemonic device for that. How about kangaroos hop down British driveways carrying M&Ms? So how would we remember this weird sentence? We would just repeat it to ourselves a few times. Kangaroos hop down British driveways carrying M&Ms. You can also try to picture it and visualize a kangaroo hopping down a British driveway carrying M&Ms. Okay? Now, obviously, with this mnemonic device, the first letter of each word in that sentence is referencing one of the things on top. So kilo, hecto, deca, base, and so on. Well, you need to know, it's important to know that you need to know first the metric system prefixes. And then, in terms of order, the sentence is just helping you out with the order. This is an example, the type of mnemonic device, this is what they call an acrostic. An acrostic is simply, you think of acrostic as a cross. You're going across the line and you're trying to turn it into a sentence, or you're taking the first letter of each thing that you need to remember and you're turning it into some kind of a sentence. So this is one example, but let's say you don't like this. Let's say you don't like kangaroos hop down British driveways carrying M&Ms. Well, there's other ways to do this. You can think of, you come up with another crazy sentence. How about King Henry died by drinking chocolate milk? Okay, that's a little odd. Maybe that one's easier to remember. King Henry died by drinking chocolate milk. Actually, I think this sentence is easier to remember than this one, right? Kangaroos hop down British driveways carrying M&Ms, or King Henry died by drinking chocolate milk. That's so much easier, I think, in my opinion. It's the same amount of words, but the sentence flows better. So that's what I would use to try to remember that as a mnemonic device. What about the planets? Let's talk about the planets. Here's a good example for remembering the planets. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. So the traditional one is, my very excellent mother just served us nachos. Okay? So my very excellent mother just served us nachos. Well, that stands for Mercury. My very excellent mother just, for Jupiter, served us nachos, for Neptune. Now, you see this little cartoon here. There's another way to do this if you wanted to be a little absurd or vulgar about it. Mary's virgin explanation made Joseph suspect upstairs neighbor. Okay, so let that sink in for a while and choose to remember whichever one you want to remember, and that is what will help you remember the names of the planets. Now, by the way, some people will look at these mnemonic devices and, if you're offended by them or if you're bothered by them, anything that's a little vulgar or a little crazy or exaggerated actually helps you remember better. So this is why you try to create them in that kind of a way. What else can we do? How about the speed of light? It's 299,792,458 meters per second square. Or some people will just round up and they'll say speed of light is about 300 million meters per second square. Well, what if we have to remember it piece by piece? I'm going to introduce to you a mnemonic device that you can apply to any other kind of number. It's called a numbers to letters mnemonic. And what you basically do is you see how there's a 2, a 9, a 7, and so on. You try to take each number and you look for a word that is that many letters. So for 2, I'm looking for a word that has 2 letters. And then I'm looking for one with 9 and one for another word with 9 letters. And what you end up doing is you try to construct a sentence. So if you ever have to remember an exact number, try to come up with a sentence where each one of these words has this many letters. So for example, with 200, with the speed of light, what we can do, we can come up with a sentence like this. We guarantee certainly, clearly referring to this light mnemonic. So I would repeat this a few times. We guarantee certainly, clearly referring to this light mnemonic. So I keep saying this a few times and then finally it gets stuck in my head. And then later on the test, when I have to recall how many, what is the speed of light, I just remember we guarantee certainly, clearly referring to this light mnemonic. I might write that down. And then all I got to do is count how many letters are in each word. Okay, there's 2 letters here, there's 9 right here, there's 9 right here, there's 7 right here, there's 9, and so on. And once you have all those numbers, you've memorized the speed of light. So again, we guarantee certainly, clearly referring to this light mnemonic. That is how we can remember the speed of light. Now, what happens is the more you start doing this if you have to remember a lot of numbers, this can be an extremely good way to do it. The numbers to letters mnemonic is very, very effective. What happens is the more you practice this, you start having certain words that anytime you see something, let's say the number 3, you're going to probably use the word the, because the has 3 letters in it. When you see something like the number 2, you're going to remember, okay, I could either use we because it has 2 letters, or I could use the word no, and it becomes easier to construct these sentences, and if you can make them a little funny, that helps even more. So keep that in mind. This is a good way, and you could create it. It takes a little bit of time. I want you to know that these mnemonic devices, if you've got to create your own, it takes a little bit of creativity. It takes you got to think about it a little bit. So when you're trying to apply mnemonic devices, do it for information that is when it's absolutely necessary that you have to remember. Like if I absolutely have to remember exactly what the speed of light is, then I'm going to try to commit myself to memorizing this particular mnemonic device, which is a numbers to letters mnemonic. Now, we can also use mnemonic devices for music. And for those of you that play an instrument, you're probably already familiar with this, and if you're an experienced musician, then this doesn't even apply anymore, because now your memory, music, once you get past the basics, it becomes what they call procedural memory. Procedural memory is something that you remember like almost automatically, reflexively, kind of like playing a piano. If you're really good at the piano, your fingers are just moving very, very quickly based on looking at a sheet of music, right? And there are other procedural memories, like procedural memory would be, walking. If you play a sport like, let's say, basketball, shooting a basketball is a procedural kind of memory, or even typing. If you're a fast typer, well, typing is an example of procedural memory. So music as well, but when you're first learning music, you don't have that procedural memory. It takes a while to practice it. And with music, there are very, very specific things that you have to know, like, the treble clef. So for the treble clef, you can use the mnemonic device, and this is probably one of the most common mnemonic devices out there for people that learn music. Every good boy does fine. And if you're not familiar, this is for E, G, B, D, F on the treble clef. Now, these are referring to the lines, but also you have to keep in mind there's also spaces. And how do we remember the spaces? Well, for the spaces, we would remember face. That's F, that's A, that's C, that's E. So lines are every good boy does fine. Spaces are face, and we just try to commit that to memory. And if we can commit that to memory, it's going to be easier to remember the treble clef. Now, there's also the bass clef. For the lines, you can try this one out. Good burritos don't fall apart. I would agree with that. I had someone wrap a burrito for me, and it fell apart one time, and it just fell all over the place, and that's not good. What about all cars eat grass? That would be for the spaces. Okay? Now, notice how this doesn't make any sense. All cars eat grass. Eat gas, I meant. No wonder it didn't make sense. I read that as grass. So you get the idea. The bass clef for the lines, you would remember this. For the spaces, you would remember this. And now we can put the treble clef and the bass clef, and let's put that all together. And here we go. We've got the top part here, which is the treble clef, the bottom part here for the bass clef, and we can remember face, every good boy does fine, all cars eat gas, and good burritos don't fall apart. Notice how it can all come together. And this is, again, a common mnemonic device for learning music. Now, other examples of, and this is probably, I would say, last but not least, how do I spell mnemonic? Because some people I know I always get tripped up for some reason. Just mnemonic, it doesn't sound the way it's spelled, really. There's an M, an M, E, O, and so on. Well, you can just remember mnemonic notes, effective, memorized on new ideas creatively. Notice how we kind of just pick it apart. And this is, again, just an example of saying, all right, I want to learn how to spell this word mnemonic, so I'm going to come up with some kind of maybe a sentence or an acronym that I can remember, and that'll help me remember. This actually helps you remember how to spell it and also what mnemonic devices are. So all of these things, here's how I want you to think about mnemonic devices. When do we actually need to use them? Okay? Because when you use them is important. Some people, when they try to use mnemonic devices, what they're doing is there are certain times where it's hard to apply them, but they can be applied creatively. So anytime, here are the things you need to know. If you've got a number, you want to probably use the letters to numbers mnemonic, and that's where you try to basically take let's say you have to remember the first number is 2, you take a word with 2 letters in it. Now, if you have to remember words like we had with the skull, where was that? What were we doing with the skull? We were basically creating an acrostic, which was taking the first letter of the thing that we had to remember and turning that into a sentence. Metric system, we did the same thing. We were taking the first letter and trying to put that into a sentence. Same thing with this. You come up with some kind of a story or a sentence that you can use, and that helps tremendously. Mnemonic devices, I want you to also know there are tons of them out there. You can actually find on the internet, if you just do a Google search. Let's say you're a law student and you're trying to You're just trying to learn. Let's say it's your first year in law school and you're being exposed to all these topics and you're struggling to remember them. Chances are you're not the first law student to be struggling with this. So why not search for, on Google, mnemonic devices for law students? Or if you're in medical school, why not mnemonic devices for medical school students? Or any other career field that you're in, you can probably, or anything that you're trying to learn. Anytime I've had to memorize something and I found it difficult and I try to come up with a mnemonic on my own and let's say I can't come up with one, maybe I'm just not thinking creatively enough, I try to do a Google search mnemonic device and then I'll put in the topic for what that is. And usually you can find something. So to summarize, make sure that you're creatively, you take a little bit of time to try and create a mnemonic device, try images, try to use acrostics, turning, them into sentences, try the letters to numbers. There's a variety of ways that you can create mnemonic devices. Oh, one other way, and this is not even on the slides that I just thought of, the keypad on a phone, how the numbers correspond to, 3 or 4 different letters. You can also, if you had to remember, let's say, a phone number, you can basically take that phone number and turn it into letters. Actually, advertisers know this very, very well. Instead of giving you a number like 1-800-372-4897, someone might say, okay, well, just dial 1-800-FLOWERS. Isn't that so much easier than trying to... So advertisers have known this for a while, so you can actually use, they call that the keypad mnemonic device, where you use the keypad to try and remember a series of numbers. So keep this in mind, and then all you have to look at is the keypad for it. If you have questions on mnemonics, or if you have a specific question of a mnemonic device that you're trying to figure out, and you want to kind of get some help, and you want to ask me what, here's what I have to memorize, can you help me memorize this? Feel free to shoot me an email. I'd be happy to help you out and put some time and thinking power into it. If you can't figure it out on your own, that could be useful. Or do a Google search for it. If you have additional questions, you could also reach out to me on LinkedIn, Twitter, or Facebook. And I want to thank you for attending this webinar. I hope you found it useful. I also want you to know that this webinar is part of a series that we're doing on memory improvement, and the other webinars that we're doing are dealing with different aspects. We're talking about mnemonic devices here, and mnemonic devices, again, keep in mind, they help you recall information. Now, they don't help you with the retention of information initially. They help you recall it, to basically pull it out of your brain. So if you need help with retention, we have other webinars that you can check out, such as how to remember more of what you read, how to remember names, how to remember long lists of information. We're actually going to be doing more webinars in this series, so you can check them out on our website. Or if you've signed up for this memory improvement course, you'll have access to all of them as soon as they're ready, or if they're already ready. We're going to be talking about the Link system, the PEG system. There is a Journey system, the Memory Palace system, the substitute word system, all of these systems, and we're going to have each webinar dedicated to a particular topic, because once you master the system, most of these systems don't take more than an hour to master. Some of them take, 30 minutes. Once you've mastered that system, you can apply it in a full variety of ways. So check out the other webinars, and thank you so much for coming out. If you want us to do this workshop or any of our memory or speed reading workshops at your company or at your school, feel free to get in touch with me or our support team. And we've done this at Harvard Business School. We've done this at a variety of colleges, also for employees of Google, for NASA. So we'd be happy to do it at your company and school, and you could reach out to me about that. Thank you all so much for attending, and enjoy the rest of your day. Welcome everyone to the webinar. This is one webinar in our Memory Improvement course series, and this topic is going to be on how to turn numbers into images to remember a list of anything. So I think you're going to find this to be a very, very useful way to apply this system that we're going to learn. It's actually very simple to use and very, very reliable, and it's very good for helping you remember a list in order. So this is going to be the goal of today's webinar. I want to try to get you to memorize a 20-item list, and not just 20 items, but in order. Now, that's no easy feat. A lot of people would try, they think about this. How would somebody try to memorize a list? For example, I'm going to give you the it's not a 10-item list, it's actually a 20-item list. So we're going to start with 10, and then we're going to do the other 10. But this is a 20-item list. That's going to be our goal, to memorize this entire 20-item list, and we're going to take it piece by piece. So I'm going to show you how to actually implement the system. But how would someone memorize a 20-item list? If you think about it, they might just, they might try to, I guess, write it down a bunch of times, or they might... another way to do it would be to repeat it over and over again. And if you did this enough times, I mean, if you did it over 1,000 times, you'll eventually, if you write it down over 1,000 times or you repeat the 20-item list over 1,000 times, eventually it'll get stuck in your head, obviously. However, we need a system that is simpler, that is actually more reliable, and that's actually faster, because repeating something over and over 1,000 times is known as rote memorization, where you're just relying on repetition. And repetition is, by the way, a very important principle to remembering anything. Repetition helps. But we're going to use another strategy that involves less repetition. We're not going to spend, hours upon hours trying to drill in this 20-item list. And this is something that you can actually apply to a grocery list that was, up to 20 items. And by the way, at the end of the webinar, I'll show you how you can extend it beyond 20 items. So this is, as I mentioned, the name of the system is the numeric peg system. Numeric because it uses numbers, and we need to use those numbers because there's 20 items. And in order to remember things in order, that's going to help. This is simple to learn and reliable, and it helps you memorize a list of anything in order. Now, in order for you to learn this, I need your complete attention during the webinar, because I'm going to ask you to be making visualizations. That's how this system is going to work. We are going to visualize each one of these pegs. So let's start. Here's this list again. Let's do the first 10, okay? 1 through 10 you see on your screen right now, and we need to try and memorize this 10-item list. Before we start memorizing, bread, milk, tomatoes, and all that, first we need to memorize what is the numeric peg system. How does it work? So the numeric peg system is simply taking each number and associating it with a visual. So for example, number 1 is going to be a pencil. Okay, so you see on your screen right now, I need you to memorize this right now. Look at that number 1. Make sure that you're not passively, some people view these webinars by listening to them and opening up a tab and working on some other things. I want you to actually visualize and see this. That's why I put up the image on the screen. Number 1 is a pencil. Let's do number 2. 2 is a swan. We're basically trying to say, okay, what does the number 2 look like? And we're gonna use swan as our visual representation of the number 2. Now, let's do 3. Let's imagine the 3 as McDonald's, tilted sideways, of course. So it looks like a number 3. McDonald's 3 will remind us of the McDonald's logo, or the M in McDonald's. Number 4 is going to remind us of chair. Okay, so if we turn the chair upside down, kind of looks like a 4, doesn't it? So 5 is a hook. So visualize the 5 upside down. That's what you need to do with this one. This one's a little harder sometimes. Visualize the number 5 as a hook if you turned it upside down. Got it? All right, let's review 1 through 5 really quickly. 1 is a pencil. 2 is a swan. 3 is McDonald's. 4 is a chair. 5 is a hook. Now, I want you to think about that right now. For this numeric peg system, the first 5, think about it right now, and just think to yourself, or if you want to say it out loud, you can say it out loud. I'm going to ask you really quickly, what's 1? What does it look like? What's number 2? What does that look like? What's number 3? What's number 4? And what's number 5? Make sure you've got those first 5 down and memorized. Good. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's move on. We're going to go all the way through 10 to begin with. Number 6 is a cherry. The visual representation of 6 is going to be a cherry. So picture, this is the circular part, and it looks like a 6. Just manipulate it and view that 6 as a cherry. And again, I'm going to explain exactly how we're going to use this in a moment to memorize. Right now it seems a little odd initially when we're just memorizing numbers as images, but it's all going to make sense later. Number 7 is going to be lightning. I want you to picture sevens. Look at all those sevens that are in there. You could think of lightning as just 7 after 7 after 7. So I want you to picture number 7 as lightning. Number 8 is a racetrack. Picture race car drivers going around it. It's a racetrack. Now, I know they wouldn't really make racetracks this way because people would crash in the middle unless the track was elevated. But just imagine number 8 as our racetrack. Number 9. 9 is going to be a balloon. So picture, the number 9, the circular part at the top of the 9, and then the line going down, that's going to be like a balloon. We want 9 to look like a balloon. Now, number 10 is going to be simply a plate and silverware. So this is our 1, this is our 0, and that makes up 10. So let's review really quickly 6 through 10. 6 is a cherry. 7 is lightning. 8 is a racetrack. 9 is a balloon. And 10 is a plate and silverware. Now, I want to make sure that you have these down. So I'm going to switch off from the visuals and try to think about the numbers. 6 through 10. 6 was what? What did 7 look like? What did 8 look like? What did 9 look like? Think about it. And what does the number 10 look like? If you're able to get those all, very good. And just a quick review. 1 is a pencil. 2 is a swan. 3 is McDonald's. 4 is a chair. 5 is a hook. 6 is a cherry. 7 is lightning. 8 is a racetrack. 9 is a balloon. And 10 is a plate and silverware. Okay, now that we've got these, this is our numeric peg system for 1 through 10. Okay? Now I said we're going to memorize 20 items, but we're going to start with the first 10, and then I'll explain how to do 11 through 20. For the first 10, we need to create the visualizations now. So step number 1 is having our numeric peg system intact and in place. So we already have it in place. We don't need to memorize that ever again because we'll always remember that number 1 is what? Number 2 is, that number 1 is a pencil. Number 2 is going to be the swan. 3 is McDonald's, and so on and so forth. So what we need to do, some of you that have taken our memory webinars before know that the way that we remember things is through association and visualization. And also repetition and a few other things. But let's take association and visualization. We want to associate and visually associate the number 1, which is a pencil, with bread. So I want you to picture in your mind, picture this, a pencil, me or you holding a pencil, and on top of that pencil, there is a loaf of bread, okay? So I'll rewind to that pencil. Just imagine right on top of this, you're holding a pencil and there's a giant loaf of bread, not just any kind of piece of bread. There's a big loaf of bread. And by the way, with all these visualizations, one of the things that helps a lot is any kind of exaggeration, any kind of absurdity that we can add in there is going to, believe it or not, help the memory stick. So pencil is going to remind us of, oh yeah, I'm holding a pencil, and on top of that pencil is this giant loaf of bread. Okay, now we're on to number 2. Number 2 on the list, what is it? Number 2 is milk. Okay, so we've got to remember milk. How are we going to remember milk? I want you to picture that swan again. And instead of it swimming in a lake of water, it's swimming in a lake of milk. Picture that. A white swan swimming in a nice lake of milk. Picture that for a moment, and hopefully you've got that visualized, and now we're going to move on to number 3. 3 is McDonald's, but what's number 3 on our list? 3 is tomatoes. I want you to visualize the number 3, which was McDonald's, and we got to remember tomatoes. So here's how I want you to think about it. I visualized... and you could visualize this as well, because I'm going to actually test you later on to see if you have memorized all these items. So number 3, I want you to visualize this. You walk into McDonald's, you order a Big Mac meal, and when you open up your Big Mac, inside of your Big Mac, there are giant slices of tomatoes. Okay? Just these ridiculously large slices of tomatoes instead of beef. Okay? So you're kind of angry that, hey, how come I have this veggie Big Mac instead of a regular Big Mac with beef? So you go back to return it or whatever. But there's giant slices of tomatoes inside of your Big Mac instead of the beef. Okay? So that's how we're going to remember. 3 is going to remind us of McDonald's, which reminds us of the Big Mac meal that I ordered, which reminds me that there was no beef and there were giant slices of tomatoes. Oh yeah, I got to get tomatoes. Now number 4. What's number 4 on our list? It's soda. Okay, this is the one's going to be easy. Four is a chair. I want you to picture a chair without regular legs. Instead of the regular wooden legs you see here, let's picture bottles of soda, maybe 2-liter bottles of soda for the chair. So the chair has legs made out of soda. Okay, that's how we're going to remember number 4, which was soda. Because we're reminded, okay, 4 is a chair. Oh yeah, the chair has bottles of soda as legs. Now we got to go to 5. Okay, here's 5. 5, we got to get turkey. So here's what I need you to visualize. I need you to visualize, first of all, we visualized 5 looks like a hook. So what I'm doing here is I'm taking the hook, and I associate hooks with pirates. So I'm thinking, and I got to get turkey. So what I was thinking was something Thanksgiving related. So picture this in your head. You're at Thanksgiving, and you're told that you have a new family member that you've never met that's going to be there. And he's a pirate, turns out, or he thinks he's a pirate. And he shows up, and he's actually got a hook for a hand, and he's carving the turkey at your Thanksgiving dinner with his hook. So imagine a pirate carving the turkey with his hook of a hand. I know this is very unsanitary, right? So imagine that for a moment, the pirate carving the turkey with his hook. So when we remember 5 being the hook, that's going to remind us of the pirate carving the turkey. All right? Let's move on to number 6. 6 is chips. So I need you to visualize the following things. 6 looks like a cherry. So I need you to visualize, let's say you've got to get some chips. And you open up the bag of chips, and instead of tasting maybe salty or spicy, they taste sweet. They taste like cherries. Okay, imagine cherry-flavored chips. I want you to think about what would that taste like. I want you to actually think about that. You know, the taste of cherries, probably be a little sweet. And if you could visualize this and think about how it might taste, that's going to help you remember cherry-flavored chips. Okay? Number 7, lightning. Now, number 7 was strawberries. What I want you to picture is a big strawberry near an open window. And it's raining outside. There's thunder and lightning. And the strawberry is right by, because we know that lightning is what we got to use here. And we got to apply that with strawberry. So let's picture that strawberry right by the window. And all of a sudden the lightning, it strikes the strawberry. And the strawberry explodes all over the room. There's red goo all over the place. And by the way, we're purposely exaggerating the size of the strawberry. I want you to visualize not just a regular strawberry. I want you to visualize a huge one. And for some reason, it's by an open window, lightning strikes it, and kaboom. What would it smell like if a strawberry blew up? If it hit you in the face, all that red goo, what would it taste like? Okay? Now, notice how I'm saying, what would it taste like? What would it smell like? We previously did a webinar in this memory improvement course on how to use your senses to remember things better, to improve your memory. And your senses can help you remember things really, really well. That's why I keep asking you, what would that smell like? What would that taste like? Remember number 1, the pencil? Number 1 is a pencil, and we had this loaf of bread on it. Imagine yourself taking a bite out of that loaf of bread, and it's fresh bread. What does fresh bread taste like? If you could imagine that, that's going to help you remember number 1 even better. So number 7 is the lightning striking is giant strawberry, and the strawberry explodes. That's how we're remembering number 7 on this list. Number 8. Number 8 is deodorant. How are we going to remember deodorant? Well, let's rewind. What's number 8? 8 is a racetrack. Now, as I mentioned earlier, if they made racetracks this way, where people would be crossing this intersection here, people would be really nervous, because when you get to that intersection, you might crash with someone. So I want you to picture some NASCAR drivers driving around a racetrack, and when they get to the middle, they get a little nervous, and when you get nervous, what happens? You sweat. And when you sweat, you start to stink. And these are stinky NASCAR drivers that are in dire need of some deodorant. So, number 8 is going to remind us of a racetrack, which reminds us of the race car drivers that are stinky and sweaty because they're nervous about that intersection, and they really, really need some deodorant. That's how we're going to remember number 8. Okay, let's move on to number 9. 9 is cucumbers. So we need to take our visual image of the number 9, which was a balloon, and we need to associate it visually to cucumbers. Now, let's not picture the balloon you see on your screen. Let's picture a bigger balloon, like a blimp, okay? I want you to picture like the Goodyear blimp, but instead of it being a blimp, a Goodyear blimp, it's going to be a giant cucumber, okay? Because that's what's on our list. That's what we need to remember. So let's picture 9 reminds us of a balloon, not just any balloon, a giant blimp. And it is a cucumber blimp floating across the sky. Now, all of these images do not have to make sense. Keep that in mind. And it's actually better if they don't make any sense. So 9 is the cucumber blimp. 10, we have to remember cereal. Okay. And, this is a plate and silverware. We could picture this as a bowl, but I want you to exaggerate the size. Let's imagine a giant bowl, a bowl that's, just ridiculously large. I'm thinking almost like an Alice in Wonderland. Everything is exaggerated, right? Everything is huge, and you can almost picture this giant bowl with giant cornflakes falling from the sky. Pieces of cereal falling into this bowl from the sky. That's how we're going to remember number 10 being the plate with silverware, okay? So number 10 is plate and silverware. We picture the giant bowl, and we know that, okay, this is cereal. Okay, so now we got these things. Let's really quickly go through them. One is a pencil. We're picturing a loaf of bread on top of a pencil. Picture that for a moment. Number 2 is a swan swimming in a lake of milk. That helps us remember milk. Number 3 is McDonald's, so that helps us remember going into the McDonald's, getting the Big Mac, and inside of the Big Mac there were these giant slices of tomatoes. Number 4 was a chair, and we're remembering, oh yeah, the chair had legs that were made out of soda bottles. Number 5 was a hook, so we were reminded of this pirate uncle that came to our Thanksgiving, and this pirate was carving the turkey with his hook. 6 was cherry. Okay, and that reminded us of, oh yeah, there was some cherry-flavored chips. You open up a bag of chips, and they were cherry-flavored. 7 was lightning. That reminds us of what? We think of the lightning, and we remember, oh yeah, the lightning was striking this strawberry that was right by the window, and the strawberry just explodes. Number 8 was a racetrack. And we remembered that the racetrack drivers were getting nervous when they got to the middle there. And because they got nervous, they get sweaty and stinky, and they need what? They need deodorant. Number 9 is a balloon. Not just any kind of balloon, a huge balloon. A cucumber blimp. Number 10 was a plate and silverware, and that is going to help us. We think of the giant bowl, maybe some silverware on the side, and cereal falling from the sky inside of this bowl. Now, if we've done our job correctly, we've memorized 1 through 10. I hope so. Now, let's see if you can do it. I want you to think about it right now. We've only spent a few minutes memorizing the 10-item list. And the cool thing about this numeric peg system is that a lot of people can get this pretty easily and know the list. Actually, if you've got a separate sheet of paper, you can write down the list right now. Try it out. See if you can remember what's number 1. I'll give you a moment to write it down. Or if you can't write it down or type it out, think about it. What's number 2? Let me throw a curveball at you, and let's see if you can remember number 5. How about number 6? Can you remember number 6? Think about what's number 9. Notice how I'm going out of order, and you could still, here's how we do it. If you're getting tripped up at this point, I ask you, what is number 4? So you start off and you think, what does the number 4 look like? Oh yeah, it looks like a chair. And then you remember what was going on with the chair. Oh yeah, the chair had legs made out of soda bottles. How about number 3? Do you remember number 3? If you can't remember it, picture what does the number 3 look like. That's where you start. And you know it looks like McDonald's. And then what does that remind you of? Okay, and if you said tomatoes, you've got it correct. What about number 7? What does number 7 look like? If you said lightning bolt, you were right. And what's going on with the lightning bolt? What do you remember? What's the item on our list we got to remember? And if you said strawberries, you've got that one right. Number 8 is a racetrack. Oh yeah, I remember deodorant, right? Number 10, what is the item for number 10? Write that down. Now, if you've got items number 1 through 10, very good. We've only spent a few minutes on this, and actually, if I didn't have to spend the time introducing to you that 1 is a pencil, 2 is a swan, and so on and so forth, you would have been able to, create these associations and visualizations much faster. Now, keep in mind the visualizations that I gave you earlier, such as 1 being a pencil. You might say you can do these in your own way. You could say 1 is a pen if you wanted. Maybe number 2 doesn't look like a swan to you, so you find something else that looks like the number 2. So for example, number 7, one person told me, okay, I don't like 7 being lightning. I would prefer if 7 was a hockey stick, because this person played hockey. Well, if that works for them, then that works for them. So keep in mind you can customize these. These were just my propositions and what we're working with in this webinar. Let's continue on, because you know what? We've got 1 through 10. I think you've got this pretty well. Now, if you didn't get the list, because here's the list right on the screen right here. If you didn't get the list, usually it means that you didn't try to visualize what we're talking about. So if you didn't, a lot of times I'll say, okay, picture a pencil with a loaf of bread on top of it. And someone says, yeah, I know what that looks like. But they don't make an active effort. This takes really less than 5 seconds or 10 seconds to stop. Maybe even close your eyes and visualize it in your head. So, shall we add more items? Let's go. How about going up to 20 items? This is going to be a little bit of an effort here. So, but I think we can do it, because the way we remember things is through visualization. So how are we going to remember 20 items? That is the question, because we know we have our pegs for 1 through 10. 1 is a pencil, 2 is a swan, 3 is McDonald's, and so on and so forth. So here's how we remember up to 20 items. We have to create a theme, an action theme. So for 11 through 20, we are going to create the theme of fight. Okay? So the theme is we've got to somehow associate the visualization of a fight happening. Now, hear me out. I'll explain exactly how we're going to do this. So let's start off here. And here's the list, first of all, 11 through 20. So we got to get honey, eggs, yogurt, flour, cheese, coffee, fish, olives, toothpaste, and ice cream. So now this 10-item list has turned into a 20-item list. Well, how are we going to do this? We have to somehow integrate these things. So here's the basic formula. We need to take, I want you to look up here, because you see these crazy visuals down here. Look up here. We are going to take, for 11, we need to take 1, which is the pencil, plus fight, because it's in the area of 11 through 20. And then we know we have to get honey, so we have to add honey in there somehow. So I want you to picture this crazy visualization. So the formula is pencil plus fight plus honey equals you fighting a bee with your pencil sword to get its honey. So I want you to picture yourself, take a moment to picture yourself fighting a bee with a pencil of a sword. Okay? You see the pencil there says to draw blood. How clever is that, huh? So you're fighting with this pencil sword a bee because you want to gain access to that bee's honey. Okay? Visualize that for a moment. Okay? Now, number 12. Same kind of formula. We know that we start with number 2, which is a swan, and then we add a fight happening. We try to visualize a fight of some sort, and then we know we got to get eggs. So we have to go swan plus fight plus eggs, and here's the visualization that I'm suggesting. Let's try to visualize a swan fighting another swan to protect her eggs. I know that sounds a little odd. Okay, but just picture the swan's eggs over here. Of course, this is what swans look like fighting, apparently. And that will help you visualize. So the way we'll remember this later is we'll start off with 12, and we'll be like, okay, first of all, what's 2? Now, 2, I know, was a swan, but it's not milk because, we know that number 2 was milk. So we have to remember swan, and because we know it's 12, we know there's a fight involved. And then we're reminded, oh yeah, there were 2 swans fighting over some eggs. Maybe they're trying to figure out whose eggs they are. Maybe one is saying, I'm the baby's mama. The other is saying, I'm the baby's mama. And there's all types of trouble there with swans fighting amongst each other. Let's go to 13. 13 is yogurt. Okay. The formula, we take McDonald's, which is number 3, plus fight, because we're in 11 through 20, plus yogurt, and we have a showdown, a face-off between McDonald's versus Starbucks. Who has the better yogurt parfait? Is it McDonald's? Is it Starbucks? What do you think? Well, that's the visual we're going to come up with here. We're going to picture, I don't know, if we could picture even more, we can picture Ronald McDonald from McDonald's fighting this mermaid from Starbucks, and they're fighting over who has better yogurt, or fighting for yogurt, I don't know. So we come up with this crazy visualization, and the way we're going to remember it later is McDonald's, which is 3 from 13, and we know there has to be a fight involved. Oh yeah, McDonald's and Starbucks, they're fighting, and this is all because of yogurt. Who has the better yogurt? Okay, let's move on to number 14. Number 14 is flowers. Okay, well 14, the 4, we have to do chair plus fight plus flowers. So a chair fight with the winner getting flowers. So you can see these two people fighting with their chairs, and the winner is going to get some flowers. So we want to picture, okay, a chair fight for some flowers. Okay, try to picture that chair fight. Okay, and make sure that you know that the winner is getting. Picture that winner, sitting on the chair, maybe holding their bouquet of flowers as the winner. Okay, 15. Is cheese. We have to remember this. We have to take the hook, because 5 is a hook from the 15. We have to add a fight, and we have to add cheese. So we're going to picture pirates fighting, and the winner getting cheese. This cheese right here with the little skull and all of that says R at the bottom. Okay, so picture, the 5 is going to remind us of the hook, which reminds us of pirates, and we know we have to be fighting, and they are fighting over some cheese. Okay, and look at that visual and try to picture that this is specifically pirate cheese. Okay, it's not just any kind of cheese, it's cheese for pirates. Let's move on to 16. Cherry, we have to remember coffee. So we know 6 is a cherry, we have to add a fight, and we have to add coffee. So I want you to picture an angry cherry fighting an angry coffee bean. Okay? So when we're reminded of this, we're thinking, okay, 16, 6 is cherry, there's a fight. Oh yeah, I remember there was a cherry fighting this coffee bean. Oh yeah, I got to get coffee. You see how that works? So this is how we're going to remember 16 being coffee. 17. The formula is lightning plus fight, plus, I spelled that wrong there, plus fish equals a lightning striking some fighting swordfish as they jump out of the water. So picture, we start off with lightning, and the lightning, remember earlier the lightning was striking the strawberry? Okay, but now we got to picture lightning and there's some kind of a fight. Oh yeah, the lightning was striking the swordfish. They jumped out of the water, and as they jumped out, I want you to picture both swordfish being electrocuted by the lightning. Poor swordfish. Well, that's how we're going to remember that 17 is fish. Okay? So somewhere from that image, we're going to recall the image, and then we'll be able to tell, okay, 7 is the lightning. Okay, yeah, it was a fight. Okay, lightning. Oh, yeah, it was a sword fight among fish. Fish, I got to get fish. All right. 18 is olives. Now, this one I don't have an image for because I just couldn't find it. The image that I came up with was a little ridiculous, and it was just too hard to find any kind of images. So we have to do racetrack, which is 8, plus a fight, plus olives. So in my mind, and I want you to picture this in your mind too in order for you to memorize it, I want you to picture race car drivers, because we know that's number 8. They're going around a track, and they're fighting with each other by throwing olives at each other. So picture, a race car driver driving right up to the other race car driver. They lower their window and they're throwing olives at each other to kind of distract each other, to make the other person mess up and kind of crash. So picture some race car drivers going around the track throwing olives at each other. Okay? So we actually have 2 images for the racetrack drivers. We have one where they're sweaty and stinky, and the other one, that reminds us of deodorant, and the other one where they're driving around the racetrack and they're fighting and they're throwing olives at each other. Now 19, toothpaste. So we start off, the formula here is balloon, so we start off with balloon, and we know we got to add fight. So the balloon plus fight plus toothpaste equals this crazy image of balloons fighting with the losing balloon exploding full of toothpaste. So whatever balloon loses just explodes, and I want you to picture toothpaste going all over the place, and that's how we're going to remember this. So you can picture the angry birds over here, angry bird balloons over here fighting with each other, and the losing balloon explodes with toothpaste going all over the place. Okay? That's how we're going to remember 19 being toothpaste. Now, if you're still with me here, on 20, we've got to remember ice cream. So the formula, we know that the 0 is coming from 10. Remember the plate? So we're taking a plate. Because it was 11 through 20, we got to add a fight. We got to add ice cream. So again, I don't have an image for this because I couldn't find it. But you can picture plates fighting with utensils over who gets the ice cream. So I want you to picture, angry plates. Maybe the plates have, faces on them, and they're fighting with their utensils, and they're breaking plates here and there, and they're trying to fight over who gets the ice cream. Why? I don't know. It doesn't have to make sense. But if I can picture this visually in my head, guess what's going to happen? It's going to stick. Let's see if we can remember 11 through 20 real quick. So just a quick review. 11 was honey. So we were reminded of 1 being a pencil. And that reminds us, oh yeah, there's a fight because I'm within 11 through 20. Oh yeah, I was using a pencil sword to fight. What was I fighting? Oh yeah, I was fighting a bee. And I was fighting the bee because I wanted its honey. That's how we're going to remember honey. Now, 12 was eggs. So we took swan plus fight plus eggs. So we were picturing some swans fighting over whose eggs were over there. So swans fighting over to protect, maybe one swan fighting another to protect her eggs. 13 was yogurt. We remembered McDonald's. That reminded us, okay, there's also a fight going on, and we've got to remember yogurt. So there was McDonald's. There was a showdown between McDonald's and Starbucks over who has the better yogurt parfait. Is it McDonald's or Starbucks? That's what we remembered for 13. 14, we start with a chair, and we know there's a fight. So it's a chair fight, and the winner from this fight gets a lovely bouquet of flowers. How nice. Number 15 was, look at that, hook plus fight plus cheese equals pirates fighting and the winner getting cheese. So we know with the chair fight, where the winner is getting flowers because there's 2 ladies fighting here. And with the pirates fighting, the winner gets cheese because for some reason pirates like cheese. Maybe because it's similar to the color of gold. So 16 is coffee. So we remember, okay, 6 was a cherry plus fight plus coffee equals an angry cherry fighting an angry coffee bean. Who will be the victor? 17 was fish. So we took the formula of lightning, which was 7, plus a fight, plus fish, and then we came up with the visual image of lightning striking some swordfish as they were jumping out towards each other. They were fighting with each other with their swords, and it just kind of kills the fish. Poor fish. So that's how we remembered number 17. Number 18. The formula was racetrack plus fight plus olives. We had to remember olives here. So we pictured some race car drivers driving around a track, and they were fighting each other by throwing olives at each other through the windows, window by window, trying to really make the other person crash. 19 was toothpaste, and we were picturing balloons that were fighting. And inside every balloon is a bunch of toothpaste. And the losing balloon explodes, because that's how you lose in a fight with balloons. You get popped. And toothpaste explodes all over the place. 20 was ice cream, so we remembered, okay, 20. We got to take the 10, which is a plate, because we're at 0 here, so that reminds us of a plate. And then we got to remember there's a fight happening, because we're 11 through 20. And ice cream was what we got to remember. So let's picture some plates that are fighting. They're having a furious fight with their utensils, forks and knives. They're hitting each other. They're breaking plates all over the place. And they're fighting over some ice cream. They really want this ice cream. And, of course, yeah, I couldn't find an image for that particular one. Well, can we remember 11 through 20? I wonder if you've been paying attention, and I'll cut you some slack here because this webinar is longer than the average video that people watch. But if you've been paying attention, you probably can remember 11 through 20 if you created the visuals in your head, if you were picturing them. So let's start with number 11. I want you to write them out right now, really quickly, and I will guide you through how you're going to remember them. Number 11, we take the number 1. And we remember, oh yeah, number 1 was a pencil. And I know that there was some kind of a fight. What was... You were fighting with a pencil sword, remember? Who were you fighting? And why were you fighting it? So we remember that we were fighting a bee for the honey. Okay, so that number 11 is going to be honey. Very good. Now, number 12. I'm not going to tell you this one. I just want you to write it out. But I'll remind you that number 2 is, you know that that's a swan, right? And what was going on with the swan? Can we remember what was going on with the swan? So, again, think about this. You know that you have to think of a swan, and you know there's a fight going on. What does that remind you of? Let's move on to 13. 13 was, let's think about 3 first. Think of the 3. And then what you got to do is you got to take the 3. You know that that is McDonald's, and you know that there's a fight involved. Okay? So, sorry, we're on 13. There's a fight involved, and what is the fight over? So 3 plus fight. 3 was McDonald's plus fight. A McDonald's and fight. Think about that, and you've got 13. Write that down. 14. We know 4 from the 14 is a chair, and then there's a fight. Oh yeah, there was a chair fight. Okay. And then what does that remind you of? Now, 15. Number 5. What does 5 look like? It looks like the hook. And that reminds us of the pirates. And we know we got to have a fight in there because we're 11 through 20. And our theme for 11 through 20 is there must be a fight. And we know the pirates are fighting, but what for? Okay, and if you've remembered that, very good. Let's go to 16. 6 from the 16 reminds us of the cherry. What is that visual? Think about the visual. What was going on with the cherry? Oh yeah, there was a cherry and it was fighting what? What kind of fight was the cherry in? All right, 17. 17 was a lightning bolt, okay? So I want you to picture the lightning bolt. What was going on in that visual image? And you know there's a fight going on, so keep that in mind. Lightning bolt and fight. What do you remember fighting? Now let's move on to 18. I'm assuming you've written this down. If you didn't write it down, don't worry. We'll go back and we'll review them in a moment. 18. Number 8 from the 18 reminds us of the racetrack. And you know there's a fight involved. There's a racetrack and a fight. Tell me what that image is. I want you to write it down. What is that image? What's going on with the fight? And ultimately, what is the grocery list item that we have to remember? And then 19, let's remember 19. 19, the 9 was a balloon, and there's a fight involved. What's going on with the balloon fight? What's happening in there? What happens to the loser? Okay? And now 20. 20 is basically, we remember the plate, and we know there's a fight. All right. I'm going to show you 11 through 20. And if you don't want to see the list, if you still want to figure it out, you might want to pause if you're watching the recording here. But I'm going to show you 11 through 20 right now. Did you get them? So number 11, that was, do you remember the image for number 11? You were using a pencil to fight a bee to get its honey. Number 12, what was going on with 12? We were thinking of a swan. That was number 2, and there was a fight. Oh yeah, the swan was fighting off another swan to protect her eggs. Number 3 was McDonald's, and we remember, oh yeah, McDonald's was fighting Starbucks over who has the better yogurt parfait. Now number 14, we remember that 4 was flowers, right? And there was a fight. I'm sorry, 4 was flowers. 4 is a chair. The item is flowers. 4 is a chair. We remember there was a chair fight between the 2 women in that image, and the winner got a nice bouquet of flowers. 15 was a hook. 5 was a hook, and we know there's a chair. I'm sorry, chair. 5 was a hook, and we know there's a fight. So we take the hook, which reminds us of the pirates, and we know pirates are fighting, and now that reminds me of, oh yeah, they're fighting over that big piece of cheese. Okay, the winner gets cheese. It was that cheese that had the little skull on it, if you could remember. Number 16. 6 is the cherry. And we remember, okay, what's the cherry? What's going on with a fight? Oh yeah, the cherry is fighting the coffee. I gotta get coffee. So what's 17? 7 is the lightning bolt. And there's a fight. And you remember the lightning bolt was striking 2 swordfish. And that reminds us, oh yeah, we got to get fish. Number 18 was a racetrack. Well, 8 was a racetrack, and we know there's a fight. But what's going on? The race car drivers are fighting by throwing olives at each other. Let's move on to 19. 19, the 9 was a balloon, and we know there's a fight. We pictured those two Angry Birds balloons, and they were fighting with each other, and they were full of toothpaste, and the loser got popped, and toothpaste explodes everywhere. Number 20, we had to remember the 0 was coming from the plates, remember? And we had to remember, okay, there's a plate and there's a fight. Oh yeah, the plates were fighting over who gets to get the ice cream. Okay? So, can you remember all 20 items? That is the question. I want you to think about what's number 1. See if you could write them down in rapid fire. I'm going to go through them very, very quickly. And I want you to see if you can write these items down. And if you can, that's a huge success, because this is a relatively simple system to master, and you could apply it to other things. So number 1 was, number 2, number 3. Now you're either writing this down or you're thinking about it. Number 4, what did 4 look like, and what did that remind you of? Number 5, what did that look like? What did that remind you of? Number 6, think about the 6. What does it look like? And what did that remind you of on our list? Number 7, what does it look like? Write it down or think about it. Number 8, what does the number 8 look like? And that should remind you of a certain item on our list. Number 9, same thing. Picture the 9. What does the 9 look like? Can you remember? And then that should help you remember the item. Number 10, do the same thing. Picture the 10. What does it look like? Write it down. Number 11, now we're in the fighting area. Keep in mind, 11 through 20 is all fights. So we're going to take number 1, which is a pencil. And what do you remember? A pencil and a fight? What was going on with this? Same thing with 12. We know that 2 is a swan, but there's some kind of a fight going on. Picture the swans fighting. What were they fighting about? 13, do the same thing. 3 is McDonald's, and there's some kind of a fight going on that's associated with McDonald's. What is the fight? And what's the item? Write down that item. 14, take the 4. What does it look like? And then remember there's a fight. What kind of fight? 4 was the chair, and there's some kind of a fight going on. 15, I mean. Picture what the 5 looks like. And then remember there's a fight going on. 5 was a hook. There's a fight with pirates. 16, let's do 16. 6 is a cherry. What kind of fight was going on with the cherry? What was the cherry fighting? How about 17? 17. Number 7 was a lightning bolt. There was a lightning bolt and some kind of a fight. What does that remind you of? Write that down. Number 18. Picture the 8. What does the 8 look like? It's a racetrack. There was a fight. Racetrack, fight. What does that remind you of? What was going on? What kind of fight was going on the racetrack? 19. Let's take the 9, which was a balloon. And we know there's a fight. Balloons are fighting. What's going on? What does that remind you of? What is the item that's supposed to go here? They're fighting, and what happens? 20. You want to take the plate? And you know there's a fight going on. There's plates fighting. What are they fighting over? All right, I'm going to show you the entire list now. And again, if you're watching the recording here, and if you're still working on your list, you can pause it. But I'm going to show you items 1 through 20, all of them. And a lot of you, if you wrote them down already, you know that you got them right. And I want you to think about how amazing it is that you're able to tell all of these items in order. And I could actually take the list away and just ask you to think, okay, what's number 5? Do you remember number 5? And you would think about, okay, number 5 looks like, it's a hook. And the hook reminds me of, that pirate that went to Thanksgiving dinner. Turkey, because the pirate was carving the turkey with his hook. And the same thing goes for 15. You would picture, 15, you know that there are pirates, and they were fighting. What were they fighting for? And then you're reminded, they were fighting over the cheese. And the same thing goes for, 12. We remember 12. Oh, yeah, okay, so I got to remember swan and a fight. Oh, yeah, the swan was protecting her eggs from another swan, and they were fighting. That's how I remember eggs. So you see here, we've got this whole list, 1 through 20, memorized, without writing it down a million times or repeating it to ourselves a million times. Now, I know that this takes a little bit of time to come up with the images and things like that, but if you really needed to remember 20 things in order, and the more practice, the more you use this numeric peg system, the better you get at it. By the way, this list that you see on here, number 1 through 10 is an actual list that I had to get a number of months ago. And I actually used this numeric peg system to memorize it. My wife usually goes shopping for the groceries, but this time around she asked me, actually in the middle of the week, she asked me if I could get a few more things. There were 10 items, and I was able to memorize these 10 items using this numeric peg system in probably about 3 minutes. And that's because I knew already that 1 is a pencil, 2 is a swan, and I just made the visualizations very quick. Now, this 11 through 20, I actually added this before I started the webinar. And the way I added it was I knew that, okay, 11 through 20, I'm going to create a theme for 11 through 20. It's going to be a fighting theme. And now all I did was I had to remember these 10 items. So these 10 items I just added, this was probably an hour before the webinar. And I was able to memorize these items. It probably took me about 5 minutes to create the visualizations and then to memorize them. So it doesn't take long, and the more you do this, I would say for most beginners it might take them a little longer. Just by a little longer, I don't mean much longer, maybe 10 minutes to create the visualizations because you're new to it. But the more that you create these kind of visualizations, the better you get at it. And you can apply this, you can reapply this to other things. By the way, quick test. Can you remember number 4? Okay. If you can, very good. You remember that number 4 looked like a chair, right? And the chair reminded you of soda because the chair had legs made out of soda. What about the number 8? Do you remember number 8? It was a racetrack. What did that remind you of? Obviously the deodorant, right? What about number 19? 9 was, what was 9? 9 was a balloon. And we know there's a fight. There are balloons fighting, and what happens to the loser? The losing balloon explodes, and there's toothpaste all over the place. So if you've remembered these things very good, you can apply it in different ways. For example, how can we apply this to reading? I want to talk about that really quickly. You can apply this very, very easily to reading. You would simply basically take a peg for each one of these things. You would take your 1 being a pencil, 2 being a swan, and you would visually associate each section of the chapter to each one of your pegs. So number 1 would be a pencil, number 2 being a swan, and so on and so forth. So after you're done reading your chapter, you put numbers next to each one of the sections. And so, for example, I had a student that I was teaching that was going into law school, and they were reading some legal material. Not legal material, but they were reading a textbook that was talking about constitutional law. And section number 1 of this chapter on constitutional law was talking about the founding fathers in the U.S. and the writing of the Constitution. That was like what that whole section was about. It was like 4 or 5 pages. And so section 1 was about the founding fathers. So we had to memorize section 1. Okay, being about the founding fathers, writing the Constitution. So we took number 1 being a pencil, and we pictured one of the founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, writing with this gigantic pencil. Okay, imagine him writing the Constitution with this big pencil. If we can visualize that and create the image, it'll easily stick. And then section number 2 of this person's chapter was talking about the court system in the United States. In the court system, you have the three different court systems. You have the big court system, which is the federal court system. And then you have a smaller one, which is the state court system. And then you have an even smaller one, the local court system. So with number 2, that was section 2 of the chapter. So we know we have to visualize it with swans. So all we did was we took, 3 swans, a big swan, a medium swan, and a small swan. And the big swan was going to represent our federal court system. The medium swan was going to represent the state court system. And the small swan was representing the local court system. and so on. And we kept on doing this all the way through the rest of the sections. And I think she had like 7 or 8 sections. But when she was done reading it, she applied this very quickly, and she's able to remember what that whole chapter was about very easily. Because, okay, section 1 was about the Founding Fathers. Oh yeah, they were writing with this giant pencil, right? We remember the pencil first, and that reminds us of the Founding Fathers. So you can definitely apply this to reading. Now, if you wanted to go beyond 20 items, you would simply add another theme. So if you would add a theme for 21 to 30. So maybe everything from 21 to 30 has to be drenched in black oil. Okay? So remember how we said number 1 was a pencil, and the number 1 on our item list was what? Do you remember? Number 1 was bread. What if number 1 wasn't bread? What if number 21 was bread? If number 21 was bread, we would take the pencil, we would put that giant loaf of bread on the pencil, same kind of image, but this time we got to add some black oil to it. So why don't we drizzle some black oil on top of this loaf of bread, and I want you to bite into that loaf of bread with all that black oil. What does it taste like? And if you can think about a pencil, a piece of bread on a pencil, drenched in black oil, tasting it probably tastes bitter. You'll remember that 21 is bread, right? If that was the case. So you can keep adding themes over and over. You can really keep building this up. You can build up a theme for 31 to 40, 41 to 50, 51 to 60. And if you need to remember, a bunch of things, the numeric peg system is a very, very powerful way to do it. So I want you to try and apply this as much as you can. And we actually went through a lot today and I thank you for your attention, because this is not an easy webinar to go through, because you really have to pay attention for the entire time. We memorized 20 items. Here is my unofficial homework for you today. Later on in the day, I want you to try and memorize, see if you can remember that list of 20 items I gave you earlier. And you might even remember it right now. Do you remember number 2? Do you remember number 5? So think about if you could remember it later on. Now, I think you'll be surprised to see that you're able to remember every item, or almost every item. And if you're able to do this, then you've done a good job, and you could actually reuse this system. Actually, next time you go grocery shopping, try doing this system again. And the nice thing about this numeric peg system, it is easy to... It's like a whiteboard. You can erase it and start all over, so long as you're creating some very, very concrete images that are easy to remember. By easy to remember, I mean make them exaggerated, make them crazy, make them just weird, and that is going to make it a lot easier for the information to stick. So with that, I want to thank you for attending this webinar. I hope you found the numeric peg system to be useful and hopefully somewhat easy to learn. Takes a little bit of creativity and some imagery, but it's pretty easy to get the hang of, and I hope you apply it to other things. And if you want to reach out to me by email or on LinkedIn, Facebook, or Twitter, by all means feel free to do so. Iris does speed reading workshops and memory training at companies and schools throughout the U.S. and even outside of the U.S. So if you want to invite us to your company or school, feel free. We've done this at a number of different companies. We did this for employees of Walmart. We did this for employees of this big bank, HSBC, for Google, for employees of NASA. We've also done this at a lot of different universities. So if you want to invite us to your school or to your company, feel free to get in touch with me. And thank you again so much for attending this webinar and supporting this program, and enjoy the rest of your day. So I'd like to welcome everyone and thank you all for joining us. Welcome to today's webinar. This is going to discuss the substitute word system, and this is one webinar in our memory improvement course that I think you're going to find very useful. Let's get right into it, actually. The substitute word system, I'm going to explain what it is, but I want to go over a basic principle with all of these memory-related techniques and systems and strategies. They all rely on visualizations. And images. Images are extremely important to your memory. Think about this. Why is it easier to remember someone's face but not their name? It's mainly because you see the face but you don't see the name. Names by themselves are just very abstract pieces of information. But faces that are very visual, we see them all the time. And that's why it happens very commonly where you're like, man, I can remember this person's face, but I can't remember their name. Why is that? It's because you see the face. Now, we always remember things better if we can visualize them. And many memory systems require that you use visual imagery in some kind of way. And it's really important to make an effort to try and visualize the information that we discussed today or in any other memory system. Otherwise, the system is just not going to work. So if you're, told in the memory system to visualize a bear, you don't just think to yourself, well, I know what a bear looks like. You actually try to think about a bear in your mind. You visualize it. That is a lot different than just saying, okay, I got it. All right, so let's keep that in mind, and we're going to get right into the substitute word system, and it can help you remember speeches. This can help you remember abstract information, new definitions, and even foreign languages. So this is going to be the topic of today's webinar. Let's get right into remembering speeches. Now, probably the worst mistake that you can make to try and memorize a speech word for word. First of all, it isn't really essential. Now, unless you're, an actor and you have to memorize a monologue from, one of Shakespeare's plays, and you need to make sure that's a different thing. But when we're talking about speeches, you don't necessarily have to remember every single word. The assumption is that you've been asked to deliver a speech on a specific subject, so that kind of means that you know something about the subject. Now, the other thing, memorizing a speech word for word makes it sound as though you're actually reading it word for word. So that's the other reason you might not want to do that. And the other problem is you'll be shuffling through and kind of making mistakes as you go along if you're trying to read it word for word. Because think about this, when you're reading something word for word, you're not emotionally involved. You're focusing primarily on pronunciation. So reading a speech that's already printed out, doesn't really work because, to hold someone's attention, you can't just be reading words. So here's an idea that I want you to think about, because if you have to do, and I don't want you to think this is just speeches in front of large groups. This can be, speeches, small group presentations. If you have to teach somebody something, this applies for everything. The first thing is you could type out your speech. That's generally a good idea. You type out everything that you want to talk about. Include all the things that you want to say. You read it over to get the gist of it, and then what you do is you select a keyword for each thought, or you think of it as a substitute word, as we're talking about in this webinar, the substitute word system. So you create a substitute word for maybe each paragraph. And by the way, paragraph, don't think of it, when you're writing a speech, as paragraphs. Think about it as main points that you're making. And some people will think of them as paragraphs, if that's, most people when they write, they'll write with, a main idea here and there. But some people write really, really long paragraphs. If you're trying to memorize something and remember a speech, you don't want to be memorizing long paragraphs. So you might write out your speech, and then each particular thought gets a certain kind of a keyword or a substitute word. Now, the idea is that that substitute word is going to remind you of, oh yeah, I wanted to talk about this. So when I'm doing this webinar, for example, when I'm going slide by slide, I see something on the slide when I turn to it, and that reminds me of, oh yeah, you wanted to talk about this. So this is how you can kind of remember, speeches, presentations, and so on. And there's, rarely a thought, whether it's, spoken or a sentence or a few paragraphs, which can't be brought down into one word or a phrase. Some people say, well, I need to explain all of this. Usually, you've got that information already in your head. Otherwise, you wouldn't have written it down earlier. So those keywords kind of provide you a link to what you wanted to talk about. And this is the power of substitute words. I remember when I was first trying to teach these workshops a number of years ago, one of the things that I was worried about was initially memorizing. This was before I did training into my memory. When I was trying to teach my speed reading classes, I was thinking, okay, I've got all this content. How am I going to remember what I got to say, and I got to include this, and I got to include that? And I got frustrated because I was really trying to memorize the material. And have you ever heard this expression, when you get caught up in the details, you lose sight of the big picture? This was the problem I was having with memorizing my presentations. I was trying to memorize them rather than trying to teach someone. So the breakthrough that I had was pretty much thinking about not what do you want to tell them, what do you want to teach them, what are you going to show them, how are you going to show it. So because I knew what I wanted to teach them, it was a lot easier to just write down some substitute words, some keywords that were going to remind me of, okay, you're going to do this particular drill. And then there was this one drill that was called the paperclip drill. There was another drill which was called the sprinting drill. And all of these were just reminders to me of the type of drill I had to discuss. Another keyword would have been something like old reading habits, and that was a keyword for me to discuss, the 3 old reading habits. And that's how you can use substitute words or phrases to help you remember things like speeches. Now, you can also let's talk about abstract information here. So, remembering something that's concrete is easy, but if it's abstract, it's definitely a little harder. The way to remember abstract information is to turn that abstract information into concrete terms with substitute words. Now, one way to do this is to use objects that are related to that abstract term. Now, we'll discuss exactly how we're going to do this. And as I mentioned, it's easy to picture concrete words like, let's say, the word apple. You can picture what an apple looks like. Dog. Book. Car. But isn't it a little harder to picture liberty? Justice? How about happiness? Now, happiness may be a little easier because you can maybe picture someone smiling. But the other words, liberty, justice, and there's a whole variety of words where, it's not easy to picture them. So you need to somehow take something that's related to the word, that abstract word, something that's concrete, that's related to the abstract word, and that's going to help you remember the abstract information. So we can use the substitute word to remember these abstract words. So think of liberty. The way you could look at liberty, you can picture, obviously, something like the Liberty Bell, which is in Philadelphia. Or if you had, let's say, something like justice, the word we said earlier, you can actually picture a judge. Justice and judge, those are related terms, so it's pretty easy to picture that. What about happiness? Happiness, we can picture a sun that's just smiling. I know that when it's sunny outside, actually I'm in Chicago right now, and it's a very, very sunny day, so I'm happy. I usually feel more energized and happy when the sun is out, especially when it's a beautiful day like today. So think about how the substitute word system can be useful to break down abstract words. We're actually going to get in more depth because some of this stuff is obvious. Okay, Liberty Bell, that's easy. Justice, judge. But it gets a little harder. This is where the similar sound technique comes in mind. This is a way of substituting a concrete word for an abstract word, but what you're doing, the similar sound technique, is actually part of the substitute word system. And it simply requires you to look for similar sounds that are in those abstract words that are unfamiliar for you. So let me give you an example of the similar sound technique. Think about this. The word salary. The word salary sounds like celery. The word freedom, doesn't it sound like fried ham? Or, I don't know, free the dome or free dome? I would probably take fried ham. Well, even though it doesn't sound exactly the same, it sounds similar. So that's the whole idea behind the similar sound technique. Look at this last one. Happiness sounds like happy nest. I don't know, you could picture some couple happy birds in their nest with their, with their babies and all that. Okay, so this is how the similar sound technique works. And by the way, you can apply this to just nonsensical or acronyms as well. So you see KAG here. What if this is an acronym for something you really need to remember at work? Well, to me that sounds like cage. So I would try to use the word cage and visualize some kind of a scenario that works with whatever that is that's somehow related to what I need to remember. What about ROX? That's pretty obvious. It sounds like rocks. Now this ROX might stand for, a certain kind of an acronym that we're supposed to know, but we can relate it to rocks because that's how it sounds like. ZYL could sound like seal. XAC. How about SAC? That sounds like sack. So how about let's go a little further here. We could take the similar sound technique a step further with new vocabulary. So back here, these were just acronyms and things like that. These words, we already know what these words are, and we know they sound similar to other words. But what about that? I was doing this to give you an idea of how it works with words we already know. Let's now take words that we don't know. We're actually going to learn some new vocabulary right now in this webinar, and we're going to use the similar sound technique to learn those new words. So the theme for all of this new vocabulary right now is going to be phobias. Now, many of us are already familiar with some of those phobias. You might be familiar with words like claustrophobia, or which is the fear of closed spaces, or you might be familiar with arachnophobia, which is the fear of spiders. But what if you had to teach a young child what the word claustrophobia means? Now, you already know this word. It's the fear of closed spaces or tight places. How would you teach it to a child? Here's one way that you can use the similar sound technique. And actually, if you have kids that are really young and they're not familiar with the word claustrophobia, you can actually teach them this, and this will probably work for them very, very easily. So here's how we do it with the similar sound technique. For claustrophobia, we take the word, we break the word up into two parts, claustro and phobia. So claustro and phobia. And I look for a familiar word that sounds like the beginning part. So claustro, the first thing that I think of is Santa Claus, because Claus is right at the beginning of claustrophobia. So I think Santa Claus plus phobia, and that equals, to me, Santa Claus has a fear of tight chimneys. So how would this work with a little kid? Obviously, you're taking something that they already know. They might be familiar with Santa Claus already, right? They know what he looks like and so on and so forth. He knows that he goes through a chimney. And if you can say, okay, claustrophobia, try to remember this word. It means the fear of tight places or closed spaces. Well, and then you explain, okay, Santa Claus has a fear of tight chimneys. So the next time they see that word and they're told, okay, claustrophobia, what does it mean? They look at a similar sound and they're like, whoa, Claus. I remember, oh yeah, Santa Claus, he has a fear of tight chimneys. Oh yeah, this is the fear of tight, not tight chimneys, but tight places. So this is one way you could teach it. Now, you already knew this particular one. Let's take one you probably may not know. Keranophobia. And actually, I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but keranophobia, do you know what that stands for? I mean, chances are most people don't. This is an actual phobia that is the fear of lightning. Now, you see the part that is underlined right now that I bolded, this part. Keran. So to me, that's sounding. What does that sound like to you? To me, I'm making it sound like in my head, Karen. I'm thinking like Karen. So I thought of the sentence here, Karen is afraid of lightning. Now, if you have a friend Karen, or someone that you happen to know that is named Karen, you can try to picture them with this fear of lightning, and you actually have to visualize this in your head. You picture the person that you know that's named Karen, or maybe you don't know someone named Karen, then you have to make up a person named Karen that is afraid of lightning, and you visualize this in your head, and now this is how we can try to remember keranophobia. So the next time we see the word like this, we immediately break it down. We already know what phobia means, and we take this part, Karen, and we remember, oh yeah, that's the fear of lightning because Karen is afraid of lightning. So let's take this with another one. Let's use another word here, belonophobia. Belonephobia. All right. If you know what that means, you're definitely in the minority. Most people probably would not know what this means. I definitely didn't know what it meant before I picked out these words. And by the way, there are hundreds of phobias out there. We're familiar with the fear of spiders, arachnophobia, claustrophobia, but there are a ton of documented phobias out there. This is one of them, and this is the fear of needles. Okay. Well, the fear of needles. Notice what I did again. I took part of the word, and now we're looking for a similar sound. This is the similar sound technique here. We try to break this word into, okay, what does it sound like to me? Belone. Now you might think, I don't know, baloney, or I'm thinking like balone. I'm thinking that's like balloon. Almost sounds a little bit like balloon if someone had put like a little accent on it, balone. So I'm thinking balloon. And I got to connect balloon, the visual of a balloon, with needles. Well, that's going to be easy, because what would a balloon be afraid of? They would definitely be afraid of needles, because if a needle comes near it, it's going to pop. So I'm thinking the sentence, okay, for ballonophobia, I'm going to remember the sentence, the balloon is afraid of needles. And I'm going to picture a big balloon. And you could even put like a face on it. And it's got a happy face, and all of a sudden, a needle is coming towards it, and now it's got a sad face, or it's got a scared face, and it's afraid of needles, obviously. So next time when we see the word ballonophobia, we're going to think, what does that sound like? Oh yeah, balloon. What was the balloon afraid of? Oh right, the balloon was afraid of needles. So that's the fear of needles. So you're probably getting the hang of this, and this is what I wanted to do in the webinar, to give you an idea and the hang of how this works, because this can be applied. You can apply the similar sound technique, which is part of the substitute word system, in a whole variety of ways. And this is one way to learn, unfamiliar words. Let's take another one. Anthrophobia. Now, you might be thinking, okay, what might that be? Well, I mean, the definition for this is actually the fear of people. Okay? So I guess that kind of makes sense. Like if you think anthro, you might think anthropology. But, let's make the visualization. What if you told a little kid anthrophobia is the fear of people? Like they might not be familiar with the term anthropology. So we can actually take this, and notice what I'm highlighting here. I'm going to try to break this into something. And I'm thinking, okay, anthrophobia. My crazy aunt throws people out of the house. Maybe she's not a people person. So the ant throws. You see ant, throw. Anthrophobia. Anthrophobia. The fear of... maybe she's got a fear of people. That's why she's throwing them out of the house. They come over to visit, and then she's, So, by the way, I don't have a crazy aunt that throws people out of the house, but this is just a visualization we make up. So, this is how we can remember when we go back to here and we see, okay, anthrophobia. We look, oh yeah, my crazy aunt that was throwing people. She's not this is the fear of people. So that's how we remember that. Let's see here. Let's move on. All right, this one a little harder. Again, not many people are familiar with this term. This is ergophobia. And what does this word mean? This word means the fear of work. Okay? Now, the fear of work, it's kind of hard to imagine. I don't know anybody that has a fear of work, but apparently there are people out there. How are we going to remember that ergophobia is a fear of work? Now, I'll give you a moment to think about it yourself. And then I'll tell you what I came up with. And whatever you came up with, that might be just as good. Basically, you're trying to figure out, how can I hook ergo and then the fear of something? Ergo. Maybe and go. Or ergo. Or what does that sound like to you? Usually the first thing that pops into your mind is the best thing to go with. Now, here's the first thing that came to my mind. Ergo home, she no like work. So I came up with this goofy little sentence, which isn't even grammatically correct. But you see, I actually added a letter. Instead of I said her. So it sounds similar. That's the idea here, a similar sound technique. So her go home, she no like work. So this might be, I don't know, a boss that says, her go home, she no like work. And the boss, maybe doesn't speak grammatically correct English. Well, that's going to be the fear of work. So when we look back at ergophobia, we are simply going to go, okay, ergo. Oh, right, that sentence that I came up earlier with, ergophobia. Ergo home, she no like work. So this is, how this is going to work in any time. And I want you to try this out. If you're someone that is studying or doing a lot of reading in very technical areas where you're coming across terms that you're not familiar with every so often, the next time you see a word you're not familiar with in your, in the language that you speak, try to, look up the definition and then try to break it down and figure out, how am I going to remember this for the long term? How am I going to remember? And we just went over some phobias here, and hopefully you can remember them. Let me just go over them real quick here. So, coronophobia, hopefully you can remember that was the fear of lightning. Ballonophobia. We remembered balloon, and what was the balloon afraid of? You probably remember that was the fear of needles. And then there was anthrophobia. Anthro. And we remembered anthro. That is the fear of people. Same with ergophobia. What was the sentence we came up with ergophobia? If you remember, it was ergo home, she no like work, and that is the fear of work. So you see how this can work. Let's talk about how we can apply it to learning a foreign language. Because as you would imagine, we just applied it to words that are uncommon in English. Well, the same can be applied to words that are uncommon in a language that you're trying to learn. So I want to give you some examples of this. And if you're currently learning a new language, you might already sometimes, some people do this automatically without thinking about it. Let's take Spanish, for example. The word despertar, that word means to awaken or arouse. So what we do here, I want you to, now this is going to be a visualization. We are trying to basically break this word into parts. Despertar. So this first part right here is reminding me of like desperate. And pear is reminding me of pear. A pear in English, right? And you could visualize that. And tar, I'm just going to picture, black tar. Now, here's what I want you to imagine to remember this word, despertar. We are going to imagine a giant pear complete with, arms, legs, and a face, and it's desperate with panic. It runs into your bedroom. This giant pear is running into the bedroom, and it's running to awaken you because he drove your car into tar. And he wants to desperately awaken you to let you know of this accident. So you're picturing a giant pear running into your room to awaken you, to tell you he just drove your car into some tar. So, now, some of you might be like, okay, that's kind of crazy, and that's a little, that's going a little far maybe with the visualization, but here's why you create these kind of these silly visuals. Next time when you see this word, just by itself, you'll look at it and you'll try to remember what were parts that, how do I break it down? What were the things that sounded similar? The desperate. Okay, desperate. Maybe that doesn't trigger anything, but pear might. You'll remember this giant pear running, or maybe tar will, and you'll remember the pear running into your room to wake you up, and you'll remember that the definition of this is to awaken. Okay? So that's how you can put together, and it's basically you're putting together a short movie with that giant pear. It's desperate, it's running around in your room, it wants to wake you up and all of that. And this is one example of what you could do. Let's take another word here. And this word is la berenjena. Now, I apologize if I don't pronounce this perfectly. Spanish is not my native language. It's actually my native language is actually Polish, and actually my best language, where I'm most fluent in right now, is English, obviously. But I'm trying to learn some Spanish here, and here's what this word means. It means eggplant. Now, you can see I've got this crazy visual going on. Let me explain what's going on here. So, to visualize, we take this word, la, which means the, so I don't really need to remember that. I'm going to focus on this word right here, berenjena, and that means eggplant. So, what I'm doing is, I am visualizing a giant, scary eggplant with arms, legs, a huge mouth with big teeth, and he's a dark purple color, just like an eggplant. And he's got hunting gear on. So I don't have that in the visual here, but in my head I would imagine it with hunting gear, and it's hunting. First it shoots a bear. That's signifying the first part here, bear. Then it shoots a wren, and this is Ren from Ren and Stimpy. This is a childhood cartoon that I used to watch. And then henna sounds like hyena. So I am picturing in my head this elaborate visual of a giant evil eggplant shooting a bear, Ren from Ren and Stimpy, that cartoon I used to love, and a hyena. So it's shooting a bear, a wren, a hyena, and this is how we're going to remember berenjena. And it is the eggplant that shot the bear, the wren, and the henna. Berenjena. So again, I know this is kind of, the whole point here is the sillier, the more details you add to the image and the more bizarre that you make it, if you give it some action, the better it actually gets imprinted in your brain. You might think of something entirely different, but whatever works for you is what you're going to shoot for. This is the first thing that kind of came up into my mind, and it might seem silly, but that's what will usually stick. And I guarantee if somebody asks me later on today, what does the word berenjena mean? I'm going to look for, okay, what does that sound like? Bear, Ren. Oh yeah, I remember my cartoon character Ren was getting shot by this giant evil eggplant from hell. So this is how we'll remember what, oh yeah, berenjena means eggplant. So let's take a few other words so you can see. I really want you to get the hang of this. The word barco in Spanish. The Spanish word for boat is barco, so that's the definition. It just simply means boat. So how about you visualize a boat with a dog standing on the bow, barking with lots of O's coming out of it, okay? So bark, we're going bark and O's. So we're picturing a dog standing on a boat, barking with O's, okay? Barco. Okay, and that's going to remind us of the boat, the definition being boat, and we're picturing a bark with O's. I'm thinking O's like Cheerios maybe coming out of its mouth. How about another word? Let's take, actually it doesn't have to only work, we just did the last three as Spanish. What about, let's take a French word here, and the French word for house is maison, and that simply means house. Again, I apologize if I'm pronouncing it perfectly, but you can picture a man building a brick house because he's a mason. This one is pretty easy if you already are familiar with this term right here, mason and house. But this word right here does not mean the same word here. It means house. So we don't want to get it mixed up. So we want to picture a man building the brick house because he's a mason, and that's how we're going to connect those words. So now in German, the word Fenster is, the definition of that is window. And again, I don't know any German, I'm probably not even pronouncing it right, but this Fenster means apparently window. Well, you can imagine a window being attacked by a fencer that's in full costume here. So the window being attacked, and that's how we're going to remember Fenster. Okay? Or how about let's take Italian here. Cappello. Cappello means hat. So how about we visualize a person wearing a baseball cap made out of Jell-O? I was actually trying to find a visual for this on Google. I couldn't find a visual, but I thought it would have been fun to have a person wearing a baseball cap made out of Jell-O. And so cappello means hat. Or you could just, cappello, you could just take cap and associate that to hat. But I just, if you can make it crazier, that'll help even more. So we took cap, and then we took ello, which sounds like Jell-O, and that's how we were able to come up with a person wearing a hat made out of Jell-O. So again, the crazier, the more bizarre, the better these things are going to work for you. Now, I want to do a quick little test here. Can you remember the definitions of the phobias that we covered earlier on? So I want you to think right now about each one. So let's start with Keranephobia. What does this word mean? So we start by breaking it down. We look for the similar sound. We see Karen right here. Karen. What was Karen afraid of? Let's go to the next one. Belonophobia. Belonephobia. Belonephobia was, what kind of fear was it? So we remember we used the word balloon, and what was the balloon afraid of? Let's take the next one, anthrophobia. Ant throw. So the ants throwing, do you remember what this was the fear of? And how about ergophobia? So remember we used the words hergo. What was this the fear of? I hope you learned some new words here. And let's see if you got them right. I'm going to show you the answers here. Keranephobia was the fear of lightning. Belonephobia was the fear of needles. Anthrophobia, the fear of people. Ergophobia, the fear of work. So what were the sentences here? Karen is afraid of lightning. This was the balloon being afraid of needles. This was the ant throwing people out of her house because she's got a fear of people. And ergophobia was the fear of work. Ergo home, she like work. You see how this works. And I hope the substitute word system, especially the technique within it, the similar sound technique, is a really good way to remember speeches, to learn abstract information, because you're taking that abstract information and you're trying to visualize it by connecting it to some kind of visual, that a concrete image. You could also learn new definitions in the language that you're already fluent in, and also you could learn new terms that you're not even familiar with through foreign languages. So I hope I gave you some ideas on how you can utilize this for yourself. And I want you to practice it yourself as well, because the more that you practice this, the better you get at it. And also, just the effort. Some people are like, well, is that worth the effort? It's a lot better than just staring at the word and hoping that I'll remember the definition. We need a system and a way of remembering definitions and remembering abstract information. So putting in that extra mental effort, usually what happens is that extra mental effort makes you pay attention more. It makes you focus on the new terms, new information you're trying to learn. And because you're putting in that extra effort, that also, not only will the system help you, the similar sound technique will help you, but also because you made that effort earlier, that actually helps you out. And by the way, with any good memory system, it's important to get a little bit of repetition. Notice the things we worked with today. These are some of the very important memory principles. Repetition is one very important thing. Repetition helps us remember things. Association, that's another big thing. Association helps us remember things. And then these systems, like the substitute system, that's a way of utilizing association with repetition. If we could repeat something over and over again, we'll get it better. Also, visual imagery, making something a little bizarre or absurd, that helps too. So keep all of these things in mind when you're trying to remember anything and when you're using the substitute word system. So I hope you found this webinar helpful. I've got my contact information on the screen right now. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to shoot me an email. You can get in touch with me on LinkedIn, Facebook, or Twitter. And I'd like to thank you for coming out to the webinar today. Also, keep in mind we do these webinars at companies and schools. If you want to invite us to your company and school to do this kind of workshop or any other kind of workshop, we'd be happy to do it. Feel free to get in touch with me or our support team, and we could discuss that in more detail. But again, thank you so much for coming out to the webinar today, and enjoy the rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the webinar. This is one of our webinars in our memory improvement course, and today's topic is the link system. We're going to talk about how the link system can help you improve your memory. So I want to start off by asking you a simple question. Do you think you have a bad memory? Now, a lot of people, I hear this all the time. A lot of people say, well, I feel like my memory isn't in tip-top shape. Some people think it might be their age. But if your answer was yes, I want you to know that your memory is probably a lot better than you think. I want you to know there's no such thing actually as a poor memory. There are only trained or untrained memories. So if you feel like you have a poor memory, it's not a poor memory, it just means it's an untrained one. And since you're watching this webinar, my guess is that you're looking to train your memory, and that's exactly what we're here to do. So let's go ahead and get started training for the day. So today's topic is the link system, and the link system requires you to link one piece of information to the next. And we're going to train ourselves into using this system today. The link system consists of two steps. First, you form a visual image of each item that needs to be learned. And then second, you associate the image of each item with the image of the next item. Okay, so you're taking one image, you visualize it, and then you take the next image that's in sequence and you try to visualize that as well. Now, if you're dealing with abstract words or things that are hard to visualize, you can use something called the substitute word system, which we covered very much in depth in a previous webinar. So if you're signed up for this memory improvement course, definitely check out the memory improvement lesson that was on the topic of the substitute word system. Now we'll talk about it briefly in this one, but that webinar goes into a lot of depth. Now with this link system, you start by forming this visual association between the first two items, and then between the second and third item, and then between the third and fourth item, and so on and so forth. And you don't try to associate every item with every other item in one big picture. Instead, you associate the items two at a time. Now, the reason for this name should be obvious. You're linking items together in the form of a chain of associations, and we already know that association plays a very big role in how we remember things. The link system is actually best used for serial learning tasks where you have a series of items that need to be remembered in a certain order. So that could be maybe a speech, that could be a list of things to do. Maybe you're reading about a certain kind of, let's say, engineering process and you need to know it step by step, or any other kind of like step-by-step information that needs to be memorized. The link system will help you remember all of those items in order. Okay, don't panic here, but I want you to remember these 8 items in order. Okay, I'll give you a minute to do this. Now, don't write them down. I just want you to look at them and try to remember these items as best as you can. And it's no easy task, but try as best as you can. Okay, now if I took it away from you for a moment, did you remember all the items? Most people don't, but don't worry if you didn't. I'll go back and show you the list in a moment. Now these 8 items could be, they could be a number of things. Here are the 8 items again. Most people, the reason why they have trouble remembering all these items in order is because they don't have a trained memory. They're not using any kind of a strategy or a system, and that's what we're going to use the link system to remember this list of 8 items. And this could be a list of any 8 pieces of information. Now, again, as I mentioned earlier, this could be 8 things in a speech. It could be 8 things, in a sales presentation, or 8 tasks that you have to do during the day. So let's train ourselves with this link system. So we start by creating our first link. And the first thing that we have to remember is pen, right? You see pen and shoe. We have to link pen and shoe together. So how are we going to do that? If you can picture a familiar pen, that's certainly going to help. You have to picture this in your mind's eye. And when we say mind's eye, you just have to kind of think about it and see if you could visualize it inside of your head. Okay? Now, it's possible to do this, but you've got to make sure that you're not just thinking, okay, pen, shoe, whatever. You actually have to stop for a moment and visualize it. For some people, it helps for them to close their eyes for a moment and visualize a pen. Or you might think of a pen that you already have, or it could be a really fancy pen. The first item is pen. Now, the second item is shoe. And to start the link system, we need to associate pen and shoe. Now, it's important that these 2 items are visually associated in some kind of a ridiculous way. So you need to form some kind of silly or impossible reminder or connection between the pen and the shoe. Now there are many choices, many ways you could do this, but you need to choose one that works best for you. Here's some ideas just to throw them out there. You could see yourself wearing gigantic pens instead of shoes. Or you can imagine yourself writing with a shoe instead of a pen. Or you can see millions of pens flying out of a shoe. The idea here is that you pick an image that is easiest for you to visualize. And you keep that image in mind, even if it doesn't make sense. In fact, it's better if the imagery does not make sense. Now, normally you would imagine whatever image works for you, but for the purpose of this webinar, I want to keep things consistent here, and to follow along with this particular presentation, I'm going to suggest a certain kind of image that I want you to imagine. I want you to imagine that you are wearing gigantic pens instead of shoes. Okay? So make sure that you imagine that right now. You are wearing some pens instead of shoes, giant pens. Okay, they're big enough for you to actually walk on them, almost like skis. You can think of them almost like that. They are pens, but we need to remember shoes. So we need to remember gigantic pens being worn as shoes. So you can only keep in mind, you can only see how well this link system is going to work if you try it out on your own. So I want you to imagine that. Take a moment to stop and think about those gigantic pens that you're wearing as shoes. Got it? Okay, let's move on. Now we need to create another link. So we just did the previous one, which was pen and shoe, and now we need to do shoe and book. Okay? So forget about the past image that we did. You were wearing these gigantic shoes that were actually pens. Now we just forget about that. We need to associate shoe and book. So this is our next link or connection that we need to make. At this point, we're assuming that we already know the shoe, So it can be used to remind us of something else, in this case a book. So I want you to imagine now a large book walking around wearing some big shoes. Imagine this large book just walking around, and it's got these ginormous shoes that it's wearing. Okay, got it? Again, make sure that you're visualizing this in your mind's eye. A large book is walking around with shoes. I know it makes no sense, but it's better if it doesn't. This image is going to stick if you can really visualize that in your head. Okay, stop thinking about the shoe and book. Let's move on to the next one. We're going to take a book and an airplane. I want you to see in your mind's eye, inside your mind, I want you to visualize a large book flying on top of an airplane. How would that even look? Can you picture it? And also make sure you're exaggerating it. This is not your typical book. It's a large book on top of a plane, and the airplane is flying across the sky. Okay? Hopefully you've got that imagined in your head. We're going to go ahead and move on from here. And now we need to imagine airplane and eyeglasses. So again, you see what we're doing with the link system here. We're taking the previous image, the last image of the previous link, airplane, and we're now taking the new information, airplane and glasses. So we need to visually link airplane and glasses. Now I want you to picture an airplane flying with large eyeglasses. Okay, so how would that look? I think it's pretty easy to picture something like that. You can put some big eyeglasses towards the front of the airplane, and it's just flying around, and the eyeglasses are there so we can see better. Okay, how would that look like? And make sure that you can actually picture this in your head, because we're going to move on now. We've got to remember now we take the previous item, eyeglasses, and we got to associate it with fish. So how are we going to do that? I want you to picture a fish wearing eyeglasses. I know that's a little odd, but that's okay. Try to picture a fish wearing eyeglasses. Okay, if you're having trouble with that, let me give you a little bit of help here. How about that? So, hopefully this visual will help you remember eyeglasses on a fish. Okay? Let's move on from that scary looking fish with the eyeglasses and move on to fish and Benadryl. Now, Benadryl was purposely put in here to make the visual even harder to imagine. But I want you to, what if you don't even know what Benadryl is, okay? If you don't know what Benadryl is, we are going to use the similar sound technique, which was discussed in our webinar, the substitute word system, but I'm going to go over it briefly here. Let me explain how we're going to associate fish and Benadryl. Okay, I want you to visualize. You can do this by the, again, similar sound technique. What does Benadryl sound like? Benadryl. To me, it sounds like Bent-a-drill. Bent-a-drill. Benadryl. Okay, well, let's picture a gigantic fish bending a drill. Okay? Picture that for a moment. Now, I don't have an image for that, but think about that. A gigantic fish bending a drill. Okay, hopefully you've got that big fish bending the drill. I'm laughing a little bit because when I'm picturing it in my head, it's actually kind of a funny image. And that's good. It's supposed to, if you can make them funny, if you can make them stick out and silly, that's good. Now we got to move on to our next one. Benadryl and typewriter. Okay. So how are we going to imagine this? I want you to, again, let's go back to bent drill and imagine this. A bent drill is using a typewriter. Picture that bent drill just typing away at that old typewriter. You hear the clicking sound. You see the bent drill is typing. Again, doesn't have to make sense, but try to visualize a bent drill on a typewriter typing away. Okay? Now, that was the link system. We just went through 8 items. I hope you're ready to amaze yourself now, because we're going to test to see, how well did this stick. Now, how well it sticks usually is dependent on whether or not you were visualizing the information. That's why I kept stressing, make sure that you are visualizing it. Take a moment to think and visualize in your head what it looks like. So let's start off. We got to think of the first item, which we know is pen. And what does that remind you of? Think about, what does it remind you of the pen? Remember, we previously formed a silly visualization associated with a pen. Can you remember it? I'll give you a moment to think about it. And if you said shoe, you were correct. Okay? So you probably remember we were wearing gigantic pens instead of shoes. Now what we do with this link system is we say, hey, so what does the shoe remind us of? Think about that for a moment. What was the visualization that you remember with the shoe? All right. I'm going to give you the answer here. And if you don't want to hear the answer and you still want to think, if you're watching the recording, you can just simply hit pause here. But I'm going to tell you the answer here right now. The answer was book. So shoe was supposed to remind us of book. We pictured a large book walking around with these really big shoes. Okay? Let's move on to the next one, because we just reminded ourselves of book. So now we're on book, and we need to think, what did book remind us of? Do you remember anything? Can you remember what was the book doing? What was going on? And you probably remember, if you said airplane, you were correct, because we pictured an airplane flying around with a giant book on top of it. And now we're on airplane. Now we got to think, what does airplane remind us of? And if you can remember, and if you think back to it, you can picture the airplane was reminding us of the eyeglasses, because we were picturing the eyeglasses on top of that airplane. Now, once we get to eyeglasses, we're thinking all over again. You probably see how this link system is working and actually how it's pretty effective. We're just doing 8 items. You can definitely expand this. What do eyeglasses remind you of? Take a moment to think about that. We saw the eyeglasses on the airplane, and then what else? Eyeglasses. Where else did we see eyeglasses? Now, if you said fish, you were correct. Do you remember this fish here? Remember that crazy-looking fish? Well, there it is. And what does fish remind you of? What was the fish doing? Think about that. What was the visual that we remember with fish? I'm going to give you the answer here. The answer was Benadryl. Benadryl. Why? Because we remembered a gigantic fish that bent a drill. Remember? And because Benadryl was a little more abstract, it was a little more vague than some of the other items we were covering, we had to use the similar sound technique to say, okay, Benadryl, that's too hard for me to visualize. Let me think bent a drill instead. And then I'll remember, oh yeah, Benadryl. So you see how that works. Now, because we're on Benadryl now, we have to think, okay, well, what does Benadryl remind me of? Bent a drill. What was going on with Benadryl? Can you remember the visualization? Now, if you said typewriter, you were correct. Typewriter, I'm sure you remember this bent drill typing away at that old typewriter. Do you see I hope you see how this works, because if you were able to get them all, very good. If you didn't get them all, no worries. You can work on trying to visualize those a little better. Usually the reason people don't get them all maybe at first is because they either didn't bother to do the visualization, or maybe the visualization that I said just wasn't crazy enough to stick into your brain. So, it's something that I was giving you the visuals just as an example here, but you can always create these visuals on your own. And we'll talk about some strategies for creating those visuals in a little bit. But this is the power of the link system. And remember I asked you earlier, do you think that you have a poor memory? The fact of the matter is that your memory is a lot better than you think. You simply need to train it and learn some systems. And the link system is a great way to learn a series of information that needs to be put in order. Okay? Now, by the way, we can even go backwards. Start with the typewriter. What does the typewriter remind you of? Think about that. And keep going through the link. See if you could go really quickly. I'm just going to give you maybe 30 seconds. I want you to go backwards. Start with the typewriter and think about what that reminds you of, and immediately think about what did that remind you of, and so on and so forth. See if you could get through all 8 in 30 seconds. Go. Or if you need more time, pause the video here if you're watching the recording. All right, let me stop you there. And I want you to know that this list of 8 items mentioned earlier these were randomly selected. They could represent anything. They could be a sequence of 8 items that you need to remember for a presentation. And if that was the case, then you wouldn't need your notes. Or it could be a sequence of 8 important concepts that you need to remember from a chapter that you need to, remember for a test. This could also be a sequence of maybe 8 things that you have to do during the day, and maybe you have to do those things in order. That's where this would be useful. This could also be a list of 8 items that you need to get from the store. Now, keep in mind, if you can link 8 things, as we just did, you can also link 18 things, or even 28. Just keep in mind that it obviously takes longer to link 28 things compared to 8 things. It's always going to take longer to remember more things, whether or not there is a system being applied. But when you're applying a link system to remember 28 things, you'll undoubtedly remember it faster than someone that doesn't have a system or strategy in place. So keep that in mind. Also, I want you to know, let's say you were applying this to something else. Let's say it was the 8 things that you have to do. Sometimes your to-do list has one thing that you have to do is multiple words. So you might have a check email to see if Bob got back to me regarding that one project. Well, that could simply be, if that's my only email task, that could simply be used as a keyword email, okay? And I could try to picture email in some kind of a way, try to visualize it. Now, same thing goes if you've got 8 important concepts on a test. You want to make sure that you're not using entire sentences. This link system is to remind you of thoughts and ideas. So you would take a keyword or maybe a short phrase, and then you would have to link it one by one. So let's move on here, and let's talk quickly how you can use this link system to remember speeches or presentations. So do you know what the number one fear most people have? It's actually not death. You would think that it should be, but no, it's actually the number one fear people have, and some of you already know this, is giving speeches. Now, I want you to think about what creates this fear of giving speeches, because a lot of people find it very, very tough, and they're fearful of giving speeches. Isn't it that the thought of forgetting what you want to say, isn't that what kind of makes people, scared of speeches? That's what scares people the most, I think. That they'll go up there, and what if you forget entirely what you were going to say? I know that used to frighten me a lot when I not when I had to give speeches, but when I had to do presentations in school, any kind of group projects, anytime I had to talk in front of a crowd initially, it was really tough. Now, this fear went away with practice the more I did it, but giving a speech is, if you think about it, it is a sequence of thoughts, and therefore you can use the link system to help you remember a talk. So first, what you need to do is extract the keywords or substitute words from your speech or the presentation. And the keyword can also be a short phrase, I want you to know. But it's something that brings the entire thought to mind. The keyword should remind you of that particular thought. And to do this, you can read the speech and maybe underline some of the words or phrases that remind you of the thing that you wanted to talk about. And then you link those words or phrases, as we did earlier, and that's it. So keep in mind the best way to deliver a speech is thought for thought, not word for word. So you don't want to be reading directly from your script, or you don't want to be attempting to memorize the entire script, because here's what happens. What if you tried to memorize it word for word? The moment you mess up on one word, you're going to be lost. But if you're remembering it by thoughts and ideas, then all you have to remember are what are those thoughts, and if they have to be in a particular order, you link them through the link system, and then you don't have to use notes. Then you could probably have a more powerful speech or presentation. So keep that in mind. Now, the one problem you may have when initially linking things is coming up with ridiculous images. I get this question all the time, because when I'm teaching these workshops, I'll usually propose, okay, let's try this particular image out. And people will tell me, okay, well, how did you come up with this crazy image? Well, I mean, it just kind of hit me. And here's the thing about coming up with crazy images. These images come to me pretty quickly because I've been practicing these kinds of memory systems that require a lot of visual imagery. It requires that the images are bizarre or silly or exaggerated. But I'm used to it, but if you're not used to it, there are 4 ways. There, you can think of them as like 4 simple rules to follow in order to create ridiculous images. Rule number 1 is the rule of substitution. And that's actually the easiest to apply. All that requires is that you picture one item instead of another item. So in the example earlier, remember we suggested that you imagine yourself wearing a pair of pens instead of shoes. And by the way, it was a giant pair of pens instead of shoes. This is a good example of substitution. Now, another rule that you see here, number 2, is putting things out of proportion. So notice how many of the previous examples while we were trying to do the link system with those 8 items, how many of those examples involved a giant something or other, or a big we said a giant pair of shoes, or a gigantic pair of glasses. I think I said giant or gigantic or big like 10 or 20. I don't know how many times I said it, but the whole point when you're trying to create those images, it's better when you can do it out of proportion. And something very similar, number 3, is exaggeration. You can exaggerate the size or amount. Maybe try using the word millions to create this effect. And the last rule is action. Action is always easy to remember. If things are moving around, if there's a fight, or if you're doing some kind of an action, it's easier to remember it. So applying one or more of these rules to any kind of picture will help make that picture ridiculous. Now, after a while, you won't have to think about applying these rules, and you'll start doing it automatically because you've trained your memory to do so. Now, initially, it may take some time to form these crazy images in your mind. It's interesting how, the wheels of imagination that used to turn so quickly when we were young, they've kind of slowed down by the time we're adults, right? And somehow society has that effect on us, but we can change that. We know that children never really have trouble coming up with silly or crazy images, right? They somehow tend to be able to do it naturally. However, I want you to know that practicing a system like this link system, or any other memory system for that matter, requires you to create silly images. Doing that will get the wheels turning on your imagination. So your imagination, it simply needs exercise. And the great thing about the link system and other memory systems is that simply trying to implement those systems will exercise your imagination. And the more exercise you do, the better it gets. So that's why I told you, for me, creating these images usually it's the first thing that pops into my mind and I go with that, but it comes very quickly because I've practiced it. When I first started doing it, I had to kind of go step by step. I would actually backtrack and I would look at these four ways and I'd try to kind of go one by one to see if I could substitute anything, exaggerate anything, create some kind of action, and that would help. Now, in a short while, I want you to know that you'll find it'll be ridiculous or illogical or maybe even strange images that pop into your mind anytime you need to remember 2 items. Once you practice this, you're going to start remembering and linking those items in a crazy way very, very quickly. So keep in mind that making the pictures ridiculous is what enables you to see them in your mind. Things that are logical or mundane or normal are easily forgotten. But a bizarre image can stir the mind, and it'll force you to pay attention and ultimately remember things. Think about this. If you had just a regular day today, nothing big happened, it wasn't a horrible day, it wasn't a great day, it was just kind of a, normal day. You might forget a few things, right? Might be easy to forget. You probably would forget that day because nothing big happened. Now, what if something crazy happened to you today? Something completely unsuspected, or something horrible, or something really, really great. Something that's out of the ordinary, doesn't that stick out a lot more? Won't you remember that? Can't we all remember where we were, during certain points in history, right? When something very big happened, we can remember, right? Because it's out of the ordinary, and those kind of things are memorable. So if you're ever trying to train yourself, to train your memory to remember anything, you need to make it a little out of the ordinary. Otherwise, it'll be easily forgotten. So keep that in mind. Now, quick check. Can you still remember the 8 items? It's been a few minutes since we did that. But start with the pen and see what that reminds you. Really quickly, I want you to try and get it done. See if you can get it done in 30 seconds. Go. Start with the pen. What does that remind you of? Keep trying to name the items. If you're stuck on pen, just try to think, okay, pen, what was going on with the pen? What was I using it for? Some of you might already be done. If you're writing this down on a piece of paper, that's fine too, or typing it up on your screen. But I hope you can remember those 8 items, or maybe you might even want to. We're going to continue on from here, but if you're watching the recording, you can simply pause. This would actually be a good point to check and review if you can see if you can still see those 8 items in your mind. And all you're doing is simply going one by one. You're starting with the pen and thinking to yourself, what does that remind me of? And then you go with the next item, what does that remind you of? And you keep on going. Now, to review them, with the pen, you remember wearing a pair of giant pens instead of shoes, right? And then if we go on to our next one right here, the shoe, you see a gigantic book wearing shoes, right? Now that we have book, we know book is number 3, and what did the book remind you of? The book, you see a gigantic book flying on top of an airplane, right? And now we have airplane, so that was number 4. And now we're linking airplane to what? What was going on with the airplane? Oh yeah, the airplane was wearing gigantic glasses. And now we're thinking of eyeglasses. We know that's number 5. And what was going on with the eyeglasses? Oh yeah, that crazy picture of that fish. Do you remember that? A fish wearing eyeglasses. And then we just continue on from here. We know that fish was number 6. So now we're thinking, okay, fish. What was going on with the fish? Oh, that's right. The fish. There was a gigantic fish bending a drill. Benadryl. And Benadryl was our number 7. And we're still on the topic of bent drill. And now we're thinking, okay, a bent drill is typing at an old typewriter. And now we've got 8. Typewriter. Now this list can go on and on. We could have kept building up on, and you really could get into some deep territory here. There are some people that do link systems for 50 items. It's definitely possible. It takes a little bit more time, without a doubt. It takes a little bit more thinking, but that is much easier to remember. Doing this kind of a process to remember 50 items is definitely easier than just trying to remember 50 items in some random way, or just looking at the list, or just writing it down over and over and over again. Now, if you are watching this presentation, I know that you're interested in training your memory, and this link system is just one of many ways to do it. So I'm going to provide here some unofficial homework that you can do to further train your memory using this link system. I want you to make a list of items and link them. Now, it could be right now, after this webinar, later in the day, but I'd recommend that you challenge yourself with at least 15 items or more. And if these are things that you have to do, even better, maybe use this for a practical use. Maybe it's tasks that you have to do, or maybe it's maybe you're working on a presentation that you have to remember. Try linking those items. Now, if you don't have anything practical to link, that's okay. Try coming up with 15 random items and see if you could link those for the sake of exercising your memory. It'll be well worth the effort. Actually, if you want to impress one of your friends or family members, tell them to give you a list of 15 grocery items and see if you could link those items in your head. And if you're really looking to exercise in an optimal way, I'd recommend you practice this link system at least once a day with a new set of at least 15 items for 2 weeks. So once a day, 15 item list for 2 weeks. And the more you do it, the easier it'll get, as you would imagine. Practice makes perfect. You'll also find plenty of practical ways to start using this for things that are actually important in your life. So with that, I want to thank you for attending today's webinar. I hope you found the link system intriguing. I hope you were able to remember those 8 items, and I hope that you train beyond just 8 items. You can definitely build this up to 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 items or more. It takes a little bit of time, takes a little bit of effort, but that effort is well worth it if you really need to remember something very, very well. Now, if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to contact me directly. This is my email address where you could reach out to me. You could also contact me through LinkedIn, Facebook, or Twitter if you want. thank you so much for attending this workshop. I want you to know we also do this at companies and schools. We've done this for a number of Fortune 500 companies. We've done this at a lot of Ivy League schools. If you want to invite us to your company or school, feel free to get in touch with me or anybody on our support team. And thank you so much for attending today's webinar and supporting this program, and enjoy the rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the webinar. This topic is going to be on the PEG system, your mental file folders. And this webinar is part of our memory improvement course, so thank you for joining us today. I'm Paul Novak, the founder and program director here at IRIS, and I'm joined by our director of research, Katya Sieberson, and she's joining us today from Russia. Hey Katya, how's it going?
Hello. Nice to hear you.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Usually you're broadcasting from New York, and if you've seen any of our other webinars and you've been watching this memory improvement course, some of you have probably been wondering what happened to Katya. Well, she went out to Russia, and she's been there, and she's actually joining us today. So, thanks.
Yep, you're welcome. Since PEG system is such a close system to my heart, and I wanted to be present while you teach all of our students how to use this system, since I was the one who introduced you to this system.
Right. Yeah, Katya, I remember a while ago she introduced me to this PEG system, and I'm like, this is great. We got to start using this in our classes, in our speed reading workshops, in our memory workshops. And the great thing about it, because there are some memory systems that are really complex, that are hard to learn, this one is actually pretty easy to learn, and you could utilize it, and it's also very, very reliable. So let's get right into it. Let's talk about how this webinar is going to be different. What is going to be different about this, Katya?
This is going to be very different because this is an active webinar that will require your effort. You will actually have to do the exercise with us in order to understand. If you're just passively listening to it, just understanding the principle will not serve you any purpose.
Right.
So if you'd like to learn how to use the PEG system, please follow along.
Right, and when we say follow along, there's going to be, if you've seen some of our other webinars, in a lot of different memory systems, it requires you to create visual images in your head and to just actively think and try to visualize something. That's the best way to do it, so we want to make sure that, if you're passively listening to this and you got to work on something else, I understand, or maybe you want to save this webinar for later, we are recording it, or if you're listening to the recording, make sure that you're kind of playing along here and actively taking part in the exercise. It's not going to take that long, but if you take part in it, you'll see how it works, and then you'll be able to use it for yourself to memorize, a list of whatever it is you need to memorize. So let's go ahead and let's get started with the what is the list going to be? We're going to take a traditional, grocery list. Okay.
And I would like you to take 30 seconds to look at this list and try to remember this list. Just look at it and try to remember all of it. All right, done.
Okay, some people are kind of like, okay, that's not fair. I got 30 seconds is not enough. Now, even if you gave someone 1 minute, a lot of people find this challenging. Now, it's the reason why, if you've got 10 items to get from the store, you're probably going to make a list and take it with you, right?
Absolutely. And sometimes you need to remember a list of grocery items or other things, and you need to remember them in order, which PEG system allows you to do very, very well.
Right, because basically there's two ways you can learn this list right here. You can either do repetition, because obviously if you wrote this list down over and over and over again 1,000 times, you'd probably get it. Or if you repeat it to yourself over and over again. We know repetition is powerful and it helps with our memory, but you can also use the PEG system, right? And the PEG system is faster, and the memory will be more, it'll be longer term.
Absolutely. So PEG system is a simple way, and it's very reliable, and again, you can recall it in any order, and you will be surprised how powerful this tool is a little later.
So the way it kind of works, one of the principles is that when you get a new piece of information, it gets pegged to something that you already know. So something that you already so something that's already in your head. And so first we need to learn the pegs, which are visuals for certain numbers, and then we'll learn the new information. And actually, this is the whole principle of association. Anytime you can associate something to something you already know, that helps you remember it better. And it's really the only way. Some people argue that the only way we learn anything is through association. It has to be associated with something you already know in order for it to stick.
Yeah, and the system is called PEG system because you kind of peg something you just learned to something you already know. That's why I have a little peg on there. I really like this verb, the peg, and that's why it's called the PEG system. So in order for us to take in the new information, which is that list.
Right, let's take that new information. It's on the screen right now. Here's the list.
And this is the new information. And now we need to peg it to something we already know. But unfortunately, if you don't know if you're not familiar with a PEG system, you don't have that core, that something you already know yet. So let's create it.
Right. Now, by the way, I do want to make mention for some people that are already familiar with the PEG system or other type. There are a number of types of PEG systems. We're going to go over a numeric PEG system, which is very easy to learn. And the other types of PEG systems, they're all, they can work just as well. In our opinion, this is probably one of the easier ones to learn initially. But there are numerous PEG systems that can be used that we can go over in other webinars. We're going to take, for this example, the numeric PEG system. So this is something that we're going to create once, and it'll pretty much stick with us forever, so long as we commit it to memory. So shall we get started with number one?
That's true. So just one more time. What we're going to do is we're going to create that core for the PEG system. And that core for the PEG system is going to be something you already know.
Right.
What we're going to offer you, our PEG system, but feel free to deviate from it and create your own, but everything is going to make sense and probably you're going to adapt it. Hopefully you're going to love it, our system.
Okay, so let's start with number one. What does number one look like to you, Katja?
Well, it looks like a pencil, it looks like a candle, it looks like many things.
It could look like a tie, right? It could be a bunch of things. But for our example, we're gonna ask you to memorize, for those of you listening in, memorize and commit this to memory and visualize it. It's a pencil. Number one. Right?
Yep. Number two. There are many things that look like number two. It could be a hanger or a swan. This is the example that we have.
Or it could be a snake. I mean, there's a number of things you could put in here. Let's everybody that's listening in, let's commit to remembering that 2 is a swan. How about that?
Yep.
So 2 is going to be our swan.
Number 3 is always a challenge. So I just decided to stick with something really, really easy, which is McDonald's, but slightly turn to the right.
Yeah, just sideways. Look at it that way, and that the number 3 is going to remind us of the image of McDonald's. And the image of McDonald's could be whatever image you want to associate it with. It could be, an actual McDonald's. It could just be the M from the logo, but the 3 is going to remind us of that. And you really need to visualize it. And part of the reason, just to make sure you're visualizing it, we included pictures right on the screen. So let's do number 4.
And number 4, Paul and I would like to tilt things and turn them upside down. So here is the chair for you, which is turned upside down. Upside down chair looks like a 4. It can also be, you can also use a golf flag.
Yeah, like if you look at the 4 up here, it's different than, there's a couple ways you can make a 4. This probably, some people say, oh, well, that looks more like a flag to me. Or it could look like I'm thinking maybe a sailboat. Again, in the PEG system, you go with whatever works for you. But again, for this example, we want you to remember that 4 is going to be a chair.
Let's go to number 5. Number 5 is always not easy to remember. And
for a lot of people, it's hard to create the image. We're using a hook.
Because 5 has such an interesting shape. There aren't too many things in the world that have the same shape. So I decided to think of pirates of the Caribbean, and then think of a pirate that has a hook instead of a hand. So that's why it looks like a 5 a little bit to me.
Again, if we turn it upside down, you really, with the 5, some people are trying to see it. If you turn the 5 upside down, that's what you get here. So try to imagine the 5 like just like this with the little curve right here. By the way, I was teaching this workshop a few weeks ago, and someone was like, you know what, 5 for some reason reminds me of a pregnant lady. And I asked him, why does it remind you of a pregnant lady? And he's like, well, my wife is pregnant right now. So it's funny how, these things will remind you of whatever. So if 5 reminds someone of a pregnant lady, then that's what they go with. We're going to use, for our purpose here, we're going to use a hook. And by the way, why are we creating these images? It's all going to make sense in a moment. We need to create the pegs first. Once you create these once, you never have to do it again. You're always going to use, if you like 5 being a hook, you're always going to use 5 as a hook, and you'll see what we utilize that for later on. So remember, 5 is a hook. Let's do 6.
6 now is important. It's very interesting how 6 looks like a 9 and 9 looks like a 6. Very, very, very important to differentiate. So 6 is a cherry. Remember it as a cherry.
And what are some other things we could do for 6? You could have, if you made the loop at the bottom very small, you could think of it as a golf club, I guess. There's probably a number of things you could think of as a 6, but we're going to go with cherry for now. Picture this cherry as a number 6, and we're going to move on. Let's do 7.
Number 7, let's stick with the lightning.
So picture all these are all 7s right here. This is a 7 right here. Whoops. There's another 7. So you can picture, 7s within a lightning bolt. Number 8.
Number 8 doesn't make sense at all because this is in a racetrack that looks like an 8. Obviously, racetracks are not made like this because they would cause a car crash. But for our purposes...
Right over there's the car crash happening. Boom.
Yeah, for our purposes, we decided to stick with an image of a racetrack in the shape of an 8.
Now, by the way, some people, they look at the number 8, if you did it sideways, and they say, you know what, the 8 could be, it could be infinity. Some people look at that and they think of infinity. But, however, it's important to make sure that your visualizations are very concrete, like images that you can visualize. The trouble with infinity is that it's very hard to visualize infinity. Because it
is intangible, and the example that we're using is a shape example.
Right.
So we're looking at the shape of a number, and we're looking at the shape, and we're looking to something. What is it out there in the world that reminds us of that shape, so that we don't have trouble thinking what is 8. 8 is a racetrack that looks like an 8. So anything that's related to racetrack is 8.
Right, and if you didn't like that, I'm thinking you could also use maybe like glasses. So these could be, let's say, glasses. But we're going to remember, everyone in the room right now taking part in this webinar needs to remember that 8 is going to be our racetrack. That's very important that you visualize it. Let's go to 9.
Well, 9 is a blue balloon.
Now, it doesn't have to be blue. Any kind of balloon will suffice, right?
Yep, absolutely. As long as you remember that balloon is 9 and cherry is 6.
Okay. So remember, balloon is 9, and actually 6 being a balloon wouldn't even make sense, right? Because that would be an upside-down balloon. That's like anti-helium. It would not make sense.
Anti-gravity.
Yes, exactly. It would be gravity pulling from the sky instead of from below. Anyway, so we've got 9 being our balloon. And again, you could picture the 9, and then there's just a little stem coming down. That's the 9. So remember 9 being a balloon. Let's do our last one in the peg system right now, 10.
10, looks like a plate with a fork by its left side.
Okay. So we picture, it could be a plate, it could be a bowl, it could be a knife on the side, it could be a fork, but that's a 10. Very easy to visualize. So we want to now do our next step. We have the pegs in place. Let's go back and just really quickly review them to make sure. 1 is a pencil. 2 is our swan. 3 is McDonald's. 4 is a chair. 5 is a hook. 6 is a cherry. 7 is lightning. 8 is a racetrack. 9 is a balloon. And 10 is a plate and silverware. So, Katya, do you want to explain what the next step is here?
Yes. So now, as we have our core peg system, now we have something we already know, which is these 10 numbers associated with 10 different objects. So now we associate something new, which is our grocery list, to something we already know. So our next step is to use our vivid imagination and associate, let's say, number 1, which is bread, with number 1 in our cortex system, which is the pencil. What would you imagine?
You know what? I mean, when I was first doing this, I was thinking for number 1, and let's just go back to number 1 real quick. We have to remember bread, so we have to associate pencil and bread. I was thinking I'm holding a pencil, and on top I've got this giant loaf of bread just stuck on top of the pencil. Kind of like cotton candy on a stick, but it's a pencil with the bread on top, a loaf of bread. And I'm even picturing myself taking a bite into that bread. What would it smell like? A fresh loaf of bread, what would it taste like? And that's really important too, that we should emphasize. All of these images, they're not supposed to make sense. And if they don't make sense, it's actually better for your memory. And you want to kind of exaggerate a little bit. So I'm exaggerating the size of the bread. It's stuck on a pencil and I'm just eating it. And also, when I say eating it, what would it taste like? What would it smell like? I want you to imagine yourself eating a loaf of bread off of a pencil. And when you use your senses, that actually enhances your memory. You're able to remember it better. That's why I'm asking you, what does it taste like? What does it smell like? So
I know that your olfactory sense is very, very active. And what I would do is, let's say I would imagine eating a piece of bread, and you smell it, and it smells like new bought pencils. Imagine that. That would be.
Yeah, you know what? That's an even stronger sensation, because we're also utilizing something that's just out of the ordinary, like a surprise. So if I'm smelling bread, I'm expecting to smell what bread usually smells like. However, if I'm smelling it and it smells like pencils, I might be a little, might be wondering how that bread was made. Jeez. So that works well for me, Katja. I thank you for enhancing the visualization.
Absolutely.
Let's move on to number 2.
Number 2 is milk. And in our cortex system, number 2 is a swan. So how would you associate milk and a swan?
So for me, I was just thinking the swan is swimming around in a lake of milk. Instead of water, it's milk. So that's what I'm picturing. I might even want to smell, you know what milk smells like. You can kind of, imagine what that might smell like. So.
Or you can imagine a cartoon swan drinking a glass of milk.
Yeah, that's another thing. So whatever visualization sticks for you. I'm going with the swan swimming in a lake of milk. And if you want to remember that, I need everybody in the webinar that's watching this to commit that to memory, that the swan is swimming in a lake of milk. So 2 is going to remind us of a swan in the milk.
Yep. Number 3 is McDonald's and tomatoes. Since I do not go to McDonald's that often, you give this example.
Okay, I do enjoy every so often a very unhealthy meal, and I do realize McDonald's is not the best thing for me, but I have to admit, every so often, I could go for a Big Mac. Again, let's think about this. 3 is our McDonald's, and I need to associate 3 to tomatoes. So I pictured myself going in and ordering a Big Mac. So picture yourself ordering a Big Mac, and you're expecting it to have beef when you open it up. Instead of beef, picture big slices of tomatoes. Really, really big slices of tomatoes, and you're just kind of surprised and wondering why where's the beef, as the common phrase goes. So I'm picturing 3 McDonald's, Big Mac with giant slices of tomatoes. Okay? So that's going to be 3.
Yep. Number 4. Number 4 is soda. So let's take our chair and take it upside down and put it on the floor. And instead of the legs, let's imagine that it has big bottles of Coca-Cola instead. That the chair is actually standing on 4 big bottles of Coca-Cola, or any other brand of soda that you need to purchase. So this is how we remember that 4 is a soda.
Okay, and notice how we're using substitution here. We did it with the previous number, we did it here again, where we're substituting the legs for soda bottles. This is a common thing that you can use in your when you're trying to create visuals that will stick. So, all right, we've got a chair that's got soda bottles as legs. Let's do 5. For 5, here's what I was picturing, because 5 was our hook, right? And we have to remember 5 is, you see here, Number 5 on the list is turkey. So whenever I think of a hook, I think of like pirates. And I was picturing, because turkey, that reminds me of Thanksgiving. So I was actually thinking of a pirate coming over for Thanksgiving dinner. Maybe this is an uncle that you have that happens to be a pirate, or you can make one up, an uncle you've never met that is a pirate. And he's at Thanksgiving dinner, and he is carving the turkey with his hook. Okay, so picture a pirate carving through turkey with his hook. And that's how we're going to remember turkey.
Imagine how it smells, how messy it is.
How unsanitary it might be. Who knows how many people he's killed with that hook. All of that.
Absolutely. Number 6 is cherry and chips. So I think that we were the first ones who came up with a cherry flavor for chips. So
that's right. We had the cherry flavored chips. So the idea was the surprise of opening a bag of chips, and you're expecting chips are usually like, salty or maybe spicy. Instead, these are sweet. Think about what it would taste like.
Cherry flavor.
Yeah, or what they would smell like. Cherry flavored chips. So we remember the cherry, and that reminds us of that 6 on our list, chips.
And now we have our 7, and our 7 is lightning. And I would imagine a room with huge strawberry. The strawberry is so huge that it can hardly fit into a large room. And for some odd reason, there is lightning that strikes into that strawberry. And imagine how wonderful that would be on your walls. And
so a lightning bolt is striking the strawberry. I'm thinking, maybe the window was open and it just happened to get struck by lightning. I'm thinking of it just exploding all over the place, hitting me in the face, tasting what would strawberry goo taste like, what would it smell like, all of that.
Yep, like a strawberry shower.
A strawberry shower. There you go. So, or it's raining strawberries with lightning. However you want to visualize this is going to help. So 7 is going to be strawberries. The lightning bolt striking a big strawberry. Okay. Now we're on number 8.
Number 8 is deodorant, and what we have for 8 is the racetrack. And we have racetrack drivers who are very scared because it's in the shape of an 8, and they're very nervous because they could kill themselves very easily. And when people are nervous, they start sweating a lot.
And I'm thinking they're nervous because of this intersection right here. That's where they're going to get nervous in case someone else is crossing there. And when you get nervous, obviously, you start to stink. And I'm just picturing sweaty, stinky NASCAR drivers going around that are in some dire need of deodorant, right? And number 8 on our list is deodorant. So let's commit that to memory. And hopefully everyone here is visualizing it. I hope I don't need to remind anyone. You need to visualize the sweaty, stinky race car drivers needing deodorant. How about number 9?
And number 9 is a cucumber. And I think that there is another thing that you and I need to start claiming a patent on is a balloon in the shape of a cucumber.
Right, and actually, when I was visualizing this, I was thinking not just your average balloon. I was thinking like a giant blimp, kind of like the Goodyear blimp with the shape. But instead of it being like your traditional Goodyear blimp, it's number 9 on our list: a giant cucumber floating across the sky. So that was my thought.
That could be cool.
That would be pretty cool.
Yep, and number 10. I want you to be careful with number 10, and since number 10 is a plate and a fork, and the item number 10 is cereal, I would warn you not to remember a plate with cereal in it.
It's too common.
Sense.
Right.
Yeah,
it's too logical.
It makes complete sense. So what we would recommend is to use one of the techniques is exaggerate. Imagine a huge plate, very, very big plate with large pieces of cereal in there with lots of milk. Imagine that it's almost your height, and or even larger, so that or you can feel how large it is, how heavy it is, or maybe you can swim in that cereal, but you feel it with all of your body.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe like it's instead of the plate, I was thinking like obviously like a bowl because that's what cereal. But what I was doing to visualize this particular one, since it was 10, cereal, I was picturing a giant bowl that with like cereal falling from the sky, like maybe it's raining cornflakes into this bowl of cereal. So again, keep in mind how we're exaggerating everything on this list in order for it to stick. Otherwise, 10 could be oatmeal, or 10 could be cereal, or 10 could be... We could very easily confuse it with something else that would go inside of a bowl, right?
Yep.
So
be careful with that.
So let's do a quick review here. 1 was our pencil, and that's reminding us of bread. 2 was a swan. That was the swan swimming in a lake of milk. 3 was McDonald's. We're picturing, going into McDonald's, ordering a Big Mac with giant slices of tomatoes. 4 was a chair, and we pictured, the legs of the chair being made out of soda bottles, like Coca-Cola or whatever your brand is. Number 5 was a hook. We're picturing that pirate that came over for Thanksgiving dinner, carving the turkey with his hook. 6 was a cherry, so we're picturing cherry-flavored chips. 7 is lightning. Lightning is reminding us...
We're picturing a strawberry.
Yep.
That's being destroyed by the lightning, and we feel the strawberry goo on ourselves.
How about number 8?
And then 8 is the deodorant, and we can actually smell the smelly race car drivers, and we definitely need to buy them some deodorant. Number 9, we're looking in the sky, and we see a huge balloon in the shape of a cucumber. And number 10, we see a bowl of cereal, or you can imagine that cereal is dropping from the sky into your bowl.
Okay. Now, before we go over the list and test everybody out, I want to give some basic principles behind, remembering, these kind of items. So one of the things that's constantly happening, if you have trouble creating these visuals, because that's a common question I have when I'm introducing the PEG system. People ask, how are you able to come up with these visuals that are, so crazy and that they stick? There's a couple rules that you can use that'll start making it, if you're not used to doing this already. One rule is the rule of exaggeration. Always make sure that you can somehow exaggerate. Another rule is substitution. Remember how we substituted the legs of the chair for soda bottles? We substituted the beef in the Big Mac for tomatoes. So substitution, exaggeration, anything that's out of proportion. So out of proportion means maybe using the words like there's millions of something. Or I don't know how many times we've said like a big this, or a giant this, or a gigantic whatever. So using words like that to help with your visuals is always going to make sense. And try to see if you can make them funny.
Or you can make something really small, really, really tiny, instead of making
That's a good
it large.
point. Let's see if people can remember the list. So what I want you to do is see if you can remember this list. And actually, we're going to call out the numbers, and Katya and I will just interchange asking you different numbers. And actually, instead of going from beginning to end, we can go end to beginning, or we could just call out numbers from wherever we want. So I'll start off, and let's see if you remember 5. Now, you can write this down, or you can think it to yourself, or you can type it out on your computer screen. Write down what is 5. So the process, the way that you remember it, is you think of what does 5 look like to me, and then what does that remind you of? Katya, you want to call out another number?
What is number 3?
Okay, so everybody think about number 3. What does it look like? What does that remind you of? All right, how about number 8? Think about that. So again, the 8 looked like a certain kind of image, and that reminded us of, think of the image that was associated with 8. So we've done 3, we've done 5, we've done 8. Katya, you want to throw out another number?
7.
7, all right.
How about 7? What does 7 look like?
Okay, and it should remind you of a certain item on our list. Now, number 10. Let's think about number 10. Everybody write down, what does that number 10 remind you of? What does it look like, and then what does it remind you of? And how about the next number?
Number 1.
Okay, number 1.
What does number 1 look like? And what kind of story?
Right, you can think of all these visuals as like very, very short mini stories. All right, let's move on to number, we've only got a few left here. Let's do 6. Think about the 6, what it looks like. Write that down. All right, next number.
Number 2.
All right, number 2. And if you've been making these visuals, you probably got them all correct. Let's do the last one, number 4. What is number 4? What does it look like, and what does that remind you of? All right, if you got the entire list, what I want you to do, because just to show you the power of the system, I want you to, if you wrote it down, don't look at the list right now. To show you the power of the system, I could actually tell you an item, and you could tell me even the number. So if I said number 7, you know that's strawberries. But what if I told you, like, turkey? What number is that? You would probably remember, right, that is number 5. Or if we gave you, like, milk, you would know that that's number 2 on the list, because you remember, oh yeah, the swan, and the swan looks like the number 2. So the cool thing about this peg system, it goes forwards and backwards. You could remember from the item to the number, or the number to the item, or keep in mind that you can also remember, it doesn't have to be in order, like 1, 2, 3. You could remember it, piece by piece. For example, you probably remember that 9 is cucumbers without looking back at your list. So this is the power of the system. So hopefully you're able to remember all the list. Now, Kachi,
sometimes you don't even have to remember the whole story, but something in your mind will tell you right away. If you tell me milk, I know that it's 2 right away.
Right.
And the more you work with the system, the faster it gets.
Right. So initially, some of you, if this was the first time you were exposed to the system, and this was the first time you had to you memorized already 1 a pencil, 2 a swan, 3 McDonald's. But if you've been doing this for a while, you can recite this very quickly. And actually, how long do you think it might take you to memorize 10 items? I can tell you that I did this not too long ago, and it took me less than 2 minutes to get a list of 10 items. And I just quickly made the visualizations. I see number 1, I see bread, and I come up with the visualization as quickly as I can. Usually the first thing that pops into my head that's a little crazy, that's what I go with. And then I just go on to the next one. And the more you do this, the better you get at creating your bizarre, exaggerated images. So we could take this further, right?
Absolutely. Do you want to scare them with a list from 11 to 20?
I mean, it's certainly possible. If you were doing 11 through 20, let's give you some guidelines on how you would do this, because you could do a bunch of items using this peg system. Katya, do you want to explain how we would go maybe 11 through 20?
Absolutely. Remember how I told you that the system from 1 to 10 is your core system, and then this is going to be
Go ahead.
And I wasn't kidding, because now we have that system from 1 to 10. Now we can remember things up to doing one little trick. For example, from 1 to 10 is everything, all the core system didn't have any additions. From 11 to 20, you can imagine everything, do the same thing, but now cover everything in black oil. Let's say 1 is the milk, and now we need to remember that this is 11 instead of 1. So now we imagine the same story, but everything for some reason is covered in black oil, and now we know that this is 11. And you can pick whatever you want to pick. For me, works black oil, ice. I throw in some chocolate. I throw in some flowers, and for for every 10 digits, I have a system that I have worked out for myself.
Okay, so basically the idea is this. You're going from 11 through 20, you integrate, let's say you were integrating black oil. It could be whatever you want. The theme could be, ice cubes. The theme could be chocolate. It could be whatever. But the idea is that if you had a number like, remember 12? 12. Number 2 was a swan, and number 2 reminded us of milk. But what if the swan, what if 12 was milk? Not 2, but 12. So we have to remember item number 12 is milk. We could still take that same story of, okay, 2 is a swan. We take the 2, plus we know it's between 11 through 20, so we need to add black oil. And we could still picture it swimming in a lake of milk. But this time the swan is covered in black oil, or it makes it a black swan. And while it's swimming along, you can picture maybe a trail of black oil that it's leaving in this milk. And that's how you're going to remember 12. So you look at the number 12, and you see the 2, which reminds you of a swan. You know that it's between 11 and 20, so you know oil is involved. And then you're like, oh yeah, there was a black swan covered in oil swimming in a lake of milk. That's right, I got to get milk. So you can build this even more. So 11, let's say 11 was bread. You know that number 1 is a pencil. You know you're between 11 and 20. So it's pencil plus black oil equals, we need to associate pencil, black oil, and bread. So we could still picture, bread on a pencil, but picture some black oil, like a drizzle of black oil on top of the bread. And that's how we would remember something like that. And you can do this for 11 through 20. So it just takes, takes a little time.
We have a list for you. And if you're watching the recording, you pause and practice with the list from 11 to 20 and use your core system and visualizations, but throw black oil in there.
Right.
If you want to go further, you can go from 21 to 30 and throw in some chocolate or some ice cubes. Everything is covered with ice. Let's say you're going from 30 to 40. You can throw in some flowers. Anything you want. You can use some red color in order to associate it. Let's say, but 51 to 60. It's absolutely up to you.
Now let's talk about some of these other ways of doing the PEG system, right?
I think, just to be fair, I wanted to mention that we were using the shape example, and as we were building our core PEG system, we were looking at the shape of a number, and we're looking for something that reminds us in the outer world of that shape. But there is another system that is also called a PEG system, and they're using a rhyming example. For example, 1 is a bun, 2 is a shoe, 3 is a tree, 4 is a door, 5 is a hive, 6 is sticks, 7 is heaven, 8 is a plate, 9 is a wine, 10 is hen. So it's not a difficult rhyme to remember. These words actually rhyme, and for a lot of people, this PEG system actually works. But there is the reason why Paul and I prefer to use the shape system, and this is on the next slide. The problems come up with the list from 11 to 20. There, you need to associate 11 with telephone, 12 with cardboard, 13 with a bicycle, 14 with a butterfly, and it's much more work for you as opposed to something that we just described. You can just remember the shapes of numbers, and you can think of objects in the outer world that remind you of these shapes. And then you can just cover everything in black oil, you can throw in some ice, you can put in some chocolate, and here we go. You don't need to create a larger system. As you can see on the next slide, with a long list of pegs, where you can see 100 of pegs, from 0 to 100. And that's why I chose to showcase this to you, how complicated this can get. when, let's say, 3 is a mummy, and 43 is a room, and 42 is rain, and 41 is road, and 40 is rose. It's not that easy. It's definitely doable, but I think that our method is much easier to do.
Now, I do want to mention, because we are going to cover this in a future webinar, we are going to discuss a way to get these 100 pegs easier than trying to just memorize a bunch of random words. And actually, you can do this through peg words using the phonetic alphabet. They also call this the major system. This takes a lot more time to master, but I do promise we will do a webinar on this for those of you that really want to develop 100 pegs. And if you've got 100 pegs, you can do a lot with this. So we will work on creating a webinar that will introduce you to that. It'll definitely take some effort, but that effort might be worth it if you've got a lot of things that you really need to remember. It's worth knowing how to work on this major system. Now,
did you want to mention something about the link system?
Yeah, you know what? We covered earlier in another webinar, we talked about the link system. And the link system, if you haven't seen it, as the name implies, you remember things by linking one thing to another. And we actually used a grocery list example in there, and you can use the link system to remember a grocery list. You can use the link system to remember other things like a speech. However, and it relies on visualization. But the problem with the link system is that you wouldn't know what's item number 8, or what's item number 5, or what's item number 9. With the peg system, it's a little more powerful because instead of going step by step, you could just jump to anything. For example, for those of you listening in, if you could remember what was number 4, if you could remember that very easily, that's great. In a link system, you would have to go step 1, step 2, step 3, and then step 4. Or if I said what's number 9, you could probably remember it because we use the peg system. With the link system, you'd have to go really step by step before you got to, and you would know, oh yeah, number 9 is, this. So it's easier if you use a peg system, if you want to go, piece by piece. The link system is also very powerful, but I want you to know that the link system kind of has to take you through order. And both of these systems are definitely better than just trying to memorize something through rote memorization. So one other thing to mention here is that you really need to practice this. What I recommend, and I'm going to give you some, you can think of this as unofficial homework for today's webinar. Try using this peg system once a day for the next 2 weeks. And you could use it on a list of items that you have to remember from the store, or a task list, right? What other ways can we use the peg system?
To-do list, a task list. What do I use it for? Sometimes just to practice my visualization. Sometimes you need to remember the number of bones, or let's say, this is very powerful if you're a medical student. There are so many things, let's say a list of nerves you need to remember one after another. It comes in handy.
Yeah, and you know what?
When you're doing homework.
And we also did a webinar on how to remember more of what you read, which you can check out through our website. Or if you've signed up for this course, you should have either a PDF guide or a webinar for that. There's a way to utilize the PEG system through reading. And I'll go over it just really quickly. Basically, the idea is you have your chapter that you've read. After you're done reading it, you look at how many sections did I have in that chapter. Most chapters are broken down into, let's say there's less than 10. There might be, if you're reading a textbook, what if there's 7? I take those 7 different sections, and I put numbers maybe next to the headings of each section. And what I'm going to do then is there's heading number 1. Then there's heading number 2, heading number 3. And I try to associate heading number 1, a pencil, with whatever the topic was in that particular section. And I try to create some kind of a crazy image, something silly, something exaggerated, with, pencil and whatever the topic is. And this is a good way, if you've read something, maybe 30, 40, 50 pages of text, this is a great way to recall the entire chapter. Because what will happen is, one will remind you of pencil, and pencil will remind you of the section. And once you're reminded of the section, now you remember the details about the section. So that's a good way to kind of associate the PEG system with reading. So try practicing this either with lists that you have to do, tasks, grocery lists, maybe a speech, You can also try this out with reading, but try it once a day, and then you'll get better with creating your visualizations, and you'll get better at using the system very, very quickly. So with that, we want to thank you. Katya, thanks for joining us all the way from Russia.
Oh, you're welcome. My pleasure.
I think the next time we're going to be speaking with you, you'll probably be in New York. Or actually, we've got a webinar coming up tomorrow, and if you could join us on that one from Russia, that would be great. So,
We'll see.
all right. So thank you all for attending. Thanks for supporting this program, and we hope you have a great day, and we'll see you in the next webinar.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the webinar. Today's topic is the Memory Palace system, also known as the LOSI or the Journey system. And LOSI is also pronounced as Loki. I see it most commonly pronounced as LOSI, but we're going to use the Memory Palace system. That LOSI word, it comes from a Latin word meaning location, and you're going to see exactly what we mean by location in just a moment. But thank you so much for attending today's webinar. It's one part in our series, our memory improvement course series. So thanks again for attending. Let's get right into what exactly is a memory palace. For those of you that aren't already familiar, a memory palace, the system is based on the assumption that people best remember familiar locations. Therefore, these locations can serve as clues to remember information associated with them. Now, to use this method effectively, all you need to do is link something that you want to remember with a location. And that location could be in your memory palace. And a memory palace, by the way, could be a home. It could be any other familiar location. Most people use their home. But when you want to recall the information, you simply remember the information where you put it. Now, let's go into a little more detail here, because this method is also known as the method of loci or the journey method. The method dates back. The method of the memory palace actually dates back. It's one of the oldest memory strategies out there. It dates back to 500 BC, and even then, it was even around as it went through time. It would be taught in traditional school curriculum for many years before the modern era, of course. It's now some people ask me, well, why isn't it, taught anymore? Keep in mind, it used to be more important to remember things. For example, think of like before you had the printing press, how would people tell stories? They had to memorize stories. They had to remember. A lot of stories started off as just oral stories. Later they got printed. How did people remember these things? So there was a time where it was very important to remember things, and you had these memory systems such as the one we're going to talk about today that would pop up. Now, as you came into the modern era and you had the printing press, and now we have computers, we've got lots of ways that we can store information rather than memorize it. So you can almost say that we've gotten maybe intellectually lazy, but I think this is something that should be taught, because there are situations, and it's probably why you're here in this webinar right now, there are situations where you need to commit something to memory, and these kind of strategies are extremely useful if you know how to use them. Now, this method of loci, or the memory palace, it's said to have been discovered by the ancient Greek poet Simonides. The first mention of this method was recorded in an ancient pamphlet called the Rhetoric ad Herennium. Now, this legend was passed on by the ancient Roman philosopher Cicero, who wrote about this memory technique during his lifetime. In his lifetime, it was around 100 BC. The discovery of this technique actually occurred at a banquet hall. The story goes that Simonides was at this dinner with a number of important Greek nobles and thinkers, and luckily for Simonides, he stepped out for a few moments when the roof of the building collapsed and it crushed all the diners inside of that building. Simonides was the only survivor and was able to identify each of the victims by matching them to their position or locus at the table. Because he was able to remember everyone's name by visualizing where they had been sitting, he realized that a person's memory probably could be improved by associating mental images of locations for each item to be remembered. The loci system, or memory palace, was used as a mental tool by ancient Greek and Roman orators. They used this to take advantage of the technique to speak without notes. They would visualize objects to represent different topics they wanted to discuss, and then they would mentally place those objects or ideas in different locations within a building. And the building was known as a memory palace. So that's why we're going to use the term memory palace rather than loci. Now, as an orator would speak, he would mentally move through the building, retrieving these imaginary objects which represented ideas or thoughts from each location as he came to it. So the Memory Palace was popular until probably the mid 1600s, when other strategies like the link or the peg systems were introduced. Now, I want you to know, although that this is a pretty ancient method, there's a lot of research in the field of neuroscience that shows how and why this memory technique works so well. In a classical study in cognitive neuroscience, John O'Keefe and Lynn Nadel, they proposed that the hippocampus is the core of the neural memory system, providing an objective spatial framework within which items or events of a person's experience are located and interrelated. So the hippocampus is basically this place where we've got our short-term memory, our long-term memory, our spatial memory. And it's been determined that the hippocampus underpins our ability to navigate, to recollect different memories, and to even imagine future experiences. Now, here's a quote from that study. It says, "We found that superior memory is not driven by exceptional intellectual ability or structural brain differences. Rather, we found that superior memorizers used a spatial learning strategy while preferentially engaging brain regions critical for memory and for spatial memory in particular, including the hippocampus." The spatial learning strategy they were referring to, by the way, was the Memory Palace system, or they were calling it in the study the method of loci. And by the way, if you want to look up that source of the study, the paper's name was The Hippocampus as a Cognitive Map. It was published by Oxford University Press, written by John O'Keefe and Lynn Nadel. Now, the basic idea that neuroscience has been able to confirm is that our brains are really good at remembering things visually and spatially. And the Memory Palace system takes advantage of both. Your visual memory, your ability to locate things spatially. Actually, you can think about it like this. Have you ever been to a place just one time, but you can kind of recall in pretty good detail where things were, general locations? Sometimes these are places you've only been to a handful of times. Now, obviously, a place like your home, you're very, very intimately aware of a lot of detail. But human beings, even when they only go to a place once or twice or a few times, they're able to tell, okay, Maybe it was someone's home that you only went to one time. You probably remember where the bathroom was, maybe where the living room was, where the kitchen was. And we're really good at remembering our spatial memory. This is sometimes, I know I've had this experience when I travel to a city where I've never been. Initially, I have no clue where I'm going because I've never been there. But as I start walking around the city, I'm able to easily find my way back to where I came from. So, for example, what I like to do when I visit new cities is, when I get out of the hotel, I just walk in whatever direction feels natural. I just start walking around. I'm walking all over the city, and then I'm very easily to reconstruct my way back because I've been keeping track of it in a very visual and a spatial way. So human beings are very, very good at this. So here's what we need to do to create our memory palace. We need a familiar place and a vivid imagination. The Memory Palace system is easy to learn, and it works really well for people who are very good at visualizing. And if you're not good at visualizing, you will be with just a little bit of practice. And actually, we'll practice that today. And the more you practice visualizing things, the better you get at it. And hey, I know that little kids a lot of times are very good at visualizing things and imagination. And for some reason, as we get older, our imagination starts to kind of deteriorate. But I want you to know, it doesn't mean that it's lost forever. You can build it back up. It's just that, the way society is, it kind of gets us into a position where, having a silly imagination is no longer acceptable or something. But it can be very useful with your memory. So I want you to know that. So first, you need to choose a place that you know very well. For a lot of people, this is going to be their home. So that's what we're going to use as an example today. Because you're intimately aware of various locations within it. So you know where your kitchen is, your living room, your dining room, closets, all of that stuff. Now, the next step is to visualize a series of locations in a logical order. So not just moving around your house in a random way. Where would we start? You should probably start at the front door. Okay, so that's what we're going to be starting off with in this exercise. And by the way, this exercise we're going to do, I need you to kind of pay attention and make sure that you're visualizing the information that we're going to present in a moment. Now, once you get through the front door, here's basically the process of this memory palace. Once you get through the front door, you walk through your home in a specific route. So you might walk, let's say, through the front door, down the hall, turn into the living room, proceed through the dining room, and then into the kitchen. Okay, so you have this certain kind of a route that you would always follow. All right. Now, as you enter each location, so for example, a living room or a bedroom, you need to make sure that you move logically and consistently in the same direction. So that direction could be from one side of the room to the other, or it could be clockwise or counterclockwise. Just make sure that you always keep that movement through each location consistent for the future. That's going to help in remembering things in order. Now, you need to pick certain items within each room that you can easily recall. So you can pick things like the sofa, the TV, the refrigerator, a closet, or any other items that are within each room. Now, these items will be useful later on, and also keep in mind that each piece of furniture or architectural element in a home can be used as an additional location. Now, when you want to remember information, you need to associate each piece of information in order, in the order that it's remembered within that location of the room. So when I say associate each piece of information in the order, this is going to help you to remember things in order later when you need to recall them. So this information that you need to remember could be anything. So basically, let's say you've got a grocery list and you're putting items in certain places, or maybe it's thoughts for a speech that you have to give or a presentation. You're putting whatever information, those items, you're putting them in certain locations within your memory palace, within your home. Okay? Now, if let's say that you've got to remember some really abstract concept. So when I say remember a speech or remember what you read, sometimes you could have some abstract things that aren't easy to visualize, but what you need to do is visualize them in some kind of a tangible way. So that way you could place them in different locations within your home. So we talked about this in other webinars. So sometimes you have abstract information, and for example, let's say you have the word justice. What you can visualize is maybe a judge. Or if you have the idea of, let's say, liberty, well, you can picture the Liberty Bell, okay? Or maybe you have something, maybe one concept is like happiness. Happiness is not something easy to visualize unless you visualize it as maybe a sun that's smiling, okay? So make sure that you visualize whatever it is you need to visualize and into a concrete object or item, and you place those items in different areas of your memory palace. So, for example, let's say you need to remember a grocery list. Just for a quick example, as you visualize the front door, and I want you to visualize this right now. Here's what I want you to visualize. Imagine walking to your front door, and there is printer paper plastered all over your front door. So this is going to help us remember the first item on this list. So to do this, you really need to see the paper. So picture pure white sheets of 8.5 by 11, printing paper, pasted all over your oak door. Now, open the door, and again, visualize this. I want you to open the door and enter through the hallway, and there you see a huge onion in the middle of the hallway. Now, the onion has a face on it, it's just as tall as you, and for some reason, it's angry, and you have to fight this onion before going through the hall. So, also, if your eyes get watery around onions, you might want to imagine that stinging feeling that you get from onions. Now that visualization is going to help us remember item number 2. Okay, onions. Now once you've defeated this big onion, you're now entering the living room. Okay, there you're going to see a 6-foot carrot wearing a sombrero standing on your couch, or maybe it's jumping up and down on your couch, and you're angry that it's jumping up and down on your couch, getting it all dirty. That's going to help us remember carrots. So we've walked through the door with the printer paper pasted all over it. We had to fight a big onion in the middle of the hallway, and now we've encountered in the living room a giant, a carrot the same size as us jumping up and down on our couch. Okay, now, while we're in the living room, sitting in a chair next to the fireplace, I want you to imagine a Big Mac, and it's licking an ice cream cone. So try to picture that. What would a Big Mac licking an ice cream cone look like? Think about that for a moment. And remember that the Big Mac is sitting next to the fireplace in your living room while eating that ice cream cone. Now, that is going to help us remember hamburger and ice cream. Okay? So, just to recap, let's recap this whole visualization for a moment. You walk through to the front door. and you see paper plastered all over the door. And then you enter the hallway and you have to fight a giant onion. And then you enter the living room and you see a carrot jumping up and down on your couch wearing a sombrero. And then you remember seeing a Big Mac sitting next to the fireplace eating an ice cream. Okay, now, you can use this method for a variety of lists, or even speeches, maybe names, things to do. I like to use this strategy when I'm reading to recall the various ideas that were presented. I turn those ideas into visuals and I place those within the memory palace so I can remember them later on. Now, it could even be just a quick thought that you want to remember later in the day. For example, let's say you're at work and you want to remember to tell your friend about a funny story about your next door neighbor's cat, you can simply picture a cat doing something silly in your living room. Okay, now later on when you're talking to your friend and you want to remember that story, all you got to do is go back to your memory palace, walk through your home, visualize your living room, and the image of the cat will come back almost instantaneously. And also keep in mind that you can have more than one memory palace. Your other memory palaces can be used for other things that you need to remember. So let's say you're studying for 2 or 3 different courses. You could use different memory palaces for different courses. And so you could use maybe your parents' house, a friend's house, or maybe even your workplace, or maybe it's a route that you take to work. Maybe it's a driving route, or maybe you take the train to work. Any place that you're intimately familiar with will work perfectly. Now, let's get back to that shopping list. I wanted to take a moment for you to see if we'll forget the list. Let's see if you can remember it. Can you remember what happened when you walked into your home? Actually, start at the front door. Now, I'm going to give you a quick 30 seconds to remember that visualization, that little story that we put together earlier. Try to see if you can remember all the items. So walk up to your door and tell me what you see. Or maybe not telling me. You're not going to exactly tell me here because we're not. But think about it. I'm going to give you a moment and I'll pick up in about 30 seconds. Think about what you remember seeing and see if you can remember all the items. Okay, now here's that grocery list again. If we wanted, we could expand this easily to 20 or more items. Keep in mind, and here's what I mean by 20 more items. Keep in mind, we only entered the house, went through the hallway, and then went into the living room. That's only 3 locations: door, hallway, and living room. How many other locations do you have in your home? I mean, I'm sure there are a lot more. You can count the bathrooms, the bedrooms, the kitchen, the basement, the attic, or maybe any other areas outside of your home, surrounding your home. Maybe if you have a patio or a yard or a garage, all of those areas can be used as part of your memory palace. Now, the memory palace works so well because humans are very good at spatial memory and remembering visuals. It allows you to use familiar locations to cue yourself to remind you of things you need to recall. Now, this system alters the way you remember things in a very effective way. Because the locations are organized in a very natural order, one memory easily leads you to the next, and it drags with it whatever information you attach to that location. Now, you can enlarge this system, as I mentioned, by adding other buildings that you know very well. Again, it could be someone's house, it could be someone else's house, it could be your office or maybe your school or any other location that's easy for you to recall. Now, some people even use parts of their body as their memory palace, starting from head to toe. So if you're taking care of yourself because you feel that your body is a temple, well, now it's time to turn your body into your memory palace. Now, you can use locations within locations to help you remember even more items. So this is how you can really expand your memory palace to remember a bunch of things. For example, when you enter your living room, you can place something on the couch, something on the chair, another item on or in the fireplace if you wanted, and so on and so forth. It's possible actually to remember, let's say you had 50 items that you had to remember. You could put 5 items in each of the 10 different areas of your home. So 5 could go in the living room, another 5 in your bedroom, another 5 in the kitchen, 5 more in the basement, 5 on the patio, 5 on the yard, and so on. So you can keep going with all of the places in your home, and you could really remember a lot of things. Now, years ago, it used to be advised that your locations within the memory palace should be well spaced. I want you to know that research has actually shown that it's more important for the different locations to be visually distinct. So obviously, the different locations, like your the couch is different than the fireplace and the TV and so on. Or the living room is obviously a lot different than your kitchen. Looks different. It's also very important to form a very strong association between the item and its location. So having the item interact with its location in some compelling way can work out really well. For example, earlier, remember we pictured ourselves fighting with a big onion, okay? Or the interaction of the onion, maybe it was making our eyes kind of teary. Okay, that's another way to interact. We also pictured a Big Mac interacting with an ice cream cone by eating it. Okay, so just picturing that interaction, what would it look like, a Big Mac eating an ice cream cone? Now, one of the best known examples of a person who had a remarkable memory was this Russian newspaper reporter. His name was Shereshevsky. Now, I'm probably not pronouncing that perfectly, but he's usually just referred to as S. Now, his life was documented in the 1968 book by this neuropsychologist named Alexander Luria. And this book was published in 1968. The name of the book was The Mind of a Mnemonist. And Luria wrote about S, who appeared to have... He was kind of born with a memory that just seemed limitless. The author would ask S to recall a list that he had given S many years ago. And S would first recall that at the time... The author, Luria, had been wearing like a gray shirt. Then he would recall the entire list. So he could remember not just the list, but the entire experience of when he was told to remember that list. And he could describe any scene from his mind's eye almost perfectly, because he said he was able to see the person before him in an almost like hallucinatory detail. Now, it was clear that S went about the task of memorizing things a little differently than most people. If he was given a series of numbers, he could say he would see the numbers in his mind. Now, the memory palace system was often used by S. When he would read through a long series of words, each word would elicit some kind of a graphic image. And since the series was fairly long, he had to find some ways of distributing those images in a mental sequence. So most often he would put them on some kind of a roadway or a street or in a neighborhood or in a home, and he would visualize this in his head. So I want you to know that this memory palace system is a very, very powerful technique. Now, what I want you to do to kind of re-emphasize, because we just went over a very quick list here. And I want you to see right now, if you could remember it, a few minutes ago we recalled it. Think about right now. Can you remember, you started at the front door, and what do you remember plastered on the front door? And then go on from there and move through the hallway. What do you remember seeing there? And then move back into the living room, and what do you remember seeing in the living room? And if you could remember those items that we discussed, it's usually because you created some kind of visuals, and we could have kept going. We could have done 10, 20, 30 or more items. What I want you to try and do is to actually practice this information. I want you to practice using a memory palace system to remember some kind of information, and I want you to think of this as like unofficial homework. Try to do this once a day for 2 weeks. Now, you can do this on a grocery list. You can try doing this on a task list of things that you have to do. Or what I like to do is I like to try this out on things that I read. So let's say you're reading an article or maybe a chapter in your book. After you're done, maybe think about the 7 different things that were covered, or the 5 things that were covered, or maybe there were 10 things that were covered, and see if you could place those visuals, those items, or whatever those thoughts or ideas were, put them in your memory palace. So the first step is really decide what the memory palace is going to be. Make sure that you pick a certain kind of a route. So maybe you always go through your memory palace, you enter through the front door, and then, for me, my memory palace is I enter through the front door, and my 2 dogs usually almost always greet me at the front door. They're barking and they're jumping towards me. So I try to use the dogs in some kind of a way. And then usually I put my bag down in the living room, and then I walk over, and say hi to my wife in the kitchen maybe, or wherever she is. And you can just kind of go from there. So you pick a certain kind of a route that's just standard. And maybe you don't have a certain standard route that you always go through, but you can make one up and make sure that you're always putting things in the same order. That's good. The reason why you want to do it in order is because if you ever need to remember information in a very specific order, that is going to help you to memorize the information very, very easily. And if you can try this out on a different thing every single day, the other reason I want you to do it is because you'll see that you can reuse your memory palace for different things. So you can use it one day for a grocery list, another day for your to-do list, another day it could be used for maybe something you need to remember from what you read. I wouldn't try to use the memory palace for two things that you have to remember at the same time. Let's say you had 2 final exams going on tomorrow. You don't want to use the same memory palace for both of those exams. I would use one memory palace, which was, let's say it's my home for one test, and another memory palace, maybe it's my parents' home for another test, and placing those concepts that I have to remember in different places in the palace. And what happens is once you remember the item, you'll remember, oh yeah, that was the part in this chapter about blah, blah, blah. And it's easy to recall the information. So make sure that you're practicing this, because once you get the hang of it, you'll notice that you'll get to situations where you're like, okay, I got to remember something. How am I going to do it? You've got this tool called a memory palace, and you know how to use it, and now you can utilize that tool. But in order for this information to really sink in, you've got to practice it. And actually, if you're listening to this today, maybe practice it right now. Once this webinar is over, try to apply this right away to see how effective it is in remembering a certain amount of things. So with that, I want to thank you for attending today's webinar. I really hope you found it helpful. If you have additional questions about the memory palace, feel free to get in touch with me directly by email. You could also catch up with me on LinkedIn, on Facebook, or on Twitter. And I want to thank you for checking out this webinar. This is one webinar in our memory improvement course, and thank you so much for supporting this program. We're a relatively small organization based here in Chicago, but we've done our workshops for many different companies and schools. We've done this for employees of Google. We've done this for employees of NASA. A few months ago we did it there. I was really excited about that workshop. And we've also done this at Ivy League schools that include Harvard and many others. So if you want to invite us, if you're a student at a school, doesn't have to be an Ivy League school, you want to invite us to your school, feel free to get in touch. Or if you want to invite us to your company to do some kind of a seminar on either memory training or speed reading, we'd be happy to. Feel free to get in touch with me or our support team at IRIS. But again, thank you so much for coming out, supporting this program, and enjoy the rest of your day. Welcome everyone to today's webinar, How to Improve Your Everyday Memory. I'm Paul Novak, the founder and program director here at IRIS, and this is one webinar in our series on our memory improvement course. So I want to thank you all for coming out to the webinar. We're going to get right into it. I think you're going to find this very, very useful, and this is everyday stuff that we can be doing to just generally improve our memory. If you've been to some of our previous webinars, those webinars were focusing on memory-related techniques. Now, with this webinar, we know that we're going to be covering, you can think of these almost as like quick tips and just general guidelines to kind of keep an optimal memory going and an optimal brain. So most people have issues with their memory on some days, but not necessarily others. And I want you to think about, why is that? Why is it that some days you feel like just not focused, that you can't remember anything? Well, when you're feeling alert, well-rested, and healthy, you're less likely to experience problems with the everyday task of remembering things. We've all had those days where we felt maybe tense, stressed, or maybe even depressed, or maybe you had an ache or pain that you just couldn't stop focusing on because it's painful. Your mind might even be preoccupied with some kind of a negative thought, and it's at these kind of times when we're more likely to have problems with our memory. Now, neuroscientists are discovering more and more the relationships between the way we feel and the way our body functions. And since memory is a part of your cognitive process, specifically how you think, it follows that anything that interferes with ideal brain function is also going to affect the way you remember and retrieve information. And I say remember and retrieve because, as we discussed in a previous lesson, your memory, you can think of it in two ways: remembering and retrieving, or input and output, or retention and recall. So there's a difference between, let's say you read something and you absorb all the information, right? Or most of the information. And then later you just have trouble with recall. Sometimes you have that information stored in your head. It's just that you're having trouble with recall, and that's why some of the other webinars we talked about different memory systems and techniques such as chunking, mnemonics, the substitute word system, the method of loci, which was the memory palace system. And if you haven't checked out those webinars, they are in the archives for our memory improvement course. You can check them out at Iris Reading, or if you bought the course, you can just check out the archives. So we've already discussed in previous lessons that the first step to any kind of a better memory is simply paying attention. And actually, I shouldn't say simply because it's easier said than done. So if you have any kind of outside distraction or emotional concern, you can bet that's going to definitely interfere with your attention span, and it's also going to interfere with your ability to remember the information. Now, it's also important to know that your body and your mind, and thus your memory, are affected by stress level, diet, exercise, medications, smoking, and even relaxation. Let's talk about each one of those areas. So let's talk about stress and memory. It's obvious that stress affects your mood, but did you know that your mood also affects your ability to remember things? Issues with memory can cause even more stress. So think about when you ever forget something right before a test or a presentation. Do you remember getting like an extra feeling of just stress because you forgot something on a test or you forgot something during a presentation? Forgetting actually interferes with your memory by sometimes just making it worse. In fact, depression and anxiety are two major causes of the memory problems at any particular age. This happens simply because the psychological conditions take over, making it almost impossible to concentrate on anything else. Now, when you're stressed and you don't really record the information the way you normally would. Why? Because your thoughts are preoccupied with maybe something you're worrying about or anything else that's related to the stress. In any stressful situation that you encounter, it's important to be aware of the fact that your stress could lead to even more problems with remembering. It's kind of like a compound, it's like a snowball effect almost in a way. Now, self-awareness is very powerful. So if you're aware that, okay, I'm a little bit stressed, nothing's wrong with that. Everybody gets stressed every now and then. But if you can make yourself aware of it, if you're consciously aware that you're a little bit stressed, then you'll have a little more power to control it and a little more power to focus on something than if you're just preoccupied with, not being aware that you're stressed out. Now, if you really need to commit something to memory in a time of stress, try to calm yourself down first. Now, you can do this yourself through like a minute of relaxed breathing or a minute of a self-massage of your head. By the way, there are a couple of easy ways to give a massage to your head. One simple way is to take 2 fingers from both of your hands and put them on the temples on the side of your head and simply massage in a circular motion for a minute. That's one way to kind of help yourself relax. Another way to give your head a massage to relax requires you to use all your fingers, and you would massage your scalp in circular motions. And you could do this. Simply takes 1 minute. If you're at work, you can take a moment to do this. Also, remember that breathing is very important to achieve relaxation and reduce stress. Keep in mind, breathing, you're bringing in oxygen. Your brain needs that oxygen. So practice slowing down your breathing by taking deep, slow, and even breaths in and out. Now, you can also relax doing a muscle relaxation exercise. This is actually very simple to do. In this particular exercise, you would consciously relax each set of muscles one at a time, from the top of your body to the bottom. So you would start by relaxing your head, and then you would just relax your neck muscles. And then consciously you would choose to relax your shoulders, and then you would move down from there, and you're relaxing each set of muscles through your body one at a time. By the time you reach your feet, you'll probably be surprised at how much more relaxed you'll feel. And most people have no clue how tense their muscles are until they consciously choose to relax them. So think about, being self-aware and conscious of, okay, I'm stressed out, my muscles are tense. Let me relax myself, or let me massage my head these kind of exercises don't take more than a minute. And to me, I think of them as like a quick fix for those times where, you're dealing with some kind of stress. Now, let's talk about diet and memory. It's been known for a while that a good diet can enhance memory performance. And this is, scientists have actually determined that imbalances in nutrition can cause problems with memory. Your ability to remember can also be affected by deficiencies in iron, minerals, vitamins, and protein, and also by food additives, such as if you have too much sugar. Deficiencies in almost any kind of nutrient can cause a negative impact on the nervous system, and thus your brain, and thus your memory. Imbalances of certain kind of vitamins and minerals also seem to appear to play a part in different memory problems that people have. Now, one other thing that's pretty obvious is keeping yourself hydrated. So water. Keep in mind, food is just one part of having a good memory diet. Water also plays a key role to maintain your memory, and a lack of water has a direct effect on your memory. So if you're wondering how much water should I drink per day, the exact amount kind of depends on the individual. It depends on how healthy you are, how active you are, and even where you live. For example, if you're in more humid and hot areas, you typically need more water than people that are in cooler areas. But generally speaking, if you want like a general benchmark, the Institute of Medicine determined that the adequate intake for men is roughly 3 liters, and the adequate intake for women is about 2.2 liters. So 3 liters for men, 2.2 liters for women on a daily basis. Now, some of you are probably wondering, well, what about that common advice I used to get? You should drink 8 glasses of water a day. Now, keep in mind that whole 8 glasses of water was 8 glasses, 8 ounces. So it is sometimes called the 8x8 rule. That's about 1.9 liters per day. So if you're having 8 glasses of water, 1.9 liters, that isn't too different from what the Institute of Medicine recommends. Keep in mind they were recommending 3 liters and 2.2 liters. So it's around the area, but the so-called 8x8 rule isn't backed by any kind of hard scientific evidence. The Institute of Medicine is actually basing this on some research, so 3 liters for men, 2.2 liters for women. But if you're also keep in mind, if you are drinking 8 glasses of water a day, which is about that 1.9 liters, and you're also eating foods that contain water, many of them do, then you should already be well on your way to a healthy habit. Now, if you're not getting 8 glasses of water a day, or that, then you should, that's a little bit of a cause for concern, and know that you're going to nourish your brain, you're going to make your memory better if you're well hydrated. Now, if you're doing a lot of exercise, if you live a very active lifestyle, you need to drink more water. So, now let's talk about regarding the foods that you eat. Nutritionists are well aware that your diet affects your memory. There are essential nutrients that are important for enhancing chemical processes in the body to register, retain, and remember information. The essential nutrients include protein, carbohydrates, and vitamin B12. Generally speaking, scientists advise that the best way to keep your memory at a peak performance is to eat a good balanced diet. Now, this would include a variety of dairy products, bread and cereals, vegetables and fruits, obviously, seafood, poultry, or meat. And without sufficient levels of nutrients coming from these foods, the brain can't function properly. And you're going to experience memory and concentration problems as a result. Now, I also want you to know that we could probably do an entire webinar, and go really in depth on diet, nutrition, supplements, and all of that. Here we're going to go over like some basic guidelines. So, regarding actual research in the area of memory and nutrition, here's some actual confirmed study. They have found that choline, which is found in liver, soybeans, eggs, and fish, has been helpful to a person's memory. So choline is what you need to look for. And again, that's it's not like you go to the store to buy choline. That can be found in things like liver, soybeans, eggs, and fish. In one particular study, subjects were given these foods, and the diet sparked an increase in acetylcholine. And that's actually a specific brain chemical that's critical to the memory process. When the subjects would take 10 grams of choline, they were able to recall a list of unrelated words more quickly than those that did not take the choline. So in other studies, patients with Alzheimer's disease showed improvements in memory when treated with choline. Now, there's another study that tested the memory ability of a group of normal elderly subjects, and they found that those with the lowest levels of B12, vitamin B12, and vitamin C did poorly on memory tests. And those with the lowest levels of vitamin B12, vitamin C, riboflavin, and folate scored the worst on problem-solving tests as well. Now, zinc also seems to play an important role in your memory. In another study there of 1,200 patients over the age of 50, the 220 people that were senile in the group had significantly lower levels of zinc than those that weren't senile. So keep that in mind. Let's move on and let's talk about another important factor, sleep and memory. Now, while many people will stay up late to study for tests or prepare for work presentations, the fact is that the best thing you can do to ensure a good solid memory is to get an adequate amount of sleep. Now, you see studies over and over again saying that people are getting, not so much sleep, not the amount that they recommend, but I want you to know that while you sleep, the brain organizes information stored that you stored during the day. Although you might be asleep, you rest assured that your brain is actually working while you're sleeping. It doesn't just shut down. This is why people will sometimes say that you should sleep on it. You ever hear that where somebody says, oh, well, I'm going to sleep on it? Or this is sometimes the reason why you can suddenly awake and you find the answer to a problem that was worrying you the day before. Now, if you want your brain to function at peak performance, it's essential that you get enough sleep. Again, I know this is probably easier said than done, and I know some people, for a long time I used to tell myself, well, I don't want to sleep a lot because, I'm wasting my day, and, the problem is sometimes if you don't get enough sleep, you're wasting your day because you're not going to be performing in an optimal way, or you're going to feel like you need a nap halfway through the day. Keep in mind that at certain points in your deep sleep, the deep sleep usually occurs every hour and a half or so. The brain disconnects from the senses and processes, reviews, and consolidates, and even stores memory that you were processing during the day. Now, if you interfere during this crucial time of deep sleep, you'll seriously affect your memory's performance. And if you don't get enough good sleep, you'll start living in a chronic state of fatigue, and you'll find it very difficult to pay attention and register information. I know all of us have probably dealt with having very little sleep and just being out of it during the day. So how many hours of sleep are enough? That's the big question here. And a lot of us know that we're not getting enough of it. Now, obviously, there's such thing as too much sleep. I think, if you're sleeping 12 hours a day, that's half of a day. That's definitely probably too much. But the amount of sleep depends mostly on your age. The Mayo Clinic, which is a trusted leader in healthcare, recommends that infants get 14 to 15 hours of sleep each night. And they recommend that toddlers should get 12 to 14. So the younger you are, basically, the more sleep they recommend. So 14 to 15 hours for infants. Toddlers should get 12 to 14. Kids that are school-aged should get 10 to 11, it says here. And adults, they recommend 7 to 9 hours of sleep. So keep in mind that the quality of your sleep is just as important as the quantity. So if you don't have good quality of sleep, laying down in bed for, 10, 11, 12 hours is not going to necessarily be helpful. Now, studies have shown that this is another thing we're going to talk about here, alcohol and memory. Now, I know there are some, heart benefits to drinking wine and things like that, and we all know about moderation, so I want to touch really quickly on alcohol and memory. Studies have shown that even just a few drinks, maybe 4 times a week, can interfere with the ability to remember. And as you would imagine, memory problems are much worse for alcoholics. Short-term memory loss is a classic problem among those that abuse alcohol. It simply impairs our ability to retain new information. Now, I'm not here to badmouth those that drink. Nothing's wrong with drinking alcohol in moderation, but just keep in mind that it can be a slippery slope. If you're wondering exactly what moderation means, because moderation could mean different things to different people, here are some guidelines for moderate alcohol use from, again, a trusted source, the Mayo Clinic. I've got a link on the screen right now if you want to look it up and get more information. But the quote from that link says, if you choose to drink alcohol, do so in moderation, up to 1 drink a day for women and 2 drinks a day for men. Okay, now an example of 1 drink would include beer, which is 1 drink would be equivalent to 12 fluid ounces, so that's like a can of beer or a serving of beer. Wine would be, simply a glass of wine, 5 fluid ounces. And distilled spirits, so maybe, that could be, whiskey, vodka, cognac, whatever it is you your favorite distilled spirit, they're recommending 1.5 fluid ounces. So that is equivalent to 1 drink. So again, for guys, moderation is 2 drinks. For women, it's 1. And that is from the Mayo Clinic, which is that's the other thing about health information. When you're looking around for health information, it's always a good idea to make sure you're getting it from trusted sources. So I like to visit the Mayo Clinic. There's a variety of other websites, but make sure that you're getting your facts right. Now let's talk really quickly about smoking and memory. We're not going to spend too much time here because I think people already know, for the most part, the dangers of smoking. Now, in regards to memory, though, smoking does cut down the amount of oxygen that reaches the brain. And this is exactly how it affects your memory. The less oxygen you have going into your brain, you can almost think of it like you're choking your brain. And that's going to impair your memory. Now, studies have shown over and over again that smokers consistently will score lower on memory tests than non-smokers. So keep that in mind. And they also tested name and face recall. And it reveals that both visual and verbal memory is impaired by those that smoke more than a pack of cigarettes a day. So let's move on and talk about caffeine and memory. And in fact, I have some with me right now. Just seeing this cup of coffee makes me want to take a sip. Hold on. I like to think of it as my liquid energy. Now, this is not really like going to give you the boost of energy that you need to I mean, the amount of caffeine in coffee or tea is a mild stimulant that will keep you awake enough to pay attention, but it's just as likely, keep in mind, to have a negative impact on your memory because it provokes agitation that interferes with memory function. Now, if you're a coffee drinker like me, I'm sure you've had one of those days where you had just a little bit too much coffee and felt kind of jittery. Maybe your hands started shaking or whatever. Now, at this point, your memory is definitely being negatively affected. So if you're drinking coffee, make sure that you're, again, like we mentioned with alcohol, you got to do this in moderation. And there are certain times that are better to have coffee than others. Most people know that the morning is typically when people will have it, but some people have a bad habit of drinking coffee later in the afternoon or late in the early evening or sometimes even at night. Keep in mind, if you're having trouble sleeping, sometimes the obvious thing is you're drinking too much caffeine too late in the day, and that's part of the reason why it might be hard to fall asleep. Now, I want you to know some of the studies related to caffeine. Studies have shown that a person who's already wide awake and well-rested is not going to get much of a memory boost from caffeine. Now, I'm bringing up caffeine because it's important to know how caffeine acts on the brain in ways that affect concentration, sleep patterns, and behavior. The gastrointestinal tract absorbs most of the caffeine and distributes it all to the tissues within minutes of drinking the substance. Now, drinking or consuming it, because you can consume caffeine. It's not just in coffee and tea. Now, caffeine peaks in your blood within 45 minutes, but its effect depends kind of on the amount that you consume. The effect depends on how it's consumed and how much your body absorbs it and how quickly it's metabolized. So that's why caffeine will have a different effect on different people. Now, caffeine can be hard to avoid, I want you to know, because aside from coffee and tea, it's also present in a large number of products, from painkillers to chocolate bars. It's also found in more than 2,000 over-the-counter drugs and 1,000 prescription drugs. So it's not, just make sure you know what you're taking and you're not overdoing it. And it might not be easy at first, but changing your lifestyle by, eating right, drinking more fluids, getting more rest, relaxing more, and avoiding harmful substances, that can have a dramatic impact on your memory. So it might be worth the effort. If you have any of these bad habits of maybe drinking too much coffee or drinking too much alcohol, or maybe you're trying to cut down on smoking, it will be well worth the effort if you're trying to improve your memory. So you don't want to restrict yourself. Think about all those, if you've been following along in this memory improvement course, think about all those memory techniques that we talked about. The memory palaces, the chunking method, the substitute word system, the PEG system. All of these methods, they almost don't even matter if you're not taking care of yourself. So make sure that you are. I want to talk briefly here about supplements. Now, we could probably have a whole webinar, as I mentioned earlier, on supplements and nutrition. But to save you some time, and if you're wondering about supplements, lecithin is a natural supplement that you should definitely know about. Lecithin is a type of lipid falling under the class of phospholipids. Now, this type of lipid is a component of all living cells, and it comprises about 25% of your brain and 50% of your liver. Okay. Now, the main element in lecithin is choline, which we talked about earlier, and it's responsible for the digestion of fats, and it keeps cell membranes semi-permeable. Semi-permeable meaning, things can go in and out. If the cell membranes are semi-permeable, nutrients, ions, fats, and waste can travel to and from cell to cell, basically. Now, lecithin also accelerates the production of a vital neurotransmitter, which is called acetylcholine. And this is definitely important for memory. It's been found that people with memory loss have trouble converting choline into acetylcholine, and this is definitely a problem for memory. And numerous studies have also shown that the intake of lecithin has a dramatic positive result on patients that are suffering from Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and even people that just have subjective memory problems. So keep all of that in mind. Let's talk about some everyday exercises that we can do to improve our memory. First off, I want you to, for this kind of exercise, you just need to have a comfortable place to sit down. Maybe it's where you are right now, at home or at the office. And basically, in this kind of a drill, you help to relax yourself by focusing on each one of your senses one at a time. Now, I want you to know this drill, because a lot of times when I show people drills or exercises, they're like, oh, well, that's going to take a lot of time, or I don't want to do it. This does not take a lot of time. In fact, you're only going to spend 1 minute on each one of your senses. So there's 5 senses, 5 minutes. And if you're listening to this recording, the recording of this presentation, you might want to even pause this video to do each one of the exercises yourself as I call them out. Now, you'll feel much more relaxed in the end, and that is a great way to improve your memory. So with this, let's start with your sense of hearing. You can close your eyes, and if you want, you can try this out right now. You close your eyes, and you simply listen closely to all the sounds you can hear. And you try to identify them, where are the sounds coming from? If you're in an office, you might hear, the air vent, other people talking. Are there any sounds that are just on the limits of your hearing that you can barely hear? So try to take a minute to just focus on every little thing that you can hear. Now, after you've done that, you move on to your sense of sight. So you can open your eyes and look at everything as if it was the first time you ever seen every single item in the room. So scan around the room, take it all in, and try to focus while you're looking around on particular things. Look for details that you would not normally notice. Is there anything that maybe you haven't noticed before? And you would do this for 1 minute. So that's how we're focusing on our sense of sight. Now let's move on to our sense of touch. So close your eyes again, and you focus on the sensations coming from all over your body. By that I mean, can you feel the air? If you're in an air-conditioned room, can you feel the air moving around? Can you feel the pressure of your body pressed against the seat that you're sitting in? How about this? Can you feel the clothes on your skin? Maybe try touching and feeling different things with your hands that are around you. So it could be your clothes that you're touching, your face, your desk, the chair, a pen, the coffee cup, anything that's nearby. Touch it and just what do the textures feel like? Are there any things that are like, I'm feeling my desk right here and it feels kind of cold, but my coffee cup feels pretty warm. What does something feel maybe soft or hard, smooth or rough? So with your eyes closed, can you actually identify different surfaces as you're touching them? Now just make sure you don't tip anything over while you're doing this. So you're doing this for 1 minute and just focusing strictly on touch. Now, while you're doing these exercises, you'll be amazed at how much more relaxed you'll feel just by focusing on something else. For example, you might have some things that are really on your mind that you're maybe worried about. And when you do this kind of an exercise and you're focusing just on your hearing or your sight or touch or whatever the sense is, you're blocking that out and you're relaxing yourself. This is a good way to kind of reduce stress. Now let's focus on our sense of smell. For 1 minute, keep your eyes closed and gently just, sniff the air. What do you smell? If you're in an office, maybe you smell, papers everywhere, or, the smell of like electronics, computers, printers, and things like that. You know what that smells like. Or if you're at home, maybe you smell that something is cooking, right? I know whenever something is cooking at home for me, I have trouble concentrating because it's almost like this instinctual thing where I'm thinking, I'm going to be eating soon. I can't wait to eat, and so on. So what if you're outside? You might smell is the air fresh? Or maybe you smell some pollution in the air, or maybe there's some garbage that you smell in the air. Even if there's no obvious smells, you'll be surprised at how many different scents that you can pick up when you're concentrating long enough. Very, very subtle scents. What does your body smell like? Maybe you want to smell your hand or your arm. What does your skin actually? Everybody has a certain kind of a scent. Now, lastly, let's focus on our sense of taste. This doesn't mean you have to eat something right now, but you can close your eyes again and just concentrate on taste. Now, notice we're saying close your eyes. So when we're focusing on a certain sense that is other than sight, I keep telling you to close your eyes. Why? Because if you keep your eyes open, you're now focusing on more than one thing at a time. You've got your sight going, and if you try to focus on your scent or your hearing, it's going to be harder. So if we're focusing on taste, again, we do this for 1 minute. We close our eyes and we concentrate just on taste. So you might want to try rolling your tongue around in your mouth. Are there any identifiable tastes that you can sense? Maybe it's the toothpaste that you had this morning, or maybe it's a meal that you just ate. Think about this. Can you taste your own saliva? So if there's no distinct taste in your mouth from like a meal or, let's say toothpaste, your saliva has a taste to it. So now some of you might be thinking, okay, well these exercises are odd and strange, and why would I do this? The point here is to focus and relax ourselves. These drills, keep in mind, only take 5 minutes. If you're doing 1 minute per sense, it takes a quick 5 minutes and allows you to get into this relaxed state of awareness. And this reduces stress and it helps you become more alert. And when you're more alert, it's so much easier to remember anything. Now, let's talk about seven ways that we can stay focused and engaged. So one thing that I have here that I want everybody that's viewing this presentation to try. Make it a point to learn something new every single day. So sometimes we passively learn things, new things every day. That's great, but try to make it a point to learn something brand new every single day. So that might be maybe you want to learn 5 new vocabulary words per day if you're trying to expand your vocabulary. Or if you've already got a pretty decent English vocabulary, maybe you're trying to expand your vocabulary into another language. And maybe you don't have time for like intense language language learning, but you can learn 5 new words a day. I mean, you could probably learn 10 new words a day, I'm sure, if you committed to it or more. But try to learn something new every single day. So for me right now, I'm trying to learn principles behind like design. I want to be a little more artistic. Another thing I'm trying to work on are a couple different languages, specifically Spanish, and I'm trying to get better at my Polish. Actually, Polish is my native language, but because I've been living in the U.S. my entire life, my Polish has kind of slipped away. What can you learn every single day that's different? For me, one of those things is I want to learn programming. I want to learn to be a web developer. This is something that's just interested me because I feel like web development and programming and coding in general, it allows you to create something out of nothing. So I'm just fascinated with that particular area right now. And so try to learn something new every single day. Now, another way you can stay focused and engaged is, share what you learn with other people. This is part of the reason why I love teaching. I feel like whenever you teach something to someone, it's like learning it twice. And you may have heard the expression, teach once, learn twice, because to teach something, you've got to learn it first, and then you've got to explain it to somebody. And that repetition helps you out so much. Now, what are some other ways we can stay focused and engaged? Well, try new things as often as you can. So this could be, cooking something new, changing up your daily routine a little bit. This could be, visiting different restaurants, hanging out with friends you haven't hung out with in a while. So trying new things as often as you can be very, very helpful to stay focused and engaged in your life. It keeps life from getting too mundane. Now, Another thing you can do is make a list of tasks and actually do them. A lot of people will do to-do lists and they don't actually get things done. Speaking of which, we're actually working on a webinar series on productivity, so getting projects and tasks done. We'll keep you posted on that as soon as it's available. Now, another thing you can do to keep yourself engaged is, if you ever find your mind wandering, try to bring it back into focus by concentrating on something that actually interests you. So sometimes our mind likes to wander off. Let's say it's happening while you're reading. So if you catch yourself, just stop for a moment and try to focus for a moment on something that you're really interested in. Maybe it's some travel plans that you have coming up in the weeks, or a coming vacation, or maybe a friend is coming into town. Try to focus on something that is interesting to you, and then try to get back to that task that you were working on earlier. So what else can we do? You can create an exercise routine. So some people, you'll notice if you keep up an exercise routine, or if you just start an exercise routine, the first few days might be a little rough. Your muscles get sore, but then once you get into a routine, you end up having so much more energy. And I remember I used to, because I've had periods where I'm living an extremely active lifestyle, and I've had periods where I'm living a very busy work lifestyle. And I used to tell myself, I don't have time to exercise. And this could be light exercise every day. It doesn't have to be 2 hours, 3 hours in a gym. There are things you can do for 15, 20 minutes that are just light, or even if it's just getting a good walk in every single day. But you'll notice that you end up having so much more energy. I noticed that when I used to have this excuse that I would tell myself, I don't have time to exercise. And when I would factor in the exercise, what I found was I had so much more energy that creating that routine actually helped me get more things done. So I was getting more things done in less time, which was better, because you can almost think of it this way. Without your health, and exercise is definitely related to your health. Without your health, you can't do anything else. So get out of the habit if you feel like you don't have time to exercise because you've got too much work. Keep in mind that your ability to work is dependent on you being healthy. Okay, so keeping that exercise and also nutrition in mind is going to help you out. And also take time to relax. I mean, this is another thing that people forget. We live in such a fast-paced world, and I know that Iris, we teach speed reading workshops, so we're all about speed and getting things done as quickly and efficiently as possible. But there's also something to be said about taking it easy and going slow. Make sure that you're taking time to relax, because that actually helps. That helps your memory. It helps reduce your stress, and it helps you get a more broad perspective on life. I want to thank you all for attending today's webinar. I hope you found this helpful for everyday improving your everyday memory. Some of the quick tips that we were talking regarding nutrition, different exercises that you can do. But if you want to get in touch and you want to email me with any questions, you're more than welcome. My contact information is on the screen right now. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn, Facebook, or Twitter. And I want to thank you for supporting this program and checking out this webinar. Keep in mind, we also do this at companies and schools across the U.S. and even outside of the U.S. If you want to set something up at your company or school, feel free to get in touch. But again, thank you so much for attending the webinar, and enjoy the rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to today's webinar. This topic is Amaze Your Friends with Memory Tricks and Games. This is one webinar in our Memory Improvement course series, so I want to thank you for joining us. I'm Paul Novak, the founder and program director here at Iris Reading, and just wanted to let you know what we're going to be doing in today's webinar. We're going to be going over a number of different memory tricks that are relatively easy to use, and these can be useful for everyday memory, but they could also be useful for impressing people with your amazing memory abilities. So and there are a number of games that are memory related that can actually improve your memory. So we're going to be going over all of this in today's webinar. The first memory trick that I want to talk about is the chunking memory technique. Now, the chunking memory technique, here's how it operates. Let's say you needed to memorize a 10-digit number. So, for example, this number that you see on your screen right now. Now, a lot of people would have trouble memorizing a number like this if presented with it this way. But you can utilize the chunking memory technique to make this easier to memorize. So, what if I asked you to memorize another number here? I'm sure most of you think would say this one's a little easier to memorize than the previous one, right? Again, look at both of them. Which one is easier to memorize? I think all of us would say the bottom one right over here is a lot easier to memorize. And if you've already noticed, both of these numbers are exactly the same. The major difference here is just, there's commas over here and there's dashes over here, turning it into a phone number. So I think all of us would agree, despite the fact that these are the same exact numbers, series of numbers, 312-982-3812 is a lot easier to remember than 3,129,823,812. And actually, if you're familiar with this area code, this is a Chicago area code. And by the way, I just made this number up. It's not any one particular's number. But you could just picture Chicago and then try to memorize 982-3812. Notice how I would be saying 3812 at the end rather than 3812. So this is a memory trick that's actually just kind of it's a natural thing that your brain likes to do. It likes to chunk information, and it has trouble with information when it's presented like this. But it's so much easier when the information is chunked like that. And actually, you can think of other types of information that's chunked. The presentation of your social security number, or look at your credit card numbers. Notice how they're chunked into parts. It's because, it's easier for us to remember something that is chunked. Now, I want you to look at that number that I was showing you here. Now I want you to quickly just try to commit it to memory. I'll give you about, I'm going to give you, let's say, 10 seconds to memorize this really quickly. And then I'm going to take the number away. Take a moment to memorize it. Okay. Can you remember that number? So, if you can, write it down or maybe type it out. I'll show you the number in a moment. But if you were doing this, you were chunking the information. Again, we chunked it into 3 parts, and hopefully you can remember what that was. Now, if you were listening to me and it slipped your mind, that happens too. But hopefully, if you chunked the information, it should have been easier to memorize. And here's that number again: 312-982-3812. If you were able to memorize that, congratulations, you've boosted your short-term memory capacity to 10 digits. Now, the average short-term memory capacity is actually 7 digits. This is done using something called a digit span test, and this actually goes way back to early 1950s. There was a cognitive psychologist, George Miller, who came up with this, they called it Miller's magic number, or they also called it the magic number 7. And it had to do with short-term memory, that the average person remembers about 7 digits or 7 pieces of information short-term before the information starts to slip. And actually the paper's name was the magic number 7 plus or minus 2 to accommodate for differences in some people. But the basic idea is that we have this short-term memory, and if you want to expand your short-term memory, one way that you can do it is through the chunking memory technique. Now, also keep in mind, if you've been to some of our other webinars, we have utilized visualization as well. So you can visualize the 312 as being Chicago, representing Chicago, if you know that that is an area code that represents Chicago. And then you don't have to use the mental resources to memorize this whole number. You could just memorize these 2 parts right here. So keep that in mind. Now let's move on. And how can we just did a series of 10 pieces of information, 10 digits. What about 14, but 14 letters? I want you to take a look at this string of letters that you see on your screen right now. And I want you to apply the technique. Try to chunk that information. See if there's any way that you can chunk the information. And some of you, it's probably the letters are just popping off the screen exactly how you would want to chunk them, aren't they? And if they aren't, try to look a little more closely. See if there's any way you can chunk this information to just make it easier to digest and memorize. Now, if you're like some people, what they'll do is they'll chunk it this way. They'll chunk IBM, PhD, SAT, MTV, and with the X's on both sides. As you can see, this chunk, these 4, I think of this as 4 chunks, even though it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I actually think just 1, 2, 3, 4. And the X's, I would just remind myself and visualize that the X's, I'm going to think of them as like bookshelves on the edges. And I'm actually going to visualize X's that look like bookshelves. Now, IBM, PhD, SAT, MTV is a lot easier to memorize than X, I, B, M, P, H. You see that could be a. People look at this initially, and usually when I show this to, when I write a string of 14 letters on the board to a workshop that I'm teaching, usually people are like, "Are you crazy? There's no way I'm going to be able to memorize that in a minute." But once they see that, I can break it up into parts, it becomes so much easier. And actually, you can use the technique of visualization and the story technique to turn this into a story. So, for example, I would think to myself, and you can try to visualize this too. Picture someone that works at IBM that has a PhD. They're working for IBM. There's a PhD on the wall, and they're studying for the SAT while watching MTV. Okay? So picture a guy from IBM with a PhD studying for the SAT while watching MTV. Now, I know this makes no sense, and actually that's part of the point behind visualizations. If you can make them a little nonsensical or bizarre or silly, that's going to help them stick. So a guy with a guy that works for IBM that has a PhD, why would he be studying for the SAT? It doesn't make any sense while watching MTV. That's a ridiculous image, but if we can picture that in our mind's eye with those X's on the edges as bookshelves, that's going to help us remember it even more. Now, actually, as we see here, the chunked version is a lot easier than just a string of letters. Now, if you've been trying to visualize that person that was working for IBM with a PhD, preparing for the SAT while watching MTV, let me take this away and see if you can remember it. Try to write down, if you have a separate sheet of paper, or if you want to just type it out on your computer on a notepad or a text editor. See if you can remember that string of 14 letters. And if you visualized it, as I was, then you probably were able to figure out that, what was it? X, I, B, M, S, A, T, P, H, D, M, T, V, X. And if you've got that, now look at what we did. Earlier we boosted our short-term memory capacity to 10, and now we're doing 14 letters. So this is actually double. Remember I said the average person remembers about 7 individual pieces of data. And if you can chunk the information, it's very easy to just double that almost instantaneously by chunking the information. Visualizing it certainly helps. Let's talk about some other memory tricks, because some of you might already be familiar with the chunking memory technique. Let's talk about another one here. This has to do with remembering numbers. Companies have for a long time known that easy to remember numbers, like something like 1-800-Flowers, those kind of things are good for business. Why? Because people remember. They're easy to remember. They're catchy in a way. And 1-800-Flowers, I don't have to remember, 1-800 and whatever numbers are associated with that. I just remember the actual word. And that helps tremendously. Now, you can use these same kind of tricks yourself. In fact, you can remember any length of a numerical sequence using some kind of a catchy reminder. So let's say, here's one way to utilize this memory trick. You can turn numbers into time. So you see how, if you were trying to remember 2:35, what you can simply do is turn it into 2:35 p.m., let's say, or a.m., whatever you want. But if you wanted to further hardwire this into your brain and remember it even better, you can actually associate, what do you normally do during that time of day at 2:35 p.m.? Now, maybe you take your coffee break at that time, or maybe there's a certain kind of a show that you watch, or whatever it is. You can also work this with longer numbers. Keep that in mind. Let's take a longer number here. So 1240, we could turn that into 12:40 p.m., right? Now, we can continue going on from here. Let's say, because some people will be like, well, that's convenient, but what if there was a 13 or a 14 or an 18? We could still do that. We can actually go, we could tell time by, okay, 18:30 is the same as 6:30, isn't it? And you could picture, what am I doing at 6:30? Maybe I'm eating dinner. So I can imagine myself eating dinner. So 18:30 is going to remind me of eating dinner. I know that's 6:30 p.m. And that's how I can remember 1830. Now again, think about it. I mean, 4 digits is obviously not too many numbers, and you probably just go 1830, picture it a few times. Not picture it, but repeat it a few times. And notice how you're saying to yourself 1830 rather than 1830. Isn't it easier to chunk the information, and a lot of times you do this naturally. You just go 1830 rather than saying 1830. Now, let's take a few other examples because, 1830, that's, 4 digits. The previous example was 4 digits. This one was only 3 digits. Let's take something a little more challenging. How about an 8-digit number? So let's say we had this number right here, 11301225. Well, that's just 1130 and 1225, right? So you can see how this works. We split it up. Obviously, we chunked the information and we turned it into time. So we're actually using two principles here. We're chunking it and we're also turning the numbers into time. Now, by the way, turning numbers into time is a memory principle that's known as association. You're associating a number to a time, and any time you can associate something, that's going to strengthen the memory and it'll keep it in your brain longer. Now, we can also, let's take an even bigger number than this. Let's see here. We're going to let's do a 13-digit number here. Here's a big one. 1230515845937. Think about how you might chunk that. And actually take a moment right now and write it down, or see if you can figure out how you might chunk this turn it into a time like we've been doing. All right, because in a moment I'm going to show you one way that you could have done that. This is how probably many of you did it. You could split it up, this long number, into 1230, 515, 845, and 937. And by the way, even though you're not, you would repeat that to yourself maybe a few times, and you could actually think just visually, because the visuals are very easy to remember. What am I doing at 12:30? Maybe it's 12:30 in the afternoon. Maybe that's lunch. 5:15. Maybe I'm just leaving work. 8:45. Maybe there's a show that you're getting ready to watch. 9:37. Pick something for that as well. And even though whatever you're doing at those times is not exactly precise, you know that you're reminded when you think, okay, I'm just about to be leaving work. Now, leaving work could be 5 o'clock, it could be 5:05, 5:07, but it'll remind you, oh yeah, there's a 5 in there, and then you'll probably recall, because you repeated it to yourself earlier, that there was, 5:15, okay? Now, there are other ways to remember numbers. Let me show you a few other ways here. These are some other memory tricks. Let's say 402,111. You see how we can chunk that into 40, 21, and 11? Well, how would we remember easily 40, 21, and 11? What if I easily forget those three, 2-digit numbers? Well, you can think, let's say you're 40 years old, okay? That 40's got to represent something. Or maybe 40 is, the age of someone else that you know. 21, you could be like, okay, 40, you could just remember your age, the drinking age, and your lucky number. Or whatever other way you can keep in mind. What we're doing here is we're simply trying to associate the numbers to something. Maybe someone's age, the drinking age, could be your lucky number. Now, here are some other ways that you can remember numbers. There's also a technique that involves using the telephone keypad. Think about how you might do that, where someone gives you a number and you try to think about, okay, what letters are associated with that number. That's how you can use a telephone keypad. Now, let's do a quick memory exercise here where you can actually try this mental game on your own or with your friends, and it's actually a good way to train your memory. The goal of this game is going to be to find hidden words within a sentence. So each of the sentences that I'm going to show you on the screen right now have a hidden word in them. And all of the words will be names of animals. So part of this game, you got to find the hidden words, but all of the words have to fall under some kind of a theme. So it might be names of animals, or types of fish, or names of countries, or whatever it is. Well, let's try it out, and I want you to search for the hidden word in this sentence. And keep in mind that the theme is animals, so it's a type of animal. So you see the sentence here: do not rush, or serious results may follow. Okay, so look if you can see any animal names in there. And by the way, they aren't contained necessarily in the words, within right between the word. They could be from one word to the next, and so on and so forth. So for this one, take a moment to look. All right, let's see if you found the animal in here. The animal was horse. So here's the sentence again. Do not rush or serious results may follow. And horse was stuck right in there. Now you can see over here it's kind of hard to find that, right? Obviously when I bold it and make it capital it's easier to see. But this is part of this kind of a memory game. And it's also how quickly it trains your perception. You could actually, if you want to play this game against someone, you can kind of test to see who finds the word the fastest. Let's try another one. When I hear the bell, I only go to sleep. See if you could find the name of an animal in here. All right, I'm going to take it away, and here it is. Actually, there were two. There's a hen, and there's a lion. You see them right there on the screen. Well, we could keep going with this. Let's try just a couple more times. How about another one? Another hidden word. Nothing but prestige remained for him. Try to see if you could find the word, the name of an animal in that sentence. All right, did you find tiger? There it was. Tiger was right there. All right, let's do one last one here. We have tiger. All right, despite the haze, brave skippers sailed away. See if you can find that one. I'll give you just a few more seconds. Look for the name of an animal in here. All right, if you found it, it was zebra. Do you see it? It's right there. Okay, and let's do this final one. Many creatures became lazy in hot weather. I think that's kind of a funny sentence. Can you see the name of the animal that is within this sentence? All right, I'm going to give it to you. If you don't want to hear it, press pause if you're watching this recording. The animal in here is camel. Can you find it? Do you see it? It's right there. Camel. All right, now, if this is a game that you particularly like, this is actually a good way to kind of train your brain. Here's 5 more sentences that you can use. And actually, you can play this kind of game on your own to test how quickly you can find the words, or you can play it with friends. If you were playing with friends, you can try to compete based on time. So who can find the hidden words the fastest? Now, the answers are on the bottom of this slide. And if you want, just so you know, included in this memory course, you can actually get the copy of these PDF slides. So feel free to print these out if you want to play this game on your own. And here's actually another slide with more. In this case, you have hidden words that are countries. So in the first one, you have to find a country name. Actually, in all of them, you have to find country names. But again, the answers are on the bottom. And if you want to go ahead and play that game with someone else, you can print out those slides. Let's talk about a card game that involves training your memory. So you can train your memory, believe it or not, through card games that require you to recall the cards that have already been seen. So one such game is called I Doubt It, or Doubt. It's also known as Bull, or for those of you with higher levels of vocabulary, Bull with a beep after it. I'll avoid swearing here because it's a family program. So here's how the game works. All the cards are passed out equally among all the players, and it's usually best to play this game with at least 3 people, but you can play with as many as 7. So you pass out the cards to all the players. Players keep their cards, and they can view all their cards before the game begins. Now, whoever decides to be the first player, they begin with aces. So they have to place 1, 2, 3, or 4 cards face down. And when they place the cards face down, they simply say aces. So now, they may or may not have aces. And if they do have aces, they can place them down. Now, normally at the beginning, people, will place the aces, and the next person goes, and they continue on with 2s. Now, keep in mind, the person that set down aces, they might be bluffing. They might not actually have 4 aces, or 3 aces, or 2 aces, or 1 ace, however many they put down, or they may actually have it. So they put down aces, but nobody sees those cards. Everyone's just trying to see if that person is basically lying. The next person continues with 2s, and then the third player follows with 3s. Now, eventually, everyone starts having less cards, and actually, whoever runs out of cards first wins the game. But as you're running out of cards, bluffing becomes absolutely necessary, because eventually it'll get to you, and let's say we're on 9s or 10s or jacks or queens, and you have absolutely no queens. Well, you've got to put at least one card down and pretend as though you have a queen. And if people don't believe you, they can simply call out, "I doubt it," or "bull." And if they call this out, you have to check to see if the card you placed down was, if you were bluffing and they called you out on it, then you have to take all the cards from the middle of the playing table. Now, if you put down a queen and they called you out as a bluff, well, if you did actually put down a queen, then they have to take all the cards. So the game basically continues with the next number, and the winner of the game is the person that gets rid of all their cards. Now, the interesting thing about this game is that it relies on your memory tremendously, because not only can you see, you have to kind of remember what cards were placed earlier down. So if somebody had previously placed, let's say, 2 jacks, and somebody else, it goes around a few turns, and somebody else says, okay, 3 jacks. You know for certain that there are not 5 jacks in the deck, and if those 2 jacks were still laid down there, you can assume that they're probably bluffing or lying, so you can call them out on it. So it's a really fun game that relies heavily on your memory and also on your ability to bluff. So let's talk about a really interesting memory trick that everyone is capable of doing. And this is a very impressive trick, but a lot of people think it's harder than it is. This is actually memorizing a deck of cards, a shuffled deck of cards. Now, this is not as hard as you might think. It takes a little bit of practice, but I'm going to show you how you can practice this. And it doesn't take too much practice, just a little bit of practice, and you can actually memorize a 52-card deck using this 4-step process. So, and this actually is kind of a culmination of some of the memory techniques that we talked about in other webinars. Such as, you'll see the Memory Palace come up, the link system come up here. So let me explain how this would work. So, for step number 1, you need to begin by assigning a person to every card in the deck. For example, you might think of a family, let's say you might think of your family for the suit of hearts, okay? And that's easy to remember because hearts and, your family, and you love your family and all of that. So for the hearts, that's going to represent your family, let's say. So your father could represent the King of Hearts. Your mother would be the Queen of Hearts. And maybe your brother or sister is the Jack of Hearts. Or if you have a brother and a sister, maybe one of them is a Jack of Hearts and the other is maybe the 10 of Hearts. So family might be hearts. And you keep on going. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. And even if you want the ace as well. So you go through the deck and you imagine someone that you know for each and every single card in the 52-card deck. Now, if you have any trouble thinking of 52 people that you personally know, you might want to try to think of some celebrities for the rest of the cards. So definitely include people that you know, family and friends, and then use certain cards to represent celebrities. So maybe celebrities are represented by diamonds in the deck, because celebrities, maybe you assume that they love diamonds. Well, that's going to remind you, okay, diamonds, and I've got celebrities for all the different diamond cards. Now, you review the associations that you made, so that you can quickly recall them when you see the card. So this is step number 1, and it's before you go any further, you need to make sure that you have this down and memorized automatically. Now, it doesn't take that long, but once you get this, the rest of it becomes fairly easy. So every single card has to have a person associated with it, and you could use the suits to create themes. So the hearts could be all family members, the diamonds could be certain kinds of celebrities. The cloves could be another type of celebrities. So you might have sports stars for one, and maybe singers or pop musicians for a different suit. But basically, you have to get these 52 people, and then you practice for a few times, making sure that you know, okay, Ace of Clubs, who is that? King of Hearts, who is that? Queen of Hearts, who is that? And once you have that down, then you move on to step number 2. Okay, so here's step number 2. For step number 2, you need to create a journey. Now, if you attended one of our other webinars in the memory course, you may remember that the memory palace, or the method of loci, and it's also known as the journey system. And this is the technique that you're going to apply in step number 2. So you need to create a journey. So basically, you have to think of a place that you know really well, and for most people, that's their home. So I recommend try it out with your home. And you need to think of 17 individual places within your home. These locations can include your front door, your hallway, the living room, the bedroom, the basement, bathrooms, etc. Now, I'm sure that you can think of 17 places within your home. Even if you don't have a big place, you can pick smaller parts of the home. So you could refer to, let's say, within your living room, you could have a few locations within there. So you might have a sofa, you might have a chair, a fireplace, and maybe, let's say, a TV. So one room could have multiple places. Keep that in mind. Now, you need to create a journey in your mind where you mentally review each of the 17 places. Now, it's important that you do this review in the same order each time. So you start off and you walk up to your front door, and then maybe you walk into your hallway. And then maybe you go to the closet to hang up your coat, and then you maybe step into the living room. But basically, you need to go through these 17 locations in the same order every time, mentally in your head. So this is step number 2 that you practice. Okay? Now this is going to be very important to go in a very specific order, and you'll see why later on. So step 1 and 2 require a little bit of visualization. Step 1 is linking cards to people. Step 2 is creating a journey and going in a very logical way, the same route every single time through that memory palace, or otherwise known as your home. Now let's go to step number 3. For step number 3, we simply shuffle and deal the cards one by one. Now, as the cards are dealt, recall the person that you associated with each card. Now, if you're doing this in front of others, you want to show the cards being dealt so no one thinks you're doing any kind of card magic or tricks. Now, here's how you're going to process these cards. And this is actually using the principle of chunking. When 3 cards have been dealt, you have to recall the 3 people that represent those cards and imagine them in the first place of the 17 locations that you previously chose. For example, you might imagine your mother, your neighbor, and your colleague all at the front door, okay, in a specific order. So you might even want to order them in terms of height, if you knew their height. And then you imagine another 3 people, that when the next 3 cards come out, you imagine those other 3 people that you know in a scene in the next location. So that next location could be your dining room or your hallway, whatever. And the more visual you can make this and the more silly you can make the image, the easier it's going to stick. Now you continue until you've turned over all the cards on the deck, and you're basically kind of going in you're going in a series of like 3 at a time. And again, you're going 3 in each location. There's 17 locations. And you basically putting 3 people in each of those locations. And while you're doing that, by the way, I know that 3 times 17, it adds up to 51. That last person could be placed on the roof of your home. That's how I would probably imagine it. For step number 4 in this process, you need to recall the cards. Now, to do this, you need to mentally review the images that you created in your head. So in your mind, you want to go through the 17 different places that you had in order. So you start again at your front door. And who do you remember seeing at your front door? And if you've already memorized that, your mom is the Queen of Hearts, your dad is the King of Hearts, and you've pictured them, you'll know exactly what the order is at the beginning. Now, you review the link that you made, and you simply you're able to recall the cards in order, assuming that you did the previous 2-3 steps. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Now, this does take a little practice. But the more you do it, the easier it comes to you. And initially, you may want to practice this on your own to refine your skills first before doing it in front of other people. But with a little bit of practice, I think you'll find this to be a fun way to impress your friends or family. So you shuffle the deck, you give the cards, and then the other person is just looking at it card by card as you recite them in that same order. So let's review it really quickly. First, you need to link cards to people. Okay? This is going to take a few minutes of time to think up and memorize, and just commit that to memory. And then step 2 is you create this journey. You pick a place, maybe your home, and you make sure that you always go in a certain order. And then when the cards are dealt, you're taking 3 at a time, and you're putting 3 in every one of those 17 locations. So remember, in step number 2, you need 17 locations in that home. And then you're placing people in there, you're creating some silly visuals, something bizarre and crazy. And now that you have that in your head, when the cards are dealt, you have to recall the cards, and you're able to go through it in a very methodical way where you're going, just step by step. You see the door, and you see certain people hanging out at the door. Maybe it's your mom, a celebrity, and, your brother. And this is a very, very cool way to memorize a deck of cards, and it doesn't require as much work as people think. Actually, some people think that memorizing a deck of cards is just some kind of like natural ability that some people are born with and some aren't. People that compete in national and international memory championships, they take actually this particular memorization of a deck of cards to a whole other level. They actually do this with multiple decks of cards, and they time themselves to see who could do it the fastest. And it's definitely possible with just a little bit of practice to get through the 52 cards using this 4-step process. So again, remember, link cards to people, create the journey, shuffle and deal, and then recall the cards. And that's how you can impress your friends with a memorization of an entire 52 card deck. Now, what I want you to do with some of these memory tricks is just really have fun, because doing these memory tricks actually allows you to train your brain and develop your memory even further. So just trying to, some of you are probably thinking about whenever I tell people about how they can how to memorize a deck of cards, some people are like, that seems like it could happen, but I don't know, that's not for me. I've got a poor memory. No, there are no such things. There's no such thing as a poor memory. There are trained memories and there are untrained memories. So if you think that you have a poor memory, it's probably just not trained. And you can actually try to train it through difficult tasks like memorizing, a deck of cards. And again, it's not as difficult as you think. We just went over a 4-step process that, these memory championship competitors are using to memorize 3, 4, 5 decks of cards at a time. So try to practice this, because just by practicing these techniques, the chunking technique, turning numbers into time, memorizing a deck of cards, all of this actually enhances and improves your memory. So I want you to do that. Think of it as an unofficial homework. So if you have additional questions, you're more than welcome to reach out to me by email, or if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, Facebook, or Twitter. I want to thank you for coming out to this webinar. And if you've been at the other webinars in our memory course, I want to thank you for supporting this program. Also, keep in mind, we do these workshops live in person at companies and at schools across the U.S. and in other countries as well. So if you wanted to invite us to your company, we've done this for employees of Google, employees of NASA. We've done this at Harvard University and other Ivy League schools. We'd love to do this at your company or school. If you want to invite us, feel free to get in touch with me directly or our support team. And I want to thank you again for attending today's webinar, and enjoy the rest of your day.